Hi, guys. Welcome back. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages. It's time for some Star Wars Unlimited action right here in the heart of Texas. We're back in Austin for our fourth Planetary Qualifier up here. This is actually the fifth. I missed one. I was only able to cover four of them, but this is number 4. So thanks for tuning in and joining us. Now, chair on my right actually has some cable in it. Don't worry. Don't look at that. Nobody here with me today, but I do have a friend of the channel, a guest you've seen before, ladies and gentlemen. You remember Josh Schneider, don't you? How you doing, Josh?
Doing very well, and just so glad to be here with you and finally casting some post-rotation premiere. I am super excited about this.
I know. It's going to be a good time. This is, it's the farther we get away from the set's release, the more I go, you know what? It seems apropos that they chose a Lawless Time for the name of this set because it feels lawless. It feels crazy
really
town
does.
out there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action up in the skies lately. A lot of shots raining down from the space arena here lately, but it's been fun, been interesting, and there's a lot of very viable stuff going on in the ground arena as well. But I'm very excited to see how it plays out. And is the boogeyman in the room, Boba, going to come in strong today, or are we going to see some decks that are ready to counter that the new Fett that seems to be reigning supreme?
See, that's interesting to me because to you, Boba Fett is the boogeyman in the field. For me, I think Lando Blue is the big boogeyman in the field. I'm not saying either one of them is undefeatable. Yeah. But I feel like Lando is a real jerk, and he is absolutely he is in force in the meta. Is he in the room today? We'll find out soon enough. So. Our players are getting set here. I got to make a couple of adjustments as we go. But, Josh, talk to me about, while I kind of do a little back-end stuff here, talk to me about the kind of, you and I have just briefly hit on 2 deck archetypes that we've seen circulating. Give us the quick 10,000-foot, kind of view of those, and anything else that you think is interesting that's kind of perked up on your radar that you think we're going to run into today.
Well, as far as Boba is concerned, I think he's one of the best pilots right now, just paired with the simple fact that he has access to arguably the best plot card in the format with his ability when he's a pilot, when he's deployed as a pilot. That Topple the Summit combination with the Boba pilot leader is just insane. It can completely wipe an opposing board a lot of times. So it's very, very tough to deal with. And if you can't work around that topple that's incoming with some shields, or maybe you have some way to interact with their resource row. There's not a lot of options in the format, but it's really, really tough. And Boba just puts on a lot of pressure early, and then Topple the Summit can completely wipe your board. And now he has this massive threat up in the sky that's very tough to deal with. In terms of Lando a little bit different. He can fight in the space arena pretty well. Also, a lot of these Lando decks are running good early ambush units in the space arena like Blue Ace and Fireball. You also have, of course, the great late game space presence with things like Liberty. But what Lando wants to do is also have a very big explosive turn where he deploys, because he is looking to throw down an 8 or a 9 cost unit on the 6 resource turn, thanks to those extra credit tokens that he's able to get as long as you have a credit token going into that flip turn with Lando. So Lando has a lot of versatility. Of course, we've seen him paired with Vigilance mostly, and Vigilance does bring some pretty good removal, and of course great space interaction as well with things like hyperspace disasters. So those are kind of 2 of the big meta decks right now. I think Luke Data Vault is another meta deck that hasn't been converting quite as well and putting up the numbers that a lot expected, but it is the most resilient pilot in the room because it can't be taken out by upgrade removal. That's certainly going to be something to watch for today, is Luke Data Vault, because it plays pretty well into Boba. And again, I think Boba is one of the better decks in the format. Another deck for me, and I think we actually might be able to see this in round 1, but one of the surprise decks for me that we've kind of been hearing a little talk about over the last couple weeks since PQ started, and that is Colonel Yularen with Aggression, or paired with Aggression, and it is a super fast ground-based aggro deck that I think has a very real possibility to contend with anything in the space because of the amount of numbers that it can put up very quickly. It seems to be doing well into Boba, and I am very curious to see if someone can crack the code with Yularen, and let's see Yularen go deep into today's tournament.
I'm looking forward to this, and we've definitely got a round one match for you guys ready to go. These players are just about set. I've got a couple more things finishing up here in the background. Okay, I think we're ready. Should we meet our players?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Here we go. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is going to be Eric. Eric is a local from the Houston scene. He is on that Yularen deck we were just talking about. And then sitting across from him, down from Dallas, is Jerry. Jerry is on Tobias Red. We've seen a little bit of Tobias in the environment. Tobias Beckett kind of all over the place. And then we'll head over here. So there is your matchup here as we head into round one.
This is going to be interesting. The Tobias deck, one of the super strong aggressive negotiations deck because of course you have that built-in potential to draw several extra cards when Tobias deploys, and it's really interesting. If it goes well for Tobias and you're able to load that hand up, the aggressive negotiations can hit for a ton with this particular deck. But one thing that really stands out to me here, Wes, is, and I've played Tobias a little bit, I've taken this deck for a spin, is knowing when to give your opponent control of that unit with his action ability on the leader side, I think is pretty important. And that's something that personally I haven't quite gotten down just right yet.
I agree. I think the timing on Tebekis, I mean, he flips on the time Tebekis. Wow, listen to me. He flips on 5, right? Like that's the
right.
ideal, but we don't always get the ideal, do we?
Yeah. No, that's a good point. So here we go. Game one is underway. It's a Warrior of Clan Ordo with Jerry starting with the initiative and a BT1, the Blasto mech coming out for Eric. So ground versus ground.
Something else I want to point out here, Eric is using the splash base out of Lawless Time, which I think is fascinating because with Yularen, that could be almost anything. Like, who knows what you're going to see now.
That's an excellent point. And we've got Val coming out, giving an experience token to the Warrior of Clan Ordo, and BT1 is going to be attacking into Jerry's base. First base damage of this game one, discarding the Craving Power on top with that on attack ability, needing to hit aggression, not finding it there.
Ooh.
So it doesn't get that extra damage, but the Warrior of Clan Ordo is going to deal some damage to BT1. Shield token taken off, and we see that Outer Rim Constable being disclosed to negate the damage to Jerry's base. Well, here's that good droid start, Wes. The BT1 into 000. The two new great aggressive droids for aggression villainy. These two really pack a punch.
Yeah, this is that iconic pair out of the Darth Vader comics that have become such fan favorites. And finally printed into the game here on the table here for the first time in PQ season. I'm excited. I love this combo.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very good. Of course, BT1, the on attack discards a card from your deck, trying to put an aggression card in your discard pile, and then 000 able to put that.
Do you keep her on your side? You know, the timing of all that I think really matters.
An excellent point. It's definitely something you have to work out very carefully. Piloting Tobias. The covering the wing, putting an X-Wing token out for Jerry, and shielding the Warrior of Clan Ordo once again. So Warrior of Clan Ordo really getting some good value early. Multiple shield tokens, as we've got the Imperial Dark Trooper for Eric and the Weequay Pirate coming out for Jerry. Just a 2-3 with Saboteur in the ground arena. That unit gets a lot scarier if you have some credit tokens to use up to play it. Can come in as a 3-4 with Saboteur, but in this case, just a 2-3.
That's one of the more interesting cards in Limited in this set that I've really enjoyed.
So I'm gonna Colonel Yularen to attack with the unit, and then after I can attack with a unit.
See that Colonel Yularen action ability and the real threat of this Yularen, the action compression, the big explosive plays with that ability, attacking with both units here. The 000 first, going into base, 7 damage on Jerry's base, and then the Dark Trooper just taking out the Pirate. And once again, leaving Eric in a good spot here in the ground arena. Swing token will deal 2 damage to Eric's base. First damage on Eric's base so far. Keep in mind it is 27 HP on Eric's base to 30 on Jerry's base. Eric running that splash base that you talked about, Wes. We'll see what he has in store for us.
Yeah, here we
go. We're going to use it now. Okay, interrogation droid. That's going to allow Eric to exhaust that Warrior of Clan Ordo. And because it costs 3 or less, Jerry will have to discard a card from hand. So love this big tempo turn so far, an explosive turn for Eric.
That's a really nice, really nice play. Oh, yeah.
We do see the Tobias action ability, giving Eric control of that X-Wing token. The first time we've seen that action ability used in Game 1. Jerry gets a credit token. This is a lot of damage, Wes.
Yeah.
Colonel Yularen getting the sudden ferocity.
Crazy flip
with
turn.
That plot mechanic. This has been massive.
Okay, so I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Finn. Sure.
Jerry has Finn. Finn's going to come out and ambush Colonel Yularen. And that is enough to take out Yularen. Big play here. And another shield token given to Warrior of Clan Ordo. It is a trade, so Finn unit and the leader defeated, but that's a massive play because that was 7 damage.
Yeah, that was a huge Yularen hit that Jerry prevented there with that well-timed Finn. It was like he had the credit token, he was waiting, he knew it was coming, and he got it done.
We'll pop this guy.
So does someone own a token?
Tobias deployed.
Okay, so that would be a legal move.
Okay, so I'll pop this
So
one.
now that X-Wing token.
That's interesting. That's the first time I've seen that interaction. I've not thought about token units with Tobias before, but now the covering the wing play we saw from Jerry earlier makes a lot more sense because you can give the shield, create the token, maybe get a little value out of it, hand it to your opponent, and then when Tobias flips, you get to do his shenanigans on the token unit.
Yeah, and any units that you're able to defeat off that when deployed ability on Tobias allows Jerry to draw a card and create a credit token. So getting a little bit of extra value there. Tobias taking out the interrogation droid.
All that pressure from Eric.
To 2.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say 7 damage to 2. So Eric still has the advantage, but Jerry, it feels like he was able to stabilize pretty well.
Yeah, I was going to say that Finn play was a big deal. Just being able to kind of come in and, your leader is going to smack me around, and you are not able to get that done.
Eric has the initiative. Still has a couple units in play, so of course has the ability to gain value off of that Yularen action ability. So it's going to be the move here. 000. Going to base for 4. Be a total of 5 here. An aggression card on the bottom once again. Is that 1 extra damage to Jerry's base, so up to 12 damage on. And Eric just wants to be aggressive here. The Dark Trooper bringing Jerry up to 15 damage on base.
I'm going to be really interested to see the top end that Eric has in the deck. Not that the color combo he's playing doesn't have one, but historically when I see Yularen decks, that's kind of where they struggle, right? They have a fabulous early game, they have great mid-game units, and then the later the game goes, they struggle a little bit. And I know Eric well enough to know that that's not likely to be a problem in his deck, but I'm curious to see what his late game plan is as we get into that.
For a droid unit, any droid unit.
Well, speaking of more late game, here comes a very nice play. The invisible hand into the space arena. And Eric's going to be digging through the top 8 cards of his deck, looking for a droid unit. If it costs 2 or less, he can expand this board here. That's certainly going to put some good pressure on in the air.
There are a lot of really good red and green droids, right? We've been seeing that out of those Piet decks that were in the last set that are still around. So that is really interesting.
Love this play. Finds another interrogation droid, which will exhaust the Warrior of Clan Ordo. It's free. That's absolutely right. It's free, getting around that aspect penalty because that is out of aspect with the cunning aspect there. And Jerry's going to have to discard another card. So another big tempo play for Eric.
Yeah, and he only drew 1 card with Tobias. So any of the kind of hand advantage that he thought he was going to get from the flip, these interrogation droids have more or less just ruined.
Is that okay? Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
Droid been so good for Eric here in game 1. The mastery is going to be played for just 3 resources, cost 1 less when being attached to a unique unit. Tobias getting +3/+3, and will take out 000. And it should leave Tobias with, I believe, 2 HP remaining.
I believe it's 1, actually, isn't it? No, he's a 4/6. You're correct. He's a 4/6 who flips on 5. That's correct.
I'm going to resource up to 7 resources.
So now the question is, does Jerry have a way to reach up into space? Because that's 6 damage coming through with the invisible hand, plus the ability to go get more droids.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
And Eric is in this position now where, as you Lauren, now he's on the button and he's got units on the board. Now he can start with invisible hand every turn and then follow up with something else. This is going to be 9 unanswerable damage here by the time Eric is done with his action.
Such a good value play here for Eric. The Yularen action ability generating great advantage in this opening game. Finds a BT1 that will likely be coming out. Can play it for free. 21 damage. Like you said, it would be 9 unanswered, so he could go into base for another 3, which would leave Jerry with just 6 HP remaining. And it means that that invisible hand next turn would wrap it up, so Jerry's got to find an answer.
Yeah. Jerry's got to deal with this space arena somehow once Eric's done with this this Yularen attack action here.
It's like Eric's still contemplating.
I mean, he's got a pair of 3/1s, so he's just got to kind of like, what are we doing? All right, he's going to clean out. Yeah, I think that's a great play.
Okay, there you go. The big Tobias monster taken out. Really like to see mastery in constructed, right? It's been so good in limited. Love to see that.
Disgusting in limited, but it is fun to see it here. Yeah, yeah. What's interesting about that decision from Eric, in my opinion, is it leaves him in a position now. If Jerry can clean him out of the ground arena entirely, he may not have lethal in 1 action at the start of the next round, right? We were talking about how he had a couple of 3/1s. You know, if he could push 9 damage to base, the invisible hand would seal the deal. Okay, but he's got
here's another off aspect. IG-88. That's 6 power. And he's got the shield to protect it from the warrior.
I'm really loving what I'm seeing out of Eric's deck right now. This is the kind of thing that I would love to build.
Absolutely. Now, Arvel helps a little bit here. That Arvel's going to take care of Jerry's credit token, defeat it, deal 1 damage to IG-88, pops the shield token, and now that leaves things open for the Warrior of Clan Ordo to go and take out the IG-88, but he doesn't have an aggression card in hand, so that's 2 damage to Jerry's base.
Yeah.
And that means that 1 action with these 2 units would be game over.
Yep, absolutely is. Wow.
One of the brutal that he didn't have the aggression in hand.
But he had to clear the IG. That's one of the few times I've ever seen a disclose, like, you know, that particular on that one actually matter in that instance. That's fascinating.
Yeah, the self-inflicted damage from Warrior really hurts there. And I think a big part of that was the fact that Eric was able to play multiple copies of the interrogation droid and get Jerry to discard each time. So it really limited his options and being able to make sure he had the aggression aspect in his hand.
Yeah, it really does. You know, I think particularly these Tobias red decks really kind of, how do I want to say this? Is rely the word? Rely is not the word I'm trying to come up with. They intend, right, for their hand to be full of cards after that Beckett flip. But the interrogation droid pressure, and it was only 2 cards. He played 2 droids, but that's enough to kind of rein Beckett back in a little bit and absolutely impact things right there.
And the question for me then becomes, does Jerry need to be a little bit more aggressive with that Tobias action ability before it flips? For instance, go back to Val, right? Should that Val have been sent across right away? That's something you have to think about, right? Because the more units you're able to send over to Eric's side of the board, that when deployed ability on Tobias just becomes that much more effective, because every single one of those units you give to Eric, you're going to defeat when Tobias deploys, and you're going to get a credit token and draw a card for each of those units. So maybe Jerry has to be a little bit more proactive with that ability.
Yeah, he only used it, I think, the only time we saw him use it was for the X-Wing, perhaps? I think that's correct.
Yeah, it was interesting. That was a good question because I had not thought about that either. I had not seen a token being passed over, so that was definitely a interesting interaction for sure.
Yeah, that's an interaction that I had not seen previously. All right, there we go. Aspects fixed up. All right, sideboard time. Now, again, just a quick reminder, guys. We don't look at deck lists during the Swiss rounds. That's technically information that players could go back and get from stream and stuff. So I don't put any of that on stream. During the course of the day. We get to the top 8, you'll get all the deck lists you want. But right now, deck lists are still private info. So you know what we know about the sideboards. Could be anything.
Absolutely. And we talked a little bit about Yularen before the tournament kicked off, and this Colonel Yularen list feels very similar to the list that did win. I believe there was one Yularen that won a European PQ a couple weekends ago, and I believe the out of aspect cards, it was IG-88 and the Hona as well, the 435, the new blue-red. I think that was the other out of aspect. I can't remember if there was an interrogation droid.
The unique Gamorrean guard, that guy's amazing.
Yes. Yeah, Hona. Yeah, the 435's got Raid 2 and Restore 2. So that deck, it seemed as though the epic action on the splash base was really being used and pushed for the 4-drops with Hona and IG-88. But here we see the interrogation droid as well, and that is also a great use because it just gets so much tempo. There's a lot of good targets that Jerry's going to have that cost 3 or less on his side of the board, and that hand hate or that hand disruption is huge, considering we know that Jerry's going to want to build up that hand for something like a massive attack with aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, it's interesting, that Warrior of Clan Odo card, typically a great early play, but he kept shielding it, he kept it on the board, and in the end, that's the card that sunk him. It's partly just that, but partly just Eric putting him in a position where he had to respond to what amounted to more or less lethal damage in each lane. And that's a great place to be when you're Yularen and you have initiative.
Indeed. Now, Jerry going into game 2, he'll start with the initiative. If he is running any kind of Sentinel units, which I generally don't think they are super common in Tobias decks, this is a deck that is trying to be a little bit more aggressive. But if he has any Sentinel options or some more ambush options, I think Jerry would love to see him. If there's any way that he can try and stabilize Eric's board efficiently early to try and turn off the value that action ability is getting on Eric's side, I think you want to do that. We saw how good Finn was, so if there's any more ambush options, definitely want to see it for Jerry here in game 2.
Well, and I'm almost positive that, again, I haven't looked at deck lists, but I have to believe that these guys have got, the Jerry's got, like the two-faced Troig in that deck, the blue-yellow early game Sentinel.
That's a great point.
Trying to think, I feel like there's another blue-yellow Sentinel in this set that's escaping me right now, but Again, I have to believe those cards are in there.
Yeah, that's a great point. The two-faced Troy, that would be a great Sentinel option. We saw how good Finn was. That is a great answer to the Yularen.
Yeah, that's something that I've been trying.
And it's
Chad
great
also,
because you get those credit tokens. That's
Yeah.
that's huge, being able to get that Finn out when Yularen deploys.
Yeah, Chad also talking about the droid laser turret, which of course, if you're playing blue, you have access to. So there you go.
Yeah, that's a great option. We'll see if Jerry has it. If he has any Sentinels, any ambush units, just to try and keep the value train from really taking off on Eric's side, he absolutely wants to do so. As we get going in game 2, Chio Fane coming out for Jerry and BT1. A couple 2-4s on turn 1.
We're cooking with gas if your first turn play is Chio, baby. This is going to be fascinating.
Absolutely. Definitely going to have some more cards to work with now.
Oh, yeah.
For Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna think for just a moment.
Oh, yeah. Take your time.
I had only just
Eric
recently heard about this Yularen deck in the last few days. For some reason, it hadn't made it onto my radar yet, and it's exactly the kind of thing that I would love to build. So I'm going to have to check this one out next week before I go play locally. I'm excited to see this one.
I do personally like it a lot. Chio Fane unit crashing into the BT1 unit, 2 damage on each. Both players draw a card off of that Chio Fane on attack ability. As BT1 goes into Jerry's base, discarding an aggressive negotiations off the top. So 1 extra damage dealt to Chio Fane with that on attack ability. Just 1 HP remaining now. And here's that covering the wing yet again. So Chio Fane going to get a shield token as Jerry creates the X-Wing token in the space arena.
Pay 2, play this and defeat that shield.
Ooh.
Oh, the DRK probe droid taking out the shield token, which sets up Chio with just 1 HP and no protection now.
Interesting. I don't know that I would have thought to put the DRKs in there, but it makes total sense, especially if you're dealing with, I mean, the interesting thing to me, I look at what Eric's got, I almost feel like this is a slightly disadvantageous matchup for Jerry and Beckett because, Jerry's got all these mechanics in this Beckett deck with the blue that do the shields, right? He's got Val, he's got Finn, he's got covering the wing. And Eric's got just enough of these little things like the DRK, the ping damage out of BT1. All of these things can absolutely just disrupt the shield shenanigans if allowed to come to fruition.
Jerry does not want BT1 on the board any longer. Chio Fane and BT1, both units defeated. And another card for each player on that on attack ability. So Jerry, definitely more cards to work with this time around. And it is going to be the epic action on that splash base. The IG-88 is played to the big 6-3 with a shield token coming out. That's going to put on some real big pressure next turn.
Yeah, Jerry, I feel like Jerry's got to be at least marginally cautious of how he negotiates that IG-88 because he has this thing where he passes out shields like a card like Val. IG-88 loves to see a card like that. Yeah, give me all your shields. Let's go.
Yeah.
Planning on doing that.
More covering the wing. Another X-Wing token for Jerry. That Warrior of Clan Ordo is shielded. A little bit of deja vu here in game 2. The Warrior of Clan Ordo saw plenty of shields in that opening game. And unfortunately, the on-attack trigger from Warrior ended up being the downfall of Jerry. Eric has the initiative with 2 units in play, including that 6-power threat in IG-88.
I am going to use my leader action.
I was going to say, he can kick the turn off with Yularen and IG, which is just rude. I love it.
8 total damage to your base, putting it
A lot of damage with that Yularen action ability. You attack with a unit, and then you can attack with another unit that costs less than it. So IG attacks first, then the DRK probe droid. 12 damage on Jerry's base. An X-Wing token coming through to Eric's base for 2. 4 damage on Eric's base. It is the deploy turn for both players, so we've got a lot of actions left.
Colonel Yularen.
We're going to see Colonel Yularen being deployed. What is being played from the resource? It looks like we will plot again. It's the plot Patine, Chancellor Palpatine I am the Senate being plotted into play. 2 spy tokens will be created for Eric, and they will have Sentinel for this phase as well.
Sentinels aren't going to do him a whole lot of great things. He's only, Jerry's only got the 1 ground. I say that now, but Beckett's coming into the ground arena too, so that's actually notable. Now that I think about it, my apologies. As I started to talk through it, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
I was going to say, Jerry has still not used that action ability on Tobias yet. We do see it now. So the exhausted X-Wing token given to Eric, credit token for Jerry. And here comes Yularen, 4 more damage to Jerry's base, 16 damage on, 14 HP remaining. And at this point, Eric just has 2 ready resources left to work with.
This is exactly the kind of ground arena that Yularen wants to see, too. Look at that, 6 units for him to work with next phase. 7 units, my bad, to work with next phase when the time comes. And because he's 100% going to the next turn with initiative here after Beckett flips out.
Why wouldn't Eric have another 2-cost unit in his hand?
No big deal. They're just everywhere, man.
Yeah, they are everywhere. Tobias Beckett taking out the X-Wing token on Eric's side, a credit token created for Jerry. He draws another card, but now he is staring in a very dangerous ground arena. Has to get through the spies first, unless he has some sort of way to give Saboteur to these units and go after some of the bigger threats.
But I feel like I have to reveal it. Okay.
I love the Palpatine plot card in this Yularen deck. Just the way it kind of just comes out and floods the board with a bunch of guys that give you an opportunity to flex his game text, on the following turn.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
You're putting 4 units into the ground arena in a single action when you do that with Yularen. That's a big deal.
It is a very big deal. And it also just gives protection to some of these more valuable targets or these more valuable units that you want to take advantage of with Yularen's ability next turn. We do see Tobias taking out 1 of the spy tokens. Jerry lining up a pretty big play. It's going to be another copy of Finn ambushing and taking out the other spy token. And now Finn can give out another shield token to a non-unique unit. So the Warrior of Clan Ordo has 2 shield tokens.
Not what I'm sure Jerry wanted to use that Finn on. He did. He got such good value out of it in game 1. Didn't ultimately lead to the win, but it was still a banger play when he played it. Not able to get quite as much board impact out of it here.
Eric has already claimed the initiative. The Warrior of Clan Ordo going to take out the DRK probe droid.
He didn't have the disclose either. He had to take 2 damage for that attack.
Oh no, again. And he drew so many extra cards in this game.
Yeah.
At least 3. I'm so surprised that he didn't have that aggression aspect in hand.
He's got it. He's got a fistful of it. He's got 6 cards in his hand, 6, 7 cards in his hand. He doesn't have a red card. That's crazy.
That Warrior of Clan Ordo really has been a double-edged sword in this match for Jerry. And now with the initiative, at the very minimum, Eric can send 10 damage at Jerry's base with 1 action here.
Yeah, I think I got to refresh my memory here. I'm going to put Yularen up on the screen. 4 or less. Yeah, he's allowed to use IG on Yularen's back there. So that's crazy.
That is the line. Yularen attacking and then IG-88 as well. 28 damage on Jerry's base. Chancellor Palpatine and Imperial Dark Trooper say game over. If we get to attack, does Jerry have a Sentinel or some way to take out both in 1 action? It doesn't look like he does. Tobias takes out the Dark Trooper and Chancellor Palpatine deals just enough, and Eric takes it 2-0.
Wow. Beckett made such a splash. Some of those early events, particularly that big European event right after release that I know Betten won on Tobias Red. I'm a little surprised we didn't get quite as good a showing here out of Beckett in match 1. Not that Jerry played badly. I feel like he kind of didn't draw the stuff he needed. Like you pointed out, there's got to be Sentinels in that deck. Didn't see one. And you definitely need them, I think, to kind of keep up with what Yularen's ground game, let's say.
And then obviously
Yeah, that ground game is so good, especially when you're able to get that IG-88 down on the 4 resource turn and then effectively use it right away with another unit in play. That Yularen action ability just got so much mileage for Eric in that match. And
I assume
it's really interesting because when we go back to the
turn 1 plays.
Secrets of Power limited set or the limited meta, Yularen was a very real threat in limited, and I love to see that now we have found a very good shell for Yularen in constructed, and it just goes to show that action compression, that action ability is just so good on the leader side.
Yeah, I mean, Yularen was always one of those cards I feel like had a bigger impact in limited in the Secrets of Power meta than he did in Premier. And now that we've hit a point that rotation has taken some of the more egregious offender leaders, right, out of the first year of the game and kind of shuffled them off to the side, maybe now this is his moment to shine. Certainly, you said he had this deck had a PQ win in Europe last week. Is that what you were saying?
I believe it was 2 weekends ago.
2 weekends ago.
I think it was the first weekend of PQs, which, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weekends ago,
Sounds about right.
Particular list, a very similar list, did win a PQ in the Europe region. So I think it's a very strong deck, and it seems very good into the space strategies that don't interact as much with your ground arena, because that action compression is huge, allowing you to put the big damage on and keep that initiative, I think, is really important. And the amount of damage it puts up is just a little bit more in less actions than some of these space decks.
I think for me, the key card, having seen now this Yularen kind of patched up twice. Ooh, I'm going to turn that off. That's full of wrong information. Is that IG-88, right? That new IG-88 unit out of Lawless Time. You know, Yularen's front side game text. No, is it his front? No, it's his flip game text. His deployed side game text has a cost cap on the unit that you can attack with him, right? That action compression. Yeah. But being able to make that be a 6 strength attack is crazy. I think IG is the single strongest, like highest power 4 drop in the game. If he's not, he's got to be close. And wow, we saw him come into big effect in both games.
Absolutely. And the shield token is so important, and that is what allows him a lot of times to stay in play. And you saw that there was 10 damage in one action with Yularen and then swinging with IG-88, but there's also a world where if you're going against a space deck that doesn't have all of those units already presented in the ground arena, instead of a Chancellor Palpatine, you could plot out the Sudden Ferocity onto Colonel Yularen, and now that's just an extra 3 damage, right?
Just gets
so
worse.
Now we're going 13 damage in one action with those 2 instead of 10, and that's going to close games out really fast.
Right. By surrendering the ground arena, you've basically, like we were saying, Yularen's ground game is just absolutely insane, and if you let him run wild in that arena, you will find yourself in real trouble. That was a great match. That was a great way to start the day, and I feel like it really highlights kind of what we're going to I'm going to keep this pun is so bad. It feels like the Wild West out there, Josh. It really does. Just the decks, the ideas that the deck builders are coming up with, where we're going to settle, what's good, what's not. There's some things, and you hit a bunch of leaders and deck combinations early that we expect to see that are in the field today, glancing over the deck lists, the leader lists and such. But I mean, we're not even, are we barely 4 weeks? We're right at a month into Lawless Time, and it feels like we're just now on the cusp, starting to get our arms around some of the really interesting decks that we're going to find as we go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a brand new Premier format. A lot of leaders that were not seeing the light of day competitively are now, and also we are seeing some of the leaders out of a Lawless Time making a real run as serious contenders as well, like Tobias. We've seen Velsartha be doing very well recently, Jen Urso and some others. So I love what we're seeing right now. There's a lot of different viable strategies. You've got the space strategies. You've got some really good ground strategies. We just saw it in that match. So there's a lot of good things going on, and I can't wait to see how this unfolds and then right into the first major next weekend. Good times.
It's going to be a busy day here in Austin. Okay, I think we have maybe about 20-ish, 25-ish minutes before the next round. I have a couple of tech things I want to chase here just to kind of smooth over a couple of rough edges. Chat, do me a favor. It sounded like we had a little bit of streaming buffering early. Let me know if that's still going on. I'd rather try and reboot the hotspot and like turn the stream like between rounds. I don't want you guys to miss games, and we've got a little time. So keep an eye on that. Let me know if that's still around. Otherwise, Josh, let's stretch our legs and see you guys back here in a little bit. By the time we come back, I should be able to have leader data for the field. So Josh, I'll talk to you. Maybe we'll come back a few minutes early and we can look over that.
Sounds good.
Cool. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in a minute. Just as soon as I find the right button to push. That one. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages. Round 2 begins in just a moment. Our players are setting up. Josh, I have a treat for you. A treat for you. Why don't we have a look at our leader data for the field today? Well, real briefly before we head into round 2.
Okay.
There you go. Can you see that? Is it large enough to read?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I've got it.
Have a look at that, and I'm going to do some setup here.
Okay. Not super shocked. Boba the most represented, right? We talked about, I know you didn't feel that way as much, but I think that a lot of the community does agree that
They
Boba
definitely
Fett's
do.
kind of the boogeyman right now.
Yeah, they do.
17% of the field, Boba, very interesting. You've got Lando Calrissian there, the second most represented, which is a leader that you talked about a lot. And then Obi-Wan Kenobi, the third most represented. Very interesting to see that. I think that's probably the new Obi-Wan Force package, the 28 HP Force base that's being run that Ophir had a lot of success with last weekend. I think this is a lot more consistent than the Vergence Temple deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was a heavy uptick in those decks because I think there's enough restore to really fight against some of these space decks. And then top 5 rounding out. How about this? Qui-Gon Jinn, the 4th most represented leader in the field, tied with Luke. Oh, well, I actually have 3 tied at 6.3%, but that is really, really cool to see Qui-Gon Jinn up there in the top 5, 6% of the field today. That's really cool. I mean, there's a lot of cool things you can do with Qui-Gon if you can get the Force working and start bouncing those units and getting those wind played effects off again and such. There's a lot of good things going on there.
Timing is everything with Qui-Gon, and once you, I think, spend some time working through all of the various iterations and shenanigans you can get up. All right, I think it's fixed now. There we go.
I can hear you.
That was weird. My audio thing on the board just completely crapped out. Okay, let's go back to Qui-Gon for a minute. Just Qui-Gon is so fascinating, right? There's so many interesting shenanigans you can get up to with Qui-Gon. I think a lot of that is just understanding the lines and so on. We'll talk more about that later. Let's meet our players real briefly. Okay. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is going to be Hunter Shelburne. Hunter is a local here from Austin, a regular on the stream and all these kinds of events. He is going to be playing Rose Tico today, ladies and gentlemen. He is on Rose Yellow. And then sitting across from him is Ray. I believe Ray's been on the stream before. Ray's from Dallas. And he is going to be on Velsartha Red as we head here into round number 2. There is your matchup.
You wouldn't give me credit, right?
Uh-oh, we're still showing you Lauren there. But,
okay, I'll fix that later. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all
the rest is good.
I am very interested to see what this Rose deck is going to look like. This is a leader that I have not seen much of at all in Constructed. So I am very interested. So here we go. Looks like Hunter starting with the initiative, the Emissary Sheathipede coming out, and Ray going to start with Chio Fane. We know these decks, these Heroism blue-red decks, they want to play aggressive negotiations, and Chio's a great way to start loading up that hand for big explosive turns later. Hunter with the initiative will strike. Raise base for 2.
I'm going to refresh everybody's memory what Rose does, because most people don't know. So there. Oh, no, I didn't get updated. My apologies. I'll go fix that. Okay. Clearly, I have a little work to do. We'll do that in the background.
Okay. Geo getting in for 2 damage on each base. Both players going to draw a card. And now it is the stolen AT hauler coming out for Hunter. So some good aggressive plays for Hunter. The nimble prowess.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's nimble prowess. Yeah,
As
took
well.
me a minute.
Yep, nimble prowess as well on the emissary Sheathapede. And Arvel coming out. So that's, you love that combination, right? You've got Velsartha that gives an experience token to Chio. So now Chio's a 3/5, and it gave an experience token, or excuse me, a credit token to Hunter. And then Ray just throws down Arvel, defeats the credit token. That's great, right? We've got a bigger unit. We take care of the credit token that we gave to our opponent. Great value. And now Han Solo has his moments. Being attached to stolen AT hauler, and the AT hauler going in for 6, able to attach that Han Solo and attack right away.
Who could have foreseen this outcome?
I believe should be 8 damage on Ray's base. The AT hauler swinging for a total of 6 there. Now back over to Ray. Space versus ground here early.
Lead a base, we can draw.
Theophane a little buffed up. 3 power getting into Hunter's base. Both players drawing yet again. And the Sheathapede striking for 3.
I'm gonna deal 5 damage.
9 damage showing on Ray's base. And here comes the charged with treason. And that is going to be 5 damage as 2 aggression aspects are disclosed. 5 damage to the stolen AT hauler, and Rose Tico is able to heal it.
Wow.
Healing 2 damage back, so now just 3 damage on the hauler. And Ray just put his head towards the sky, forgot all about Rose Tico being able to heal.
Don't beguile me. I think I'll for you. For me. Okay.
All right, I think I've got this fixed. One last check. There she is. All right.
There it is. There you go. So stolen AT hauler had attacked. So that is what allowed Rose to heal the hauler. Arvel got in for 4, so it's 9 damage being shown on each base, and Emissary Sheathapede comes out again. I may have missed something myself, but nevertheless, the players are showing 9 on each base.
I gave you the credit on turn 1, so you took. I take it 9.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
They're doing a quick recheck to make sure everybody's base health lines up with where we're at, and that seems to be is right now so far in this game we are drag racing, right? You're in your lane, I'm in mine.
Yeah.
And let's go fast, Ricky Bobby.
I believe you're at 12 because I swung with this and played this.
That's
Okay, so
That's
they're
the game
double checking
plan here.
Yep, they're double checking for some damage there. There we go.
there we go. Okay.
This turn.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking. There was 2 extra damage
I have no credit here. Sorry.
banished to the Shadow Realm there. It has found its way on Ray's base. So 12 to 9 the damage totals in favor of Hunter.
What on earth? What? Oh, it's the pilot. Okay, yeah, Han Solo pilot on the
Yeah.
AT hauler. Took me a moment. I was like, why didn't the charge with treason kill it? Oh, right, because Han.
Right.
No, okay. Then
Yep.
seriously, I'm sorry.
Just one off, right?
Yeah. That would be
There we go. They got it. Okay, they've got it now.
Okay, there we go.
order of operations, and I do not recall.
All is right
This is my fault.
here in round 2 at this PQ at Game Kastle in Austin, Texas.
You're right. Sorry about that.
What I love about this is both players acknowledge there's an error, and they're both working to get it correct, as opposed to just arguing about it. They're like, no. He's like, no. Ray's like, no. I definitely screwed it up. Let's get it fixed.
There we go. We got it fixed now. Ray has taken the initiative, and the swarm of units in space for Hunter, Arvel, and brings the total up to 17.
Part of me wonders if you're Hunter, if you consider taking your foot off the gas long enough to take an action off to use Rose to clear a little bit more damage off that hauler, so that if Ray draws into another, what is that? It's a charge with murder or whatever it is. The damage cards,
Yes.
right? You played
Yeah,
earlier, that
the
you
charge
don't
of treason. Yep.
Yeah, that you don't get hosed by it again. What is this? Cinta.
Very fair point. Sintikaz, okay. It's a 3/5 for 3 that will have Sentinel once she's upgraded, and that's very easy to do with Velsartha's action ability. Another 3 damage coming through with that Emissary Sheathipede that has the Nimble Prowess on it. That's 20 damage on Ray's base, 10 HP to go. Hunter really closing in here. Here comes the Arvel Skeen getting in for 4.
Actually, I'll do heal for 2. Yeah.
There you talked about it, Wes, that damage being healed now from the stolen AT hauler. Rose action ability.
Now, if I'm Hunter,
Still
I feel
tight
a
race.
little better. Oh, yeah, it's still a close game.
Yeah.
Like, we're only 4 damage apart here. If Ray doesn't have any way to interact with Hunter's units, Hunter being in the lead, like, this is not feeling good, right? Hunter hasn't even deployed anything this turn. He's still got all his resources up.
He still has all his resources, and keep in mind, Rose Tico,
Yep,
she
Rose,
also deploys on this turn.
Yes, I was going to say, Rose flips on 5 into the ground arena. That's 4 more. Ooh, we have an answer.
Okay, Rose, big answer there. Rose deployed, Nimble Prowess onto Sintikaz, immediately exhausting Rose Tico leader unit, and now Sinta with Sentinel.
Boy, that's a great play, right? Being able to put that Nimble Prowess on Sinta, make her a Sentinel at the same time you exhaust something in the opponent's arena.
Absolutely. Now R2-D2 going to pilot that Emissary Sheathipede for 0, giving +1/+1 to the Sheathipede.
I think
So
Hunter
both
is
Sheathipedes represent 3.
Yeah, I think he's trying to set this up so that he can get a 1-action kill at this point. Ooh, there's his. Ooh.
There's Finn again. But it's not enough to take out Sinta that has a total of 7.
Wow. He waited 1
7
action
HP.
too late.
Absolutely right. Well, the credit token is what allowed him to play it. And unfortunately, with that experience token on Sintikaz, dodges being taken out by Finn. But nevertheless, the stolen AT hauler got a shield token, which could be very relevant.
Yeah, that protects his big space play. So Hunter now 2 actions from a win here in game 1.
23-16 damage totals in favor of Hunter. And I'm not seeing an aggressive negotiation in Ray's hand to really change the math. Would be a massive swing with aggressive negotiations.
Now, I think I saw a ghost in Ray's hand, which if memory serves,
All right.
I'm trying to remember if it's a Sentinel or not. I think it is, or it comes in and acts as one. Yep, I think so.
So the ghost comes down, and it also gets Sentinel while it's upgraded. So one more action, and Ray can get it Sentinel. Oh, this is so close.
This is so
6
close.
damage for Ray. 1 HP remaining on Ray's base, but now Ray can give the experience token to the ghost with that Vel action ability. Credit token for Hunter, and now we've got a Sentinel on both sides of both arenas, and Rose Tico is going to be able to capture Sintikaz with the moral authority. The Sentinel in the ground arena wiped. Does Ray have another response? I believe he's only got 1 ready resource.
Yeah, he's only got 1 ready. He can flip out Vel, but it's not going to get him there.
Rose Tico has 6 HP. Arvel only deals 4. It's not enough to take care of Hunter's leader unit.
Yep.
What a game. There's the fist bump. Hunter takes game 1 with Rose Tico. You've got to love to see Rose Tico making a splash here in round 2.
Look at that. You know, I tell you, for me, the biggest grin I get watching that game is seeing moral authority. Because that is a card that I remember playing a lot of in limited Secrets of Power. I had one in my deck in the Milwaukee Limited event, and man, that was a very impactful card, and it tickles me pink just to see it here and making an impact in Premier play as well.
That's gross.
Definitely. I think that card is great, and it's a card that we've really been seeing splashed into a lot of these heroism decks
Yeah.
lately, because it's one of those things that allows some of these heroism decks to reach over into the space arena even and
Yeah.
capture one of those big space threats. So I
Big
think
time.
that it has that dual lane versatility of capturing something in the sky if you need it to, as well, as huge.
I cannot agree more. The ability to cross arenas with moral authority is arguably the best thing about it, right? Because you can just, your opponent's got a giant space threat or something. Being able to reach over and be like, nah, I'm going to hold on to this for you for a minute while we keep, smashing you in the face in the other arena or whatever. He said, let me borrow that for a second. You can have it back when you can earn it, that kind of thing. Really, really great. Really, really, really good card.
Now the question going into this next game is, does Ray have some serious space interaction? Of course, we saw the Ghost come down, which can be a great Space Sentinel once it is upgraded. But having access to Vigilance, we know that Ray will have access to some very good answers to the space arena. He could be running things like Hyperspace Disaster. There's even Direct Hit, which is a direct answer to a vehicle unit that doesn't have a leader on it, a non-leader vehicle unit. So I think there's definitely some options for Ray. We'll see if maybe he has those cards in his sideboard and can change the outcome here. But that space arena was pretty nasty in the opening game for Hunter.
Yeah, to me, the game 2 is going to be interesting to see how Ray sideboards into this match. Not knowing the deck, obviously, we have no idea what kind of space presence he has or doesn't have. But as you point out, lots of possibilities. So has he planned for this? And I feel like you have to. We've talked at several points of the stream over the course of the day, and I'm sure we'll hit it again. The pilot leaders, the space decks are so strong right now that if you're not playing in that arena yourself, you got to have a plan for how you're gonna, what are you gonna do when you sit down across from a Vader pilot or a Boba pilot, or even Rose Tico, for pity's sake, is not a pilot leader, but clearly a vehicle-centric, a primarily space arena-centric deck, as we see Hunter playing one here on the left-hand side of your screen. So, lots of options in red and blue. Does Ray have them, and can he draw them? That's the other thing. We talked in game 1, all the Sentinel opportunities that Jerry had open to him in his color wheel that we don't know. We have to assume some of those are in the deck, and both games didn't come up with them.
That's a great point. You do have to draw the answers and find that interaction. We'll see if Ray has it available here in this second game.
You can't make that one color.
But it's interesting, right? I think, like you said, Rose, not a pilot herself, but very space-centric and just allowing you to keep these space units in play with any type of damage. Base removal, Rose can allow you to potentially get extra value and keep those units in play for future rounds, which is very important.
You're good.
We'll see if that survivability pays off for Hunter here in the long run.
Thanks.
Quick mulligan, I believe, for both players, it looked like.
Yeah.
It was really bad. Mine was quite
They're both talking about how garbage their hands were.
Both agreed they had really bad hands. So.
Yeah. Like, well.
How many turns can we skip?
Luckily, the game offers you a free out for that, but you only get one.
Yes. All right, here we go. Let's hope for some better hands for both players and a banger of game 2. Ray with his back against the wall trying to force a game 3 here in round 2. I'm already seeing Hyperspace Disaster right away, Wes. So
really,
definitely have some space interaction here. Yeah, has the Ghost in hand as well. So some great space interaction as we get later into the game. Ray with the initiative, starting with the Chandrillan sponsor, which is going to put some Restore in the ground arena, and it's Fireball for Hunter, which is going to slowly start damaging itself, but that synergy with Rose can just start healing that damage off next turn.
Boy, that sponsor's a great early pull for Ray to be able to restore.
One of the big ways to counteract space, right? If you can just get in the ground arena, restore a lot of damage, you can mitigate big chunks of that damage. That's huge.
Yeah.
Here comes the Red Squadron X-Wing, and Ray is going to damage it to draw a card, so 2 damage dealt to the X-Wing. Ray draws. Hunter going into base for 3. That Chandrillan sponsor going to change the mass quickly. 2 damage to Hunter's base, restoring 2. It's 2-1 in favor of Ray. The damage healed with the Rose Tico action ability off of Fireball. And then is the Millennium Falcon get out and push coming out. The Millennium Falcon. If we see another Han Solo has his moments, that's what you want to be putting on that Falcon.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit extra power, and if Ray can possibly come up with a unit that Hunter decides he wants to just ambush out, he can possibly get it for free. Then again, with Rose as your leader, you don't necessarily cower away from space combat because you're going to be able to recover some of that HP.
Ray has the initiative. Early space unit for Ray here in game 2. Going to be charged.
Had to think through the iterations there.
Fortunately, even the experience token on that sponsor would have made a 3-4. It's not enough to get through that 5 HP on the perimeter ATRT. And with the initiative, Hunter goes 3 to base with the ATRT. There is the direct hit. Ray has it.
Wow.
Defeats a non-leader vehicle unit. Hunter's board wiped. Well, so far, this has been a very different game.
Very different game, and a great sideboard calls earlier, Josh. You were like, look at all these things he has access to, and yep, he's got them.
L3. Definitely need it. L337 coming down into the ground arena, a 3-3. Chandrillan sponsor gets in for 2, restoring 2 more damage. Nimble prowess again for Ray. Onto the Chandrillan sponsor will immediately exhaust Rose Tico. Back-to-back games, Rose deploys and is met with that nimble prowess. Bill Sartha gives an experience token to the Chandrillan sponsor, a credit token on Hunter's side.
And Hunter with the initiative, he has an opportunity to spend it before Ray can destroy it or steal it or something.
Access to plenty of ways to take care of credit tokens. Beguile will be played, spending that credit token. We look at Ray's hand, and the Chandrillan sponsor is going to be bounced back to Ray's hand. Good tempo play for Hunter as the ghost comes out
there.
Now the ghost not quite as effective this time around, not staring at a huge space arena. On Hunter's side, L3 puts another 3 damage on Ray's base. 5-4 damage totals in favor of Hunter. El Sartha is deployed. X-34 land speeder for Hunter. Choosing not to ambush here. Just another 2-3 threat in the ground arena.
2 cards in hand? 2 cards in hand.
Really good battle here as we head into firmly into the mid game, right? We're getting up to almost the 7 or 8 resource round here, so it's going to start to get real exciting one way or another soon.
Ray just decides to be aggressive, putting that experience token on Vel with that on attack, and another Beguile. That's huge. The ghost costs 6. Beguile can bounce a non-leader unit that costs 6 or less. Big tempo being gained by Hunter. He's evened up the damage race. It's 9 damage on each base, and Hunter has the position on board currently. But Vel Sartha can grow.
Hunter's now getting up to where with these colors, we might see a Liberty in this deck. Wouldn't that be interesting?
That's an excellent point. That is That's the kind of space bomb we want to see.
I mean, if you're Ray, that's horrifying. But I mean, if you're anybody, that's horrifying to see. But certainly not the kind of thing you want to see a 9/7 Sentinel that your leader can heal along the way if you decide to try and beat it up.
Well, here comes the first aggressive negotiations for Ray of this match. Vel will get another experience token, a credit token for Hunter, but Vel now a 6/9 in aggressive negotiations. Well, that added a lot of damage to that attack. It's 21 damage on Hunter's base.
It was a 12-point hit out of Vel there between the experience token and the aggressive negotiations.
Very Sheathapede coming out for Hunter. It's Karis Nemec for Ray. Now with just 9 HP remaining for Hunter, Vel Sartha, one more swing with a pump could close out the game.
Yeah, she's very close to lethal, all on her own.
Hunter says, let's still just race. All 3 units in the ground arena going to Ray's base. It's another aggressive negotiations. Back-to-back turns. Ray takes it. That's what we talked about at the start of this match. The aggressive negotiations is the big finishing play for this deck. Ray finds it in game 2.
There we go. So Ray showing us what his deck is designed to do here in game 2.
I'll show you after the game why.
Okay, cool. I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, we saw both players, I think, play out their game plans so far. Hunter and that space game plan in game 1 worked flawlessly, and then Ray able to stabilize the board early, draw up, build up a nice hand of cards, and then just throw down aggressive negotiations on your leader that just grows with every single attack.
I just need you to
and now it's all funneling to a deciding game 3.
I need you to stay in your lane.
Yeah, I did give you the false impression that I only had space units in game 1.
The conversation between these guys is great. They're like, yo, I need you to stay in your lane, but no, you're just everywhere.
That's true. He's my guy.
That's great.
He's not an aircraft carrier.
Too much fun. Too much fun.
Slam the ghost. I'm like, okay, cool.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. It was very different in game 2 because it was all space for Hunter in game 1, and then we saw multiple ground units coming out in game 2 for Hunter, and Ray is just thinking, what in the world is going on right now?
Yeah.
Don't like all my 2-drops.
One of my favorite things about Star Wars Unlimited, Josh, is the ability to take a leader like Rose and you go build something, whatever it is, and then when you sit down across from your opponent, their first reaction is they sit back with this look on their face that says, I have no idea what you're doing. And just that moment, anytime you can do that is one of the most entertaining things about kind of playing off-meta leaders and coming up with wacky builds on your own. And I love that about this game, the variety of leaders and the opportunities that affords you like that.
I do as well. I think it makes for exciting deck building, exciting games like we're witnessing here. And we talked a little bit about the all space for Hunter in game 1, and then it was a lot of ground in game 2. But the cool thing is Rose synergizes with all of them, right? As long as they're vehicles, she can still go over and heal the units in the ground arena as well. Doesn't matter. So love the synergy with Rose. She can prolong the life of those vehicle units regardless of the arena they're in.
Yeah, Rose doesn't care, and they've continued to print a small number of vehicle units that continually crop up in the ground arena. And I think a lot of folks, Rose, kind of one of the more overlooked leaders out of JTL, can absolutely, as Hunter's demonstrating, put that game text to good use, get good value out of them. I don't know how much did you play in pre-releases back during JTL, Josh?
I think yes. My son and I did go to a JTL pre-release.
Okay.
Yes.
So did you see anybody in that pre-release on Rose? Because that's probably the one place you might have seen her on a table before.
Once.
Yep.
I saw her once and I lost to it.
Okay, exactly. I think in limited play, in sealed and draft for JTL, Rose was very, very good. And chat's also pointing out an interesting point. Rose is a little bit of sneaky anti-Boba tech, right? Like in the sense of, okay, you're going to deal indirect damage. Great, I'll put it on my vehicles. Rose taps, and I your damage washes away. You know, that's my suspicion is Hunter has made a meta call with this deck, bringing this today, thinking he's going to see a lot of Boba Fett, and he's not wrong. And see how he does with it.
That's right.
That's great. You have to tech for those matchups that you're expecting to see the most, and this absolutely could be a very sneaky deck to kind of fly under the radar and see if we can take out the Bobas, because Boba is the most represented deck in the room. It was a little over 17% of the field, so there's definitely a chance for Hunter to run into one or two of those throughout Swiss and see if it pays off for him if he does.
For sure. Hunter a staple here in Central Texas. I think he's been at every single PQ we've run here in Austin, and I've seen him at some other events. I think he made it to Lubbock once. And he always seems to have some kind of deck that you just scratch your head and go, wait, what's happening right now?
That's great. Well, the main thing is it looks like both of these players are having a lot of fun. They're having a good time. And I think a lot of that goes into running a deck like this, because Ray has been a little bit perplexed and they're just having fun with, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but it's been a good time and you love to see this friendly banter.
All right, let's take a quick peek at resourcing decisions possibly here.
Got some early base units in hand for Ray, so we'll see if he goes for potentially getting some interaction in that space arena early.
All right, Hunter on the button. Here we go. Ray still thinking through that last resource.
Between these two players. Yeah, tough decision. Is the fireball start for Hunter, so it is space versus space as Ray playing down the black one.
You'll take a niche. Thinking.
And now it's really an interesting decision for Ray here, because you could use that action ability on Vel to get black one out of range to being taken out by that fireball.
Well, what is
Looks like that might be the line.
What is? Oh yeah, black one. Took me a minute. I was like, what card is this? Yeah.
1, 6, 4, 5.
And if black one gets that experience token, it essentially becomes a 4/4.
That's true. While it's upgraded, it gets that extra
real threat.
+1. Yeah, that's true. But I think he's also trying to think through some lines of, if I give you a credit token this quickly,
right?
What can I be staring at across?
What is the punishment? Yeah. What can 4 resources for you next turn? How are you going to punish me with that? And it looks like Ray has just decided to pass on that experience token for black one. Doesn't want Hunter holding on to the credit token early.
Right. I think we're about to see an interesting decision from Hunter here, right? Because is he going to try and base race this, or is he going to try and play a little bit of control? If he attacks the black one and trades here, I think that tells us something about his game plan.
Come on. He becomes an issue.
Yep.
He's going for the trade.
Yep. Doesn't want to let see that thing run away.
That's the 3/4. Okay, yeah.
Ray going to push in on space here in game 2. Red 5 coming out for Ray, and it's L337.
Man,
into the ground arena for Hunter.
So many JTL cards in these decks.
Yeah. Jump to light speed. Pretty good right now. A lot of great cards from Jump to Light Speed that are very relevant in our current Premier meta.
No, you're fine.
Ray will have the initiative once again.
Yeah, it's hard for me too.
Ray struggling with his resource decision here. Let's see if we can help him out, chat.
We'll see.
Ooh, he resourced to Cinta. Okay.
Just love to see these games playing out so differently so far.
Yeah.
throughout this match. Just going to be 3 to base, red 5 into Hunter's base, and then L337 returning the favor, 3 on each.
Frenemies, you know. I'll give you a credit.
Ooh.
Sure.
That red 5 growing, getting +1/+1 credit token on the other side, and now Jam Communications taking a look at Ray's hand,
No.
discarding an event here.
I didn't quite see what it was. I think it might have been an aggressive.
When a pilot tests his
Responds with
unit, you may
Karis
return
Nemec,
only
and
one
now
unit.
Razor Crest coming out for Hunter. Another one that Ray's like, wait a minute, what does this do again?
What does this card even do? It's another card.
Oh,
that
and right away puts the R2 on it.
Wow.
And that is going to bounce the red 5 back to Ray's hand. So good.
What a
Big
dirty
tempo.
combo. What a dirty combo. I love it.
That is really good when that pilot attached, able to bounce a unit, an exhausted unit that cost 4 or less. Because it was exhausted, that is what allowed Hunter to bounce it back. Otherwise, it would have only been 2 or less.
Right.
But there's no way that Ray saw that one coming.
No, I don't think so. Razor Crest is a card that I've seen on the table, like it finds its way into certain decks, but it's not a massively popular card. It's very yellow. It's very cunning with the way the bounce mechanic works on it. But you generally don't see a lot of it.
And here's what's interesting. That L3,
Red 5.
okay, so we're just going to trade here. So L3 and Karis are traded. We get the ready spy token. But the Razor Crest is a 4 power in the Space Arena. It's 4/6. Now the Millennium Falcon comes out as well.
A little different line there from Hunter, not choosing to deploy before he attacks here.
I'll give you a credit.
Ooh. We're going to pump up
Beefy
the
spy
spy.
It's fine.
Love to see it. Another credit token created on Hunter's side.
I disagree that it's fine.
Very interesting. That spy can hit for 3 now. And I know that Ray is holding on to a mastery, so I'm wondering if Ray is trying to set up holding Rose hostage here in that ground arena.
Maybe. That'd be a really expensive mastery to put it on a spy, but he could do it. Like, it's a thing. It could be done.
Fireball as well, so all space right now for Hunter. The spy just going to be aggressive, 3 to base, 6 damage on Hunter's base.
Ooh, he's trying to stall.
Very, very interesting. Using that action ability as a soft pass, no damage being healed. Now we see Hona coming out, that 4/3/5, a big threat in the ground arena. Those Tico deployed. Ray claims, and now we've got big damage coming through. 4 on the ground, 4 in the air. And it's 11 damage on Ray's base. 11-6 damage totals in favor of Hunter.
Space Arena's starting to get away from Ray here a little bit. I'm wondering, I know at one point we saw him draw into a hyperspace, but a hyperspace disaster, but I thought he had mulliganed to that hand.
Units getting in as well. What is coming? Is coming for Ray. Mastery onto Velsartha. That is a 7 power leader unit.
8 to base.
That is a big girl, a 7-10, or an 8 now because with the experience token, and now Hunter's looking at a 1 action loss in the ground arena.
22.
Wow, Vel with mastery changing everything. 1 swing with Vel, that is absolutely right, would close out this game. Ray could complete the comeback. And if we're looking at Hunter's side, he needs to deal 7, and he's not showing a way to do that in 1 action.
No, now Hunter has some outs. If he draws into a Han pilot here, he can pilot the Razor Crest and ambush right in, and that should do it. Yeah, that'd be 7 damage. But I think that might be the only out he's got.
Does Hunter find a way to either close the game in one action, or we know that Hunter also has ground sentinels. Something like the perimeter ATRT. Red 5 coming down for Ray in the space arena.
Same red 5 we saw
Hunter
earlier.
Just had to claim the initiative.
Got put back, and Ray had shown it to us earlier when Karis Nemec died, so we knew he kept it.
What does Hunter have for us? He's up in the damage race by 1, but Velsartha, leader unit, threatening lethal, 1 action.
A perimeter ATRT into the ground arena would also slow things down, possibly giving Hunter a way to get over the hump. It would buy him some time anyway.
You know what Hunter needs right now? A nimble prowess onto that Rose Tico.
He's okay.
There's the
That would be
perimeter ATRT.
Yep.
Now, there's still a problem, though. Hona can take out the Sentinel. That's exactly what we are going to see. Hona with Raid 2 takes out the Sentinel, restores 2 from Ray's base, and now we're right back to square one. Velsartha still threatening lethal.
Yeah, it's even worse. But now
he doesn't have it. Rose gets in, but then Vel was huge. That mastery coming down onto Velsartha leader unit really changed everything. That extra 6 damage that it allowed in those 2 turns was crucial for Ray.
Yeah, what's the ATR doing here? So the other one that was.
All right. Great match. Good round. Very nice. Very nice. All right.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
I didn't look at the timer. We don't have much time left, I don't think. Maybe about 10-ish minutes. Probably less than that, because the stream timer is always a little longer than the round timer because they give them some extra time, which they don't need. But the official stream timer is probably under 10 minutes at this point. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I know, Josh, earlier we had looked at the leader data. Is there anything else there that you want to see right now, or are you good to go?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think there's anything specific right now.
All right. Well, guys, let's take a short break, and we'll be back in a minute. I think the stream dropped again, but people will come back in a minute. We'll see you guys in about 10-ish minutes for round 3. Take a break, stretch your legs. Be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round 3 is about to begin. Josh, we have seen some interesting decks and matches, and we're only 2 rounds into this thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We saw Colonel Lauren facing off against Tobias in the first round, and then we saw Rose Tico out of all leaders last round. Rose Tico versus Velsartha. Unfortunately, Rose Tico fell just a little bit short, but it was still cool to see such a spicy off-meta leader.
So close. We're going to be bringing you guys a match now that's probably maybe a little more expected, or let's say anticipated, right? We got Boba Fett Lake Country, and we've got some Chewbacca Yellow. So I'm excited to see this. The Chewie deck is one that I've really been wanting to see because I think there's so many interesting lines in it. So let's take a look at this. Let's meet our players. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is going to be Justin. Justin, oh, I've got him backwards. Oh, I fail at life. All right, well, this is Justin. I'll get the names fixed in a minute. Justin down from Dallas. And then across from him is this is Jack. Jack's a local player out of Houston. And he's going to be our Chewbacca player in this match. So we'll do this for a minute while I get some other things corrected.
Sounds good. And correct me if I'm wrong, Wes, but we've seen both of these players on your stream before. I think Jack's also pretty familiar to me, right?
Yeah, Jack's definitely been a part of the streams out of Houston. I feel like a couple of PQs ago, maybe like set 5, he had a good run somewhere. After so many tournaments, they all kind of blend together after a while, but he's definitely been on stream before.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Definitely
Yeah.
looked familiar. So exciting to see a couple players that have had good success at the local PQs. Of course, Justin from the LXO team, Team LXO, taking down the Milwaukee Regional in the Premier format with Nick
Great. Yeah.
taking the trophy.
Great showing for them up in Milwaukee. Nick Gonzalez, another veteran of the stream here, right? He was out in Lubbock back in February working with that exact same deck that he won the regional with just a few weeks later.
Right. So definitely looking forward to seeing these two players show down. And you talked about Chewbacca, definitely a very interesting new leader. I think this is more or less the new go-to aggro deck of the format. And I think this deck reminds me the most of something like a Sabine Yellow that we were used to in the past. You have these this mix of space and ground units where you can put pressure in both lanes, and then of course Chewbacca himself puts great pressure on. But it's very interesting because you actually have to pay the resources to deploy Chewbacca, so it makes for some really interesting lines and interesting choices throughout those turns.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think it's a challenge, right? Managing Chewbacca's deploy turn, what you bring out with it, because you have to pay resources to bring him onto the board. It's not as simple. Like almost every other leader, you just, you have this many resources under your control, he enters the board. Chewbacca, you are required to pay those resources, or a mix of resources and credits.
Right.
And I also think that, understanding how to use his game text, his damage game text that burns one of your own resources and generates a credit for you in exchange, but deals damage to an opposing unit, is really interesting.
Justin with the initiative to start this game one. Allegiant General Pride is the opening play, and that is such a good play when you are going first. Having that initiative, the N1 Starfighter coming out for Jack, but as we go into this second turn, that on attack ability for General Pride, really, really good when you have the initiative, allowing you to deal that 2 indirect damage and just turn on Boba's indirect damage on the leader right away.
Yeah, it's going to be curious to see many of the Chewie decks that I've seen. Is that it's a Sudden Ferocity. Ooh.
Oh, he put Sudden Ferocity on General Pride.
Yeah.
And then Beguile blows out Justin there. A big play on Jack's side for a massive response. It was a lot of eggs put into that basket, and the Beguile is going to stop it.
Wow. So Justin's going into the 4 resource round with a clean board.
Huge play.
What I was going to mention was that a lot of the Chewbacca decks that I've seen tend to lean heavily into the space arena. So I'm going to be really curious to see if Jack's build follows that line because, Boba Fett pilot traditionally, leans into the space arena as you would expect for a pilot leader.
What a start here. Justin had the great unit for going first. Really tried to make Allegiant General Pride the best threat possible. And that's the thing. That's the risk you run against Cunning. They have great ways to exhaust. They have ways to bounce. And Justin definitely punished as we see the Cyril Karn coming out for Justin now. N1 Starfighter getting another 3 damage in, 6 damage dealt by that Starfighter over these last couple turns. Chewbacca is deployed as BT1, a pair of 2-cost units in the ground arena for Justin. And now Chewbacca. The question for Jack is, does he continue to be aggressive here, or does he potentially take out one of these threats? I think the play here is probably keep your foot on the gas.
I think so. He's got, I mean, he starts behind 4 HP just because of Justin's base choice. I don't think he can afford to slow down.
3 in hand, drawing 2, putting 1 down, 4 in hand.
That 5's going to bring Justin up to 11 damage on base. It does use that on attack trigger, defeating a resource, creating a credit token and 2 damage to Cyril Karn. Definitely not the start that Justin was looking for, but nevertheless, you do have Cyril Karn. You have that on attack trigger that could potentially take out the N1 Starfighter unless Jack discards a card from his hand, as long as Justin can disclose the 2 aggression, 1 villainy aspect icon. But with it being Boba Lake Country, there's a lot of aggression cards in this deck, so should be able to meet those requirements.
Oh, I don't think he's going to have a problem. I mean, there's literally no other colors in the deck that aren't red.
Yeah.
Ooh.
First action, aggressive negotiations. And it looks like he was going after Chewbacca and hoping to take it out with the on-attack trigger. But it's not enough. It's going to be 5 damage. He hit the Fett's Fire Spray, one of the few cards in the deck that doesn't have the aggression aspect icon. And Chewbacca lives.
Yeah, great play from Justin, but his deck kind of hosed him there. Oh.
And an aggressive negotiations back for Jack. He says, I can do it too. And Chewbacca is going to swing for 5 plus however many cards that were in Jack hands, up to
looks like 4, I think.
20, so 4 in hand. Unreal. The on attack trigger takes out Cyril Karn. We see the Special Forces TIE Fighter, but 20 damage on Justin's base. And Jack still has full control of the board with Chewbacca in play.
Now, Justin's flip is going to be really big in a minute, right? Because he's going to be able to clear Chewie. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, Jack realizing, Jack realizing he can't allow that to happen. Yep, well played.
Great line for Jack indeed. Don't let Justin have any units that he can deploy Boba onto and take advantage of that when deployed ability when you put Boba onto a vehicle unit when he's deployed as a pilot. Would be able to deal 4, but now no units in play. He's going to have to start with an IG-2000. That does clear out the Chewbacca leader unit and 1 damage to Millennium Falcon as well. Indirect damage from Boba. I believe that's the first time that Justin's been able to trigger Boba's indirect.
Yes, it is.
Very late in the game to see that for the first time. 1 damage, first damage dealt to Jack's base.
Jack left with a weird dilemma here, right? Because if he doesn't swing with the Falcon here, he's likely to lose it. I have to believe Justin is at least considering flipping out onto the exhausted ship just to deal the damage, although Boba could also just flip into the ground arena and swing to base. Yep.
Han Solo has his moments piloting the Falcon. +2, +3, you can attack right away. It's going to give an additional power to Millennium Falcon. He gets 1 additional power for each pilot on that unit.
But now,
so now the question is,
where's he attacking?
Right. Do you take the space threat away and don't allow Boba to deploy onto the IG-2000, or do you go to base for 6? That's the question. And he takes out IG, no damage back. Continuing to suffocate Justin's options in the space arena. Another Starfighter coming down. And Jack remains in control of this game 1.
A 7-resource round and a clean board for Boba. Rough. Now, imagine, Justin's had some bad luck here along the way, right? Jack having the beguile early and then missing on the BT1 trigger. I won't say backbreaking, but certainly impactful, to put it lightly.
Punishing one coming out. 1 damage to the Millennium Falcon and 1 indirect damage off the Boba trigger. That goes on to Jack's base, Mos Eisley. $14 HP left on that 34 HP Lake Country base that Justin is sporting.
Trying to get a sense of this H. It's 75 HP remaining on that Falcon. So Boba's flip won't clear it. Not alone.
Now Jack is going to be aggressive, going to base with the Falcon. That's 6 damage on, 8 HP remaining for Justin. Boba looks to be the play. Will deploy onto punishing one, 2 damage to the N1 Starfighter, 2 to the Falcon. Starfighter defeated. Now what does Jack do here? Still has resources available, but of course the punishing one set up to clear out the space arena if need be on the first action next turn.
You almost have to wonder if you're Jack, if you just consider claiming here, just to make sure you can get in that swing with the Falcon before it goes away. I mean, that would put Justin on only 2 HP remaining. If you can drop just a couple or 3 units out of your hand, then you have to be able to feel good about being able to close it out in 1 action on the following turn.
What an interesting situation Jack finds him in. Has been in control of this game.
I think he did claim
but
there.
Doesn't. Yep. Yeah, he just claimed wanting to get that damage in. And if he has any kind of other pump, if he had, say, another aggressive negotiations, it would just be game over. Not sure. Don't think he has a pump in hand. He has another Han Solo, but that would not work. All right, so here we go. 6 damage to base, 2 HP left for Justin. Justin desperately trying to stabilize here in game 1 after a horrible start, to say the least. 000 being played in the ground arena.
Just about everything that could go wrong for Justin in this game did go wrong.
It's not over just yet. Let's see what Jack has for us. Going to play blue ace. No ambush here. Just a 4/5 unit in the space arena. And importantly, both units now representing lethal.
No, I'm gonna kill the blue ace.
By pinging this one?
Yep.
Attacking and defeating blue ace. 1 more damage to the Falcon.
Ooh.
Oh, and there's Topple the Summit to take out the Millennium Falcon. 3 damage to each damaged unit. And Jack's board has been wiped. He only has 2 resources remaining, and he just claims.
Yeah.
Can Justin turn it around in game 1?
It shows you how strong the deck is, despite all of the setbacks that Justin has dealt with in this first game. Look at where we're at, right? Has he managed to stabilize on 2 HP? It's a very real possibility.
Because that's the interesting thing now, is these aggro, aggression, heroism decks, you don't have 4 cause I believe anymore. That's what you want, right? You want that direct damage that you could just finish the game, but you just don't have access to it. So, Jack's very likely going to
collateral damage might end this game, right? If Jack has them in the deck or he draws into one, but that's one of the only cards that he would have access to that would do that for him.
Yeah, the collateral damage would deal 2 and 2. That's a great call out.
Karis here, though, a huge threat, right? Because if you kill it, you give Jack lethal damage. And if you leave it alive, he has lethal damage.
Yeah, that's a great point. So punishing one, swinging for 7, 8 in total, damaging the Karis. The punishing one gets raid 1 for each damaged enemy unit. So it's 10 damage on Jack's base. Here is red 5. So now Jack has put 2 units in play that would close out the game. 000 attacking into Jack's base, putting an aggression card on the bottom of the deck. 5 damage to base, and Justin is halfway there with 15 damage on Jack's base. BD1 comes out as well, and will give red 5 +1 in Saboteur while BD1 is in play. Lots of units now on Jack's side.
Justin, I think, I was wondering if he was trying to think of a way that he could hold off. No, I was trying to think. It was like, can he hold off killing Karis until Jack claims? Because then the spy comes out ready, but Jack can't use it until the following round, and then maybe you have an opportunity to kill it. But with Justin's board completely exhausted, I'm not sure what he's got left in the tank here.
Yeah, I think Justin may have come to the end of the rope and might find himself down a game here in round 3 in Austin, Texas. Both of these players, as you mentioned, undefeated, looking to remain that way in their quest for the top 8. Here's Devastator. 4 indirect damage now will be dealt.
Well, no, but Justin gets to call it. So now he's got to think
through
very carefully where this damage is going to go.
I'll just go for this.
Ooh. Interesting.
All 4 to base.
A1 defeated to kill Nemec.
19 damage on base, and Chewbacca is going to blow up the Karis Nemec. A ready spy token. Jack had the aspects to disclose, and Justin scoops it up. Love the versatility there, that synergy with Chewbacca being able to take out the Karis. Just perfection.
Wow, what a hell of a game.
Literally, yeah, that's it.
Well, you can't say that Justin didn't give it everything he had.
Nope.
He was way behind the 8 ball on that one, but he came back and made it very interesting, and I think may have had Jack work up a little bit of a sweat there.
I mean, when your board's clear into the 7 resource round, that don't feel so good. But then, you know, Jack doing exactly what he needed to do there. He needed to repopulate it. He went a little wide, 2 or 3 units out there, make some threats, and that was exactly what he had to do in that moment. And then you put a tremendous amount of pressure back on Justin. How are you going to get out of this now, right? You've played a great game to survive this long. Now what? And, man, I can't wait for more of this game. I can't wait for more of this match. These guys are playing great.
That was excellent. That early beguile was really what set the stage for Jack in that game, just taking all the wind out of Justin's sails. And we'll see if Justin maybe tiptoes around beguile a little bit more in game 2, because that Allegiant General Pride is so good going first.
Yes.
And when you get it beguiled without even getting an attack in, that just feels glum, to say the least.
Yep. Yep, both players making some sideboard choices here. What I like about this matchup, right, is that, you know, both of these guys will have studied enough of the meta to come in today knowing that the deck they're sitting across from was something they were likely to see. So, you know, you have a game plan going in with your base deck. Now it's sideboard time. What is it you're going to bring in? What is it you're going to bring out? And then what is that, you know, how does that impact how you play, how you manage game 2? You know, Justin, obviously a veteran player with a lot of great teammates. I'm sure he's put a lot of work into prepping for this. And so, you know, what's his game plan versus what's Jack got cooking? So this is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the standout things for me in this particular matchup is you talked about it before the game really got going, and the fact that these Chewbacca decks really are heavy space. And so Jack has a lot of ways to really put a stranglehold in the space arena and make it a bit tougher for Justin to deploy that Boba freely and just completely wipe the board with something like Boba and to topple. It really makes makes Justin work a bit harder. So love to see this, and I think Jack and the play lines that he makes with the space units will probably ultimately determine how this outcome is going to end.
Absolutely. And it's an interesting dilemma for Justin across the table as well, right? Because the space arena is, probably where you would prefer to be. Clearly, you're not toothless in the ground arena. We saw BT1, we saw 000. But Chewbacca, for Jack in the ground arena is kind of one of his big early board pieces, taking the 4 resource round to put his leader into the ground arena, and then you've got to deal with it. Now, Justin had a brilliant plan to clear it with BT1 in an aggressive negotiations, and just and flubbed and missed the incredibly high chance to hit the card that literally any red card, and he finds one of the only non-red cards in the deck to clear that leader, and took 5 more damage because of it.
Oh yes, I see what you mean.
I think that's probably the best point following that first game, because generally these Boba Fett Lake Country decks are running maybe 5 to 6 cards that are just villainy. You've got
that many.
The TIE Bomber and Fett's Fire Spray, I think, are generally the only 2 ones. Maybe I'm forgetting something else, but it's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
The odds are very in your favor to hit an aggression aspect, and I think that was a really strong play, and it just didn't quite pan out for Justin. A little bit unlucky, because if you think about it, that extra 5 damage that Jack was able to get in with Chewie after that really made a big difference. Yes, it did.
Big difference, because now if you get to the late game and Justin's looking at 7 HP instead of 2, now it's Jack needs more than 1 unit to stick to the board in a single round to be able to push through enough damage. And it's not like Justin's deck was toothless. He had Jack down to 11 HP with only a couple of swings off that Boba on punishing 1. So, Justin can pile on damage pretty quickly here as well.
He absolutely can. We know how massive that punishing 1 is. You get 7 power alone when Boba Fett is deployed onto it, and then you start throwing around the damage to Jack's units, and that punishing 1 with Boba just grows into a real monster. Believe it was hitting for 8 or 9 there. And don't forget that Justin has his own aggressive negotiation, so you could also fire off that with that vehicle unit piloted by Boba and just potentially close out the game in 1 action.
Yeah, I feel like, for a long, long time, obviously the first couple of years of the game, Surprise Strike was kind of the big default pump you were used to seeing when people needed burst damage. That was the go-to card, because it worked basically in either arena, regardless of the target, regardless of what you had in your hand. You just played the card and bam, extra damage. Aggressive negotiations feels like it's basically filled that slot now, right? Again, it's not arena restricted, it's not unit restricted, it's just it's only as strong as the number of cards you have in your hand. But if you have even just 2 or 3 cards in your hand, it's roughly the equivalent of the old Surprise Strike, isn't it? And it has an incredibly high top end depending on the game you're playing and the match you're in.
Yeah, the aggressive negotiations, just the pure upside in that card. The ceiling is very, very high, and I think that is kind of the new pump that everybody has to keep in the back of their mind now.
Yeah.
And I think there's even arguments, right? I don't know if we're seeing it a lot, but there certainly has to be arguments made that that's a card that should even be going into some decks that are not running aggression to just try and close out the game at 5 resources, right? If you're winning the game, you don't mind paying 5.
Certainly not unrealistic at all.
So here we go. Game 2 is underway. Justin with the initiative. Cyril Karn, the opening play this time around. And it's Warrior of Clan Ordo coming out for Jack as Cyril goes 2 to base. And we will see the disclose effect. 2 damage would be dealt to the Warrior of Clan Ordo unless Jack discards a card. See what the option is here.
I feel like maybe you go ahead and eat this right now and maybe consider discarding the card later. Oh, no, he put the damage and then traded into Cyril. I see what he did.
There you go. Now, it was 1 indirect damage also dealt to Jack's base off the Boba triggered ability, but cleaning up the ground arena is Jack, and then we see 2 3-cost units. Justin all ground early once again here in game 2 with 000, and it's Jack going into space with red 5. That red 5 can have some good synergy with the Boba leader ability when you start passing out some damage. That on attack trigger, very relevant.
Justin got a tough resource decision to make here. He set aside something like either you're the likely. Okay, it's an Outer Rim Constable. He's going to hold on to that right now.
Ready? Yep.
Okay. I don't mind that one bit. We do know that there are upgrades on Jack's side. We saw the Han Solo has his moments early. We're going to play the Charged with Treason on Justin's side, disclosing 2 aggression aspects, 5 damage to red 5, and 1 indirect damage being dealt off that Boba triggered ability. Just like that, Jack has to restart.
Such a great card in a purely red deck. Like, are you going to be able to disclose 2 red? Well, gosh, do I have 2 cards in hand? Probably. I think we're okay here.
Charged with Treason has found very likely its best home in this Boba Fett late country build.
Absolutely. Jack now has a very tough line in front of him, right? He could spend the turn deploying his leader. That would be his turn. Or he can try to rebuild his board now that Justin has exhausted everything, and he opts for the leader.
Chewbacca has been deployed. 000 still in the ground arena ready for Justin. Justin is going to be aggressive here, putting an aggression card on the bottom of the deck. 5 damage to base.
I'll also go 5 to base, and I'll deal 2 to 0. Beating a credit for guy.
Just the race. Chewbacca 5 to base as well. 9 to 5, the damage totals in favor of Justin. And the on attack trigger from Chewbacca, 2 damage to 000 as Jack defeats one of his resources and creates that credit token.
Very different game 2 so far. No Beguile blowout, no miss on no miss on the BT1 trigger, and you can see already that the power of this Boba Lake Country stuff that has worked its way into the game.
Players going up to 5 resources, well, 4 resources for Jack. He defeated one of his own, but he does have the credit token to work with. Is Justin still holding on to the initiative here?
I'll go 4 here. I'll take back to 0.
It's going to be 4 damage into Chewbacca with 000.
And then I'll also just 1 direct.
I'll make that 2 to base, so it was at 9.
Jack putting both damage, one from 000 and one from Boba's indirect, onto his base.
I was at 9, and it went to 11. Is that right?
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yep.
11 damage on Jack's base.
No.
Now Chewbacca free to swing. 10 damage dealt so far by the Chewbacca leader unit. Shuttle ST-149. That's another one. That's another non-aggression card.
I was just about to point that out. I was just about to point that out. I think I'm not sure about the bombers. Oh, Commandeer.
Okay. Commandeer is going to take control of that shuttle and ready it. And that's going to be 3 more damage to Justin's base. And at the start of the regroup phase, it has bounced back to Justin's hands. So Justin is going into the flip turn once again. No space units in play.
Wow. Wouldn't have banked on that, right? Because Jack's only sitting on 4 resources. He had to use his credit token to do that. But then he also, and you've got a shield. Like, it's a 3/4 shielded. You don't think, oh, I'm not going to lose this thing this turn. And yet, Commandeer, one of the only cards in the game that had a way to pull that off.
Commandeer was such a huge tech piece when Django was huge in the meta, and now it has come back to be very real again with these space decks showing up. Boba is deployed into the ground arena, sent to Kaz, plotted out. Boba Fett unit attacking and defeating the Chewbacca leader unit. And now Jack left with his board clear and 2 big threats in Justin's ground arena.
What a great play by Justin. You forget, I mean, there's so many great tools that this Boba deck has. You almost forget that Cinta is one of them.
Absolutely. Of course, Topple the Summit's the real plot card that everyone talks about in this deck, but Sintakaz a very real threat as well. And taking away Jack's ability to deal 5 more damage with Chewbacca, important.
Justin having initiative the entire game so far has been really critical as well for the position that he's put himself in.
It's been extremely relevant. Jack faced with a bit of a dilemma here. And it's going to be Sabine Wren, the new 3-cost Sabine coming in, will ambush into Sintakaz.
Interesting.
Leaving Sinta with just 2 HP remaining. Clearly setting up for something here.
Yeah. Well, no, I was going to say Chewie can blow her up, but he can't because he's exhausted this turn, so it wouldn't be
Right,
till next turn.
not this turn. Yeah, that's a great point. But nevertheless, just 2 HP remaining on both of those units, so we know that Chewbacca's action ability can deal that 2 needed for Jack.
I think Justin just claimed there, and we went on to the next turn. Yeah, that seems to be what happened.
Justin with the initiative. Complete control of the board. And technically still ahead in the race. More damage on Justin's base, but he has 4 more HP to work with. And here comes aggressive negotiations with, I believe it was 6 cards in hand. Or was it 5 cards? One or the other. Looks like 10 damage on Jack's base, so maybe it was just 5. Okay.
I think it was 6 because Jack just reached over and grabbed a 10 spot and just slapped it on his base.
Okay, there we go. Big hit. Chewbacca taking out the Boba Fett leader unit with that action ability. It's the TIE Bomber for Justin in the space arena. 21 damage on Jack's base, just 9 HP remaining. Blue Ace is going to come in and ambush, but wait a minute. I think he has to ready the Sintakaz, doesn't he? Oh, no, he readies the TIE Bomber.
Exactly.
And then
he readied the TIE Bomber and then took it out.
Yep, absolutely. Ready, use the on-attack trigger, then ambush. So no harm, no foul. Don't ready a unit that will stick on the board. Red Squadron coming out. So another threat for Jack in the space arena.
Yeah, Red Squadron.
But as you mentioned, Justin just continues to hold the initiative. Sintakaz represents at least 5. I think he's got another aggressive negotiations.
Oh, does he have it? He might have exactly 4 other. He might have exactly it. 1, 2, 3. He's got it.
He's got it. That is lethal. 9 damage exactly. Justin back-to-back turns with aggressive negotiations. Deja vu. We've seen that already today with back-to-back turns in Game 2. Aggressive negotiations closing out a Game 2. We see it again, and Justin forcing a Game 3.
What a great match. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of it today. I think anytime we sit down with players who have red in their decks, we're going to be like, does he have it? Does he have it?
Wow. Great stuff. Been a very good match so far indeed. Looking forward to seeing another deciding Game 3 back-to-back rounds. We are treated to a Game 3. Definitely love that. It's kind of funny, Wes, because we go back, I think it was the last PQ. I think it was a Planetary Qualifier that I did with Tower. I was casting with Tower, and we had, I think, 6 or 7 straight matches. I think we went into the top 8 where we didn't have a Game 3, which was pretty wild. So love to see these early Game 3s and these matches going the distance.
Oh, yeah, it's way more fun.
Absolutely.
I'll fix that.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to do.
All right, both players getting ready, just looking through the decks one more time, maybe making some last-minute
This matchup is so weird.
changes here with the sideboard.
Yeah, sometimes you can just take too much damage from free flip. And be able to just weather the, I guess, AA end. It's going to happen.
Justin commenting on how strange this matchup is, and I'm kind of like, I'm not sure it's strange, but it sure as heck is fun to watch.
It has been fun to watch.
Hey, man, whatever
excited to see what these players have for us in game 3. And going into game 3, we should be seeing Jack start with the initiative for the first time in this match.
Actually, didn't he? I thought he start with it in game. I thought he'd start with it in game 1. Maybe I'm wrong. I've slept since then.
I think Justin did because he slammed down the Allegiant General Pride, and I was
You're right. You're
going
right.
on about
he
how
did.
good it was with the initiative.
Yep.
Yeah.
It just didn't feel that way because that Beguile blew Justin out so badly.
Right.
It didn't feel like he had initiative. That's what it's. That's what's
Right.
messing
Exactly. The advantage of the initiative was completely wiped away with Beguile for sure.
You need the force.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
You could play the Jedi student, whatever his name is. Yeah, it gives you the the Padawan.
Oh yeah.
Gives you the force.
Yeah.
And then you play Vanessa Return to.
Just listening to some more of the friendly banter between these guys.
That's fine.
Take a look at their opening hands.
Justin keeps leaning forward.
We've got a solid curve here, Jack's side.
Jack just a resource a blue ace there. I'm a little surprised to see that, but I guess he felt like he had something more important.
So here we go. Jack with the initiative. N1 Starfighter is the opening play. Cyril Karn the play for Justin. Back-to-back games opening with that Cyril Karn.
Not what you want to see if you're Jack, because Cyril can just chew up that N1 for free. Or force you to discard to keep it. Apologies.
Would definitely be forcing Jack into a tough decision early in this game. Now Jack does have the initiative, and at the very minimum, can make sure he gets in with that damage right away.
Justin still making a tough resource decision here. He's got a topple in his hand and a shuttle. Okay.
Topple is the call. N1 Starfighter opens up the damage in game 3. 3 damage to Lake Country, and here comes Cyril Karn in for 2, and Justin is going to be reaching for some cards disclosing the aspects needed: 2 aggression and 1 villainy. And Jack will discard a card to keep the N1 Starfighter in play and continue to push up in the air there with the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, Jack discarded a Commence the Festivities over there into his discard pile.
BT1 also joining the fray in the ground arena for Justin. Jack maintaining the initiative. Base versus ground early. We've seen it a few times already today.
Yeah, so far we're drag racing. Everybody in their lane. Nobody messing, but Jack has the opportunity to change that math this turn, depending on how he wants to work with Chewbacca here.
Yeah.
He has to be at least cautious of what almost hurt him in game 1, right? With Justin with the BT1 in the ground arena, the aggressive negotiations. He's got enough units that he can, do things for a little while, but sooner or later he's going to be forced to decide, am I going to deploy a unit or am I going to deploy my leader and risk Justin having a card that might one-shot him?
And 1 Starfighter in for 3. 6 damage on Justin's base. Justin, plenty of actions to take here. Starts with Cyril Karn. Will be another 2 damage to Jack's base, disclosing once again, showing the IG 2000 and the Allegiant General Pride.
2 damage. IG 2000 and
Where is Cyril's damage going, I wonder? Or is Jack?
Bringing Justin up to 11 damage. Jack has still left those resources open. Could absolutely still see Chewbacca here.
Yep.
Jack's lining up, taking out this IG-2000. The action ability used, dealing 2 damage to IG-2000. The credit created. Chewbacca leader unit is deployed. BT-1 dealing a total of 3 damage to Chewbacca. But now Jack is going to be aggressive, 5 damage to base.
Ooh.
And the on attack dealing another 2 to IG-2000. Space Arena cleared on Justin's side.
Yeah, but Jack's down to 2 resources and a credit before he resources a card. So only 4 resources available to Jack going into the next turn.
Will that matter for Jack? Is he going to be able to work around the minimal amount of resources? System Shock is going to defeat the R2-D2 upgrade and then deal 1 damage to the Falcon. The Falcon is defeated and indirect damage dealt to Jack's base.
I love that card. I'm glad it's starting to see more play. I think it's a really good card into those goofy little droid turrets that came out of Lawless Time, because you can just ditch the shield and burn it for 1, and just for a single card and a single resource, you can get those little 2/1 shielded droid turrets off the board.
It's not very nice, Wes. Those turrets, they're just trying.
Hey, if I'm playing aggro, I ain't about being nice. We about winning. We about going fast, baby. It's about the damage.
That's a great point. And back on Jack's side. See what he's got here.
I'm curious to see what he's thinking about.
Yeah, same here.
Ooh.
He's got the pumps, that's for sure.
He's got the.
But of course, aggressive, not really pumping a lot right now.
No, he's had to discard some cards to keep his units on the board and stuff. It's going to be a Han.
Solo piloting that N1 Starfighter, giving +2, +3, and attacking right away. So 5 more damage to Justin's base. The Shuttle ST-149 coming out for Justin. 3/4 shielded in space as Chewbacca appears to be lining up another big swing here. 5 more damage. And that is 31 damage.
26.
On Justin's base.
26.
I'm sorry. I have miscounted my 5s.
That's okay.
There are 5 dice there.
There are five fighters. You got it.
Definitely makes things a little bit better for Justin here. 2 damage dealt to Cyril Karn with that on attack trigger.
I just got an extra 1 from the extra credits.
Yeah, he blew up one of his
And
spent
Beguile
resources.
Bounces the shuttle.
Man. I think Justin was
Jack
shocked
has
that
just
he
done
could
such a good
afford
job
the
of
card.
keeping those space units off. Yeah.
Justin's like, how did you afford that? Well, I spent 2. I blew up one of the spent ones and made a credit token, so I had 2 credit tokens and one ready resource. Ooh, brutal. Now, Atopple the Summit here clears Chewbacca, but doesn't clear Han. And we know Justin has it. I'm pretty sure we saw Justin resource Atopple back in the second or third turn. So it's there if he wants it. It's available to him.
Boba just going to deploy to the ground arena. We will see Topple. That's going to clean up the other 2 units in the ground arena. 1 HP remaining on that N1 Starfighter. So Jack has the opening here.
26.
1 resource remaining available for Justin.
We know Jack has that aggressive negotiations, but by the time he plays it, I think he'll only be a +2 pump, which is only 7 damage out of that Han. It's not quite enough.
So close. We saw very similar plays in game 1 where Jack was so close and he really had to work to find that last little bit of damage.
Jack just claimed that.
He just claims. Oh, he's trying to set up a bigger aggressive negotiation.
He's trying to set up the aggressive negotiations. Yeah, that has to be it. Because if he can just sit on, he doesn't even have to resource. If he can just draw 2, he can pop it, and that will win him game 3. And he's got it.
He's got it. There it is. Aggressive negotiations will close it out. What a fantastic match. Jack takes it in game 3 over Justin. That was absolutely incredible. And Wes, you got to think about right there, if there was another system shock, right?
Oh,
That would have been big trouble.
That would have been big trouble.
It was risky. It was risky.
I think, Jack. I mean, let's be honest. You likened Chewy Yellow earlier in the commentary to the old Sabine decks, right? Sabine Yellow, for example. Those decks are very much, look, I have one job. My job is to outrace you, and if you have the ways to stop me, well, then what am I going to do, right? And I think Jack found himself in that position. Like, this is the play for me. This is the right play for me. And if you have a way to end it, then you have a way to end it. And Justin didn't have it in his hand. Oh, I got the score backwards, but whatever. Jack wins the match.
Absolutely. That was great. So Jack moving to 3-0 on the day, 2-1 for Justin, but still 3 more rounds of Swiss to play, and still plenty of time for Justin to get some more wins and find himself in the top cut. But a great start for Jack and Chewbacca.
What a great match. I'm so glad we cast that one. I almost shied away from looking at Boba this early in the day, right? I was like, do we really, we're going to see more Boba. Do we really want to see him now? Yeah. But when I saw Justin, and I had just spoken to Jack in between rounds, he apparently had a great match with against Luna, another one of our local Houston players who was on stream way back in Lubbock in round 1. And it was like, we had such a great match. And I was like, And so I saw that match. I was like, I think this is it. And, man, we were well rewarded. That was a great match.
That was fantastic. 2 players playing at a very high level. And we had some very explosive plays both ways throughout that match. And it was a thriller. That's for sure.
That was a great game. Okay, let's see. How much time have we got left in the round? Survey says probably about 5 to 6 minutes or so. So let's take a quick break. Guys, get up, stretch your legs, get something to drink, hit the head, whatever, and we'll be back in, I'm going to guess, probably about, I'd say maybe about 10 minutes or so. We should be ready for the next round. No lunch breaks here today. We are going straight through. Just to give you a quick look, because we are only on 6 rounds today, we should be looking at I got some things to do over here, but that's the schedule.
Okay.
That's my guesses. Those times are guesstimates, but that's probably where we should land for the rest of the day, if you want to have a curiosity about that. So in the meantime, we will see you guys back here in just a few minutes. That one. What's up, everybody? Raptor here. Thanks for joining us today in Austin, and hope you're enjoying our coverage of the event. I wanted to hit you up with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 2 weeks from today, Saturday, April 25th, we're going to be much closer to home up in Conroe, Texas, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier held at Cards and Comics Connection. The store is shooting for, I think, an 11:30 a.m., 16:30 UTC start time. The QR code on your screen right now is going to help you set a reminder for the stream, so click that, have a look, and be back then. We're going to get a short break before hitting the gas pedal in the back half of May. We're going to be at Board Game Peddler in Biloxi, Mississippi on Saturday, 16 May for their premier Planetary Qualifier. A week later, on Saturday, 23 May, I'll be just a few minutes from the house here in Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier held here at Dragon's Lair. And we're going to cap out the month, as well as the entire Set 7 PQ season, by road tripping one last time up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier that's being held at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ, new venue for me. I'm excited to go scope those guys out, and I hope you'll tune in for all of that. So only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Lactate Championships in July. Thanks for being here today. I hope you'll join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4 just about to begin. Josh, we have seen some really good matches to this point.
Yes, I totally agree with you. That last match was probably my favorite so far. It was just so close one way or the other, and love to see the game 3s. We've been treated to back-to-back matches going the distance, and we've seen some real fireworks. So love what we've seen so far, and Boba, the most represented deck, falls to Chewy last round. So Chewy, maybe Chewbacca can be the spoiler here today.
Indeed. All right, our round 4 players are getting set. Let's meet them real quick. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is Owen. Owen is, oh yeah, I pushed a button. That's all right. Owen is from New Braunfels, just south of Austin here. He was actually playing Obi-Wan last time we were in town. He is playing Obi-Wan today. Sitting across from him, Garrett. He of the most glorious hair in the tournament field today. Garrett is a previous PQ winner here in Austin, I believe way back when. Might have been the very first Austin PQ, I think back in set 3. Memory serves, he was playing Kira Green. I don't remember that, but it was some kind of control, some kind of blue-green villain control shell that he won way back when. So there's our matchup. Okay. Well, clearly the score didn't update, but yeah, we're 0-0.
But nevertheless, both players 2-1, correct,
Indeed.
Coming into this match. So important game here for both players, because dropping to X2 here would probably eliminate their chances from making the top cut. So a big match here for both of these players to remain at X1. Try and keep their hopes alive here in Austin. Vel Sartha, we saw Vel earlier today paired with Aggression. This time Vel being paired with Command and Data Vault, so 33 HP. And then on the other side, Obi-Wan Kenobi paired with Vergence Temple, so only 25 HP. But running the Vergence Temple just creates such explosive possibilities with that opening of Jedi Consular getting the Force, and then on that second turn you could use that Consular right away to throw down a 5-cost unit, and that can be pretty big anytime.
All right, I'll let the judge know to let him go, so there we go. They'll be underway here in a moment.
Tab 2 here?
I haven't updated the screen. I'm behind the times.
It's a whole heck of a lot of sense. I'll claim.
Here it is. Game 1 is underway, and it is the Jedi Consular start for Justin.
Sorry.
Or for Owen.
That's
Sorry,
Owen.
Owen.
No, I got it right now. That was my bad. I was fixing it.
Nope, we're good. Yeah, I remembered right after I said it. I'm like, wait a second. Owen, Owen on the left, Garrett on the right. Owen throwing down that Jedi Consular early. It's the Leppy Lookout for Garrett. But now Garrett is just deciding whether or not he wants to buff up the Leppy with an experience token, and he is going to pass on that, not wanting to give the credit to Owen, because we're already going to have a big unit possibly coming out.
I was going to say, I don't think you want to give the guys that are trying to discount things even more money to spend on their discount here as we head into round 2.
So Vergence Temple, when the regroup phase starts, if you have a unit with 4 more remaining HP, you get the Force. So generating the Force here. And it looks like we are going to use it right away with the Jedi Consular. And that is going to mean the next unit costs 2 less to play. So Blue Leader only costs 1. And with those 2 extra resources, Owen is going to buff up the Blue Leader and move it to the ground arena. So a 5-5 in the ground arena on turn 2.
Notably, no ambush there for Owen's Blue Leader. He just played it natively out of hand.
Okay.
And then Garrett takes the opportunity.
The Consular.
Makes a lot of sense.
Pop the shield. And then I'll play.
Garrett making the Leppy Lookout a little bigger. Credit token given to Owen. The Leppy Lookout taking out the Jedi Consular. And now that Centicaz comes out as well. So even though you have the early Blue Leader for Owen, Garrett has quite a beefy ground arena. And that Centa will be a problem if it gets upgraded.
Well, with the Consular gone, Garrett might feel a little more charitable about handing out money. So we'll see. I say might because we know how Obi wants to function.
And it is going to be 5 damage going into Garrett's base. The Force was generated once again for Owen, having the Blue Leader in play. during the regroup phase. Into Kaz goes 3 Divergence Temple, 5-3 the damage totals.
Yeah. Owen's starting 8 health behind in this matchup. Means he has an extraordinarily large mountain to climb. Especially, you know, blue-green villain. We saw so many amazing blue-green villain shells at the end of by the end of set 6, right? Yoda was everywhere. A really strong deck. I don't feel like, I mean, it lost things, yes, but did it lose crazy things? Possibly not.
Now the blinged out Shatter Point for Owen is going to take out the Leppy Lookout, defeating a non-leader unit with 3 or less remaining HP, not having to use the Force.
Oh, yeah, he didn't.
As Ezra comes out. Ezra's a pretty good statted unit, 4/5, has raid 1, so very good offensively, will swing for 5. And now Vel's going to buff up the Ezra, so that's going to be a 5/6. For Garrett now. Senta still remains as a 3/5, and Owen has the initiative, and right now has just ignored the Senta Kaz. We'll see if he continues to do so.
Well, I mean, he's allowed to. She's not a Sentinel yet.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
One of the things about these Obi decks, you know, you're playing a blue-green shell. You're trying to outvalue your opponent by playing bigger stuff earlier than he expects to see it. But you're still playing with a 25 HP base. Haymaker. But so...
Haymaker is good. This is
yes.
great. So +1, an experience token to blue leader, and 6 total damage. So that unit, the blue leader, dealing damage equal to its power to Ezra. So the buffed up Ezra is wiped. And that is a massive play, as now the blue leader has enough power to get through a buffed up Senta if Garrett was to make that line of play.
Yeah, it would cost a big chunk of blue leader's HP, but he could knock off the Senta in one hit. And this is Obi's flip turn. Don't forget that we're going to see him in a little bit as well.
Garrett just trying to piece through this puzzle that's been presented, and passing back over to Owen.
Interesting.
So blue leader getting in for 6. It's 11 damage on Garrett's base. Blue leader has been the lone agitator so far to Garrett's base. Garrett was waiting out the blue leader attack, then pumping up the Senta Kaz with the Vel.
Yep. Ooh.
Strong play after Obi-Wan. Leader unit is deployed. Terramin Barcona defeating that credit that Garrett just gave Owen, and an experience token given to both of Garrett's units. As we see Yoda's lightsaber being played onto Obi-Wan Kenobi, using the Force, healing the base.
You're hitting for 6, right?
And Senta is going to remain alive here with 7 HP.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Just 1 HP remaining, but that extra experience token, massive.
Made a big deal. Yeah, made a big difference there.
Let me think here.
The Obi-Wan Kenobi only had 6 total power with the lightsaber.
Yeah, Garrett deciding, I think, there whether to claim or swing with Senta, and he's opting to claim. That Yoda's lightsaber, a really strong play here for Owen as well, right? Able to heal just that little bit of dribbling damage that his base had taken and buff up his leader into a 6/7 in a single swoop. Chat pointing out that...
Kaz.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that Senta Kaz has become a real problem.
Chat
just
agrees
kind
with
of
you.
Waited, and now it's a problem.
They were just pointing out that not killing that Senta earlier in the game may come back to bite Owen here. It feels like we might have arrived at that moment.
Let's kill Obi-Wan.
Terramin on Garrett's side. The Terramin unit attacking and defeating the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader, and will have 1 HP.
He does live.
Remaining
wow.
7 total. That's so good.
Yeah, for some reason I thought he was a 4/5, but he's not. He's a 4/6.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and crash into Senta M10-5.
Terriman pairing so well with Vel, being able to make sure we have that credit to defeat. As now the Centicaz is going to be attacked and defeated by the blue leader unit, but blue leader just 1 HP remaining. And Vel Sartha has not been deployed. Here comes Vel.
Senta, Vel, they're all the same.
You know, it's funny. We don't talk. We see Vel paired with red so commonly. We talk about Arvel. It feels like Terriman kind of gets overshadowed in all of that. But I love that the designers in this set gave Vel her allies, like historically from the show, her thematic allies around her in different color pairings, kind of allowing her to do, you know, a variety of things.
Yeah, I love that synergy. Really great being able to buff up your own units and make sure your opponent has a credit for Terriman to defeat. Now, Centicaz coming out for Owen. But right now, with Obi-Wan Kenobi having been defeated, this phase is exhausted, so Owen unable to give it Sentinel currently. Vel Sartha leader unit attacking into Vergent's Temple, getting an experience token on attack, so 5 damage to Vergent's Temple, credit token for Owen.
So Garrett has all his resources available. He's just got tough choices to make about what he's going to put on the board.
You claimed, correct?
Comes little Han, the new Han Solo.
Ooh.
And another Leppy lookout. Lots of shielded units and an Axe Woves. 3 shielded units back to back to back for Garrett. What a ground arena.
Wow. Nobody wants to see some of that shenanigans either.
No. Great synergy with Axe and Vel. Of course, Axe Woves gets bigger with every upgrade that is on it. So the experience tokens would essentially give Axe +2/+2.
Go ahead and hit your base here for 6.
Okay.
Garrett will soak up another 6 from Blue Leader. Blue Leader has done a ton of damage in this game. But at this point in a racing situation, I think that favors Garrett.
Feels like we're racing, and Garrett's got way more on the board here. Owen spending 4. Ooh.
Lando Calrissian, the new Lando. That is a 4/5 Sentinel unit that is tough to break through because the attackers get -1 power.
Oh, she doesn't have it. She doesn't have Sentinel yet. Oh. Okay, we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's everything. Owen has 1 Sentinel on the board with Lando.
We'll kill Lando.
Okay.
Lost and Forgotten will take out the Lando Sentinel unit. And 3 damage healed from Garrett's base as well. That's exactly what we needed for that big Sentinel.
But Owen's still in a position where he can spend his Force token and make Senta a Sentinel as well. And, again, continue to slow Garrett down a little bit here.
I'm going to go ahead and hit your base for 3.
Interesting. Okay.
So you just flip that back to
Attacking base with Senta means Senta's still not upgraded, so no Sentinel. Brings Garrett back up to 17 damage on Data Vault, but Garrett still has 4 ready units in the ground arena. 3 of them have shield tokens. I mean, if Garrett wants to, he could completely clear up Owen's board.
5.
Kill Senta.
Ooh, now Garrett's going to get rid of Senta. I'd be like, you know what? You kind of hosed. I hosed you by leaving her alive. I'm not making the same mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Senta just becomes a real problem if she is buffed up.
So,
should be a very large Sentinel that you have to get through.
8 or 9 here.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yep, 10. There it is. Woof.
Yep.
Wow, that is a big swing. 20 damage on Owen's base. 5 HP remaining, and Garrett, he's got lethal in play with multiple units on his side of the board. Owen has to throw down a Sentinel here. I'm pretty sure this game is just over with the first action.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked Garrett's play there to get rid of Cinta. I feel like I would have gone ahead and sentineled her up quicker than Owen did, but, you know, that's just me. I don't know if that line would have mattered in this particular ground arena.
Oh, he's got Yoda.
Ooh,
So
yes, he
Yoda
does.
using the Force, healing 5 from base, and we can deal a total of 4 damage. So the 4 damage dealt to Terriman here. Terriman will be defeated.
Okay, cool.
And now Garrett does not have Owen in check with 1 action.
Let's go 5 to base. And we'll do an experience here. You get a credit token.
Well, putting another 5 damage on Owen's base, 5 HP
Cool.
remaining. And the Axe Woves is just huge at this point.
Yeah,
Gets another experience token.
Each one of those experience tokens is a +2/+2, basically. So Axe is a 7/7 shielded right now.
Yeah, we can go ahead and go to game two.
Owen's like, okay, we can scoop this one
There
up
it
now.
is. That's going to do it. Garrett victorious in the opening game. That Sintakaz really played a very big role for Garrett. We'll see if Owen is a little bit more aggressive to take Cinta off the board moving forward in this match.
Well, while these guys go hit their sideboards, we can come back here for a minute and just let them cook off camera. This is the first time I've actually seen one of these OB Vergence Temple decks kind of in the field. I've not run into it locally. I've heard a lot of rumblings about it. I've watched a little bit of videos on YouTube. Josh, have you seen one on the table, or have you played one yourself?
Very little. I think the big draw, or the main draw to the Vergence Temple, is the explosiveness with the Jedi Consular early.
Right.
Just being able to generate the Force on the opening turn without having to attack, and then being able to use the Consular right away on turn 2. It gives one of the more explosive starts in the format because you can play that 5-cost unit on turn 2. The problem is if your opponent can overcome that, or you just don't draw Jedi Consular and you don't have that explosive start, you are down on HP. So this Vergence Temple version feels a lot more high-rolly than the version that we've started to see since last weekend, just running the 20 HP Force base, where you have the extra HP, and it just feels a little bit more consistent.
Yeah. I got to say, I've not seen Vel Green either, but I really like what I've seen out of Garrett's deck so far.
Do I?
Right? I feel like the Terriman Barcona is probably one of the more overlooked uncommons out of the set, and obviously plays really well into the deck. And then, you've got 33 HP to work with. You've got all the various tools that blue and green offer you. You know, we saw Lost and Forgotten, an amazingly good card. So, yeah, I kind of want to look at this deck list now. I think I like this. For me, I think I like this version of Vel better than the red ones that I've seen.
It definitely feels like this version can fight a lot more effectively, right? I mean, there's, I think, just larger units in general, and then you have so many shielded units. We saw those come out in the opening game. So the ability to buff up these shielded units really creates some high leverage in the ground arena. I don't think we saw many space plays from Garrett. I don't know if we saw any space units in the first game. So
I don't believe we did. No, and Owen, the only one we saw to Owen, he was the blue leader that he moved into the ground arena.
Right. Yep. Yeah, you're exactly right. So it feels like this deck can probably leverage combat very well, especially in the ground arena. And then, of course, you get things like Blue Leader in command, which we love. And we didn't see it from Garrett, but Blue Leader, one of the most versatile units in the game. So love to have access to that as we get started in game 2. Owen not going to miss that Jedi Consular on the opening turn. And it's deja vu as Garrett plays Leppy Lookout. So an identical turn 1 for both players. And it's the Force generated early off of Vergence Temple for Owen. And we'll see what kind of big explosive play we have here with the possibility of that action ability on the consular.
Trying to get a sense of what he's got over there. I'm seeing a Yaddle. That's not really something that you're going to be excited about in terms of using your cheap token on, probably.
Okay, so we're going to ramp essentially into an Itinerant Warrior here on turn 2. So getting a 4/4 shielded unit on the board on turn 2. Not too shabby. There is the thorn and the flesh of Owen once again. Sent to Kaz back out.
So far, Garrett's line in this game, it looks eerily similar to game 1, doesn't it?
Yes, it absolutely does. And Owen just claims we'll see the Versed.
Owen actually
Sartha activated ability.
Owen didn't claim. Owen passed there because he was.
Oh, did he?
Waiting.
Okay, thank you.
He was waiting to see if Garrett was going to make the token because he's going to spend an efficient use of his resources here.
Oh, he's putting the Yoda's lightsaber onto the Jedi Consular, so the Consular now will be a 4/5. Leppy Lookout going to put some damage on the Consular, losing the shield token.
Yeah, putting the experience on Cinta to make her a Sentinel means that the Leppy can still hit for 3, but loses the shield.
Once again, the Vergence Temple doing its thing. Having the unit with 4 more remaining HP, the Itinerant Warrior generating the force again.
I think Garrett chose a different line this time, going ahead and putting the token on Cinta, and I like it because that Cinta now really kind of thwarts both of Owen's potential plays this turn. Owen realizing that that has now stymied him, and he's gonna have to figure that out.
Kaz with Sentinel a problem, but the tree remembers will clean Kaz up, losing all abilities. It costs 3 or less, so Kaz unit is defeated. And now it is Captain Typho, so Garrett follows up with another Sentinel unit in the ground arena. This one a little bit smaller currently.
Yeah, this is something else these blue-green hero decks can do to you, is just these endless trains of Sentinels. Typho here on the board, and the Lando Calrissian we saw earlier, arguably 2 of the best Sentinels in the game right now, and both in hero.
Now, we didn't see this early from Owen in game 1, but we see it used very well here. The force is used. +1/+1 for the Warrior, and Vel's going to do the same. +1/+1 onto Captain Typho.
Typho.
Yeah, Typho does have Sentinel.
All good.
Owen keeps forgetting, because we had that little one-upsmanship, right? Owen's like, okay, I'm going to make my guy big enough to kill her Sentinel. And Garrett's like, all right, I'm going to make my Sentinel bigger.
5.
Itinerant Warrior does slam into the Captain Typho unit. Typho will survive with 1 HP remaining.
We'll go 3 minutes.
And now the Leppy Lookout going to base.
I'm a little surprised by that. I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with it. I'm a little surprised by it. I think I would have gone ahead and crashed into the Jedi Consular there. The Lookout still has Overwhelm. You still would have gotten through a little bit of base damage. Just 1 instead of 3. But you would have at least gotten that guy off the board and not had to deal with the possibility of Owen finding something particularly unfortunate on this forthcoming turn, like a Kelleran Beck or something.
Now Owen with the initiative has the force once again thanks to Vergence Temple. Jedi Consular still in play. We're going to use the force, playing a unit. It will cost 2 less. What do we have? You called Kelleran Beck. Is that the line of play? What is it going to be? It is Kelleran Beck, the sabered hand. And now Owen is going digging the top 7 cards, looking for a unit, and he'll play it. And it will cost 3 less. We'll see what he finds.
Another Itinerant Warrior.
Wow.
Now he doesn't have a force token. He used his force token to get Keller on the board, so no healing, but another 4/4 shielded is absolutely no joke right now. That is a hell of a ground arena that Owen has built.
pretty solid action there for Owen. We get 11-11 in stats there in one action. It's pretty
in
good.
One action. I feel like that's okay. I feel like we did all right there.
Yeah. Totally fine. Captain Typho attacking Virgins Temple for a total of 5, and now the original Itinerant Warrior going to trade with Captain Typho.
This is
Now
Obi-Wan's
left with just the Leppy Lookout.
This is Obi-Wan's flip turn as well, so Owen is not done yet.
Not at all. That's a great point. Leppy Lookout going to put another 3 damage on Virgins Temple. 11 damage on 14 HP remaining for Owen. And there are multiple units in play on Owen's side that do not have an experience token. So Obi-Wan's on attack ability relevant. Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit is deployed. What does Garrett have in response? He has some ready resources. Does he have another Sentinel here? He does. Lando Calrissian coming out for Garrett. Creating another roadblock. And Owen just claiming.
Garrett's 3rd Sentinel of the game. It's just like, how many, is he just going to, every time he plays, he just plays another one, Garrett kind of wondering about the math now of, okay, if I give you a token, you're going to end up with another force token, you're going to have all your resources available, what could you windmill slam on me? Like, how bad could it really be?
You make your credit.
He's like, I don't really care. Let's just find out.
There you go. So Leppy Lookout getting the experience token of credit for Owen. You talked a little bit about how good the blue-green heroism decks were in the set 6 meta, the Secrets of Power meta. And there were a lot of Sentinels. And we're still seeing it here for Garrett in this same mid-range style blue-green heroism build. And Owen with the initiative has a massive ground arena, but does have to get through Lando first, and he's going to do that with a Shatter Point, using the Force, defeating Lando Calrissian. Leppy swinging to base for 4, but this ground arena is terrifying on Owen's side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a big turn here for Owen and for Garrett. Owen has so much damage he can pour into the base here. He's going to go ahead and clear the lookout.
Going to start finally passing out some experience tokens with that on attack ability. The Itinerant Warrior shielded at a 5/5 now. Garrett, 6 resources. Velsartha has not deployed.
Well, as long as Keller and Beck is ready, I'm betting that Velsartha stays right where she is.
Yeah, that Keller and Beck is a big problem.
Oh.
Has just the right amount of power.
Yeah, Garrett's going to pass here, I think, and wait for Owen to spend some things here.
Hey, look at there. It's a space unit. Sabine's masterpiece for
Seems
Owen.
good. Seems pretty good.
Yeah,
the ability to heal your base and hand out more experience tokens as you go. Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Now Ezra Bridger for Garrett, and that does not have any kind of immediate impact on the board. So Owen going to clean it up right away.
That Itinerant Warrior should have some
the
damage
Itinerant
on it,
Warrior. Shield token. I believe it had the shield
You're
token.
right,
still.
he had a shield token. That's what I get for looking away.
No, it's all good. 4 damage to Data Vault and a pass, and Owen says, I'll just claim.
Yeah. Yeah. Owen knows as long as he has an upright, ready Keller and Beck that Garrett's going to be very, very uninterested in deploying his leader.
And at this point, like you said, that Sabine's masterpiece can heal 2 from base and give out an experience token. I'm totally fine just using that as my first action. Like, let's start healing. There's nothing in the space arena. Keep my ground ready to go because we know that most of the threats that Garrett wants to play is in the ground arena.
Well, and we haven't talked about it yet, but I've been taking a peek and cheating a little bit, and Owen also still has a Yoda in his hand. So,
oh my goodness,
it can only get worse from here, right?
3 damage into Data Vault with Obi-Wan Kenobi. An experience token given to the Sabine Masterpiece. Sintikaz comes down. This could get Sentinel in one more action. Let's see if Owen wants to get it out of play immediately. And he does. The 5/5 Itinerant Warrior taking out the Sintikaz unit. Another Sentinel, Captain Typho.
This is just silly now.
Yeah, he's got Sentinels for days.
It's like the 6th one he's played.
Now Sabine's Masterpiece. Open up in the sky. 4 damage to Garrett's base. Healing 2 from Owen's base. And where does the experience token go? Looks like the Consular.
I think he puts it on
target.
I think if he puts it on the Consular, because the Consular can then trade into Typho. Now Vel can come out. Yeah, the Sentinel sticking allows Vel to hit the board. Because now he has to take the time to kill Typho first.
Trade into Typho?
Is what he will do. Jedi Consular
So 5. So
No, yeah. Okay, they do. Sorry.
going to trade with the Captain Typho. Both units defeated. Vel going to attack in for 5, getting the experience token on attack. 18 damage on Owen's base. And now, importantly, with 8 HP for Vel, the Kelleran can't take care of it in one action.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm willing to bet you that Yoda can.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you talked about Yoda, and I had already forgot. Force used, 5 damage healed from Owen's base, and that is a total of 10 damage being dealt to Velsartha, and Garrett says, no more. Let's go to game 3.
Garrett's like, yep, not getting out of this one. Let's just let's hang it up and move on. If he'd gotten Vel to stick around a little while, I think he had a really good opportunity to maybe get back in that game. But man, losing those turns, not being able to get his leader onto the board because Keller and Beck came out so early, that hurts. That hurts.
Absolutely. Well, Owen has been able to show us the strength of Virgint's Temple, being able to generate the Force right away on turn 1, both games, finding the Jedi Consular. We'll see if he can do it in 3 straight games, because while it wasn't the biggest threat, the Itinerant Warrior on turn 2, that 4/4 shielded right away that was able to get bigger with the experience token, really did go a long way for Owen.
I'm going to do a couple shuffles if that's okay.
Yeah, it really does. You can, because then he sticks to the board, right? He's got the shielded. You don't really need the heal early. Maybe you use it, maybe you don't. Actually, no, you don't, because you probably used this Force token to get him onto the board. But then because he sticks, you're giving Obi an opportunity to buff him. Now, I think one of the interesting dilemmas you have in playing the lines in that Obi-Wan deck, particularly the Virgint's Temple version, is, you only get 1 Force token around. That's it. That's all you're ever going to get. So you have to make a very conscious, deliberate decision of, am I going to use my leader to buff it, or am I going to do I have another use for this thing? Am I going to use the console, or do I need to save it for the possible Yoda play later in the game? Those kinds of things. It's a very different style than we typically see out of the Force bases, where it's like, well, every time I swing with the Force unit, I get a Force token. I don't have to really worry about it. As long as I can keep a Force unit on the board, we're good. But Virgin's Temple, very different.
And now in game 3, for the first time in this match, Garrett is going to start with the initiative. Let Me Lookout's been the go-to for Garrett early. See if that changes up here in this particular game. Of course, with Data Vault, the 10 extra cards, you can see some very different looking opening hands.
Oh, it's me. Yeah. Sorry.
Ooh.
All right, Mina Bonteri, the opening play for Garrett. And look at this, Jedi Consular, 3 for 3 is Owen.
I'm so shocked. I almost feel like
well,
you
that's
have
the key.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the way the deck is meant to run, and I almost feel like you hard mulligan for that card. If you don't draw it, try again. Like I feel like you have to. You're giving up a
if you can
lot
draw
of
the
health.
Jedi Consular each game, that's big.
Yeah, you're giving up a ton of health on your base to make for this early play to be a thing. So if you don't get it, then go try again.
He's done it successfully so far, and now Garrett
let's do.
Really thinking through this opening play.
Let's do 2 into Consular.
Damage being traded. Mina Bonteri attacking the Jedi Consular. Does Owen have a big play with the Consular once again here on turn 2?
Nice and simple.
No, just putting down a Centicaz. But we do have the Force still. Blue leader in space for Garrett.
He does have space units in
Now
that
the
deck.
Force.
Check it out.
He does. There's the blue leader. And importantly, with the Force not being used off of Consular, Obi-Wan Kenobi's action ability able to give an experience token to Centicaz. So now Owen has a 4/6 Sentinel unit in the ground arena protecting that Consular, and the Force generated again.
Yeah, that's a great line, because now presumably it's going to take at least 1 to 2 turns, probably a couple of turns for Garrett to beat his way through this Senta, or not.
Right. Well, we saw Owen do that to Garrett. I believe it was last game.
Yeah.
The tree remembers on Senta. So Garrett returning the favor.
Yep. A little bit of get your own back there.
Yep.
But I still like the play. I love the line, right? Because it protects the Consular, knowing that you're going to go into the next turn with that Force token. So maybe it's a bit of a stall tactic in the sense of, well, I don't have anything worth playing, my big units. I don't have any way to cheat something out that's really awesome. So we'll see.
All right, here it is. Jedi Consular action ability. And it's going to be Padme Amidala. The Queen Amidala coming down on the 4 resource turn. Mina's going to clean out the Jedi Consular, but this is it's a big board now in the ground arena for Owen.
I'll pass.
Owen's going to pass here.
3 base.
He's going to wait out, I think, just like he did before. He's going to wait out and see if Garrett decides he wanted to pass out an experience token, and so he can use that credit this round, possibly.
I'll pass.
He passed again.
He did.
Garrett quickly claiming.
Yep. I think it's not a bad idea, right? Because, you can always, as long as the spies are up, Amidala's going to survive to attack. So
Right.
You're not super concerned necessarily about losing access to your best unit just because you're off the button going into the next turn.
But now Garrett has to start
Let's go
this
3
process of dealing with the spies. Blue leader attacking first, 6 damage on Virgit's Temple.
Notably, Owen does not have a Force token this turn. That's kind of the penalty of this Amidala, let's say.
It's a great point. Yeah, Virgit's Temple looking for 4 or more remaining HP. Amidala only has 3. As Owen is going to attack and defeat Mina Bonteri. Both units cleared up here.
I haven't seen Garrett do the disclose for Mina's when defeated, so I guess either he's choosing not to or he forgot. I'm not sure which.
Like a lot of Vigilance cards in hand may just not have
He
the
may not have
command.
it. That's true.
Yeah.
And I think he just passed right there. Yeah. He's
First
just,
base damage
I'll pass.
yeah,
for the
Garrett's-
spy. Obi-Wan Kenobi is coming out. Now Queen Amidala gets the buff. Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit attacking for 3. It's 5 damage on Garrett's base. Queen Amidala now a 6/4. Becoming a real threat.
Actually, with that experience token, she now has enough HP to trigger Virgin's Temple on her own. Not something I would have expected to say. Of course, Obi-Wan takes care of it as well.
Garrett, I believe, just passed again. Queen Amidala going in for 6, and we were waiting. Garrett wanted the queen to attack, to retaliate. Retaliation taking out the queen because it dealt damage to a base. Big play for Garrett.
Yep, Garrett taking his time, making a play.
I'll play.
Leader for blue leader. Owen plays his own, ambushing and defeating Garrett's. But blue leader units off the board. And with 2 extra resources for Owen, he plays Yaddle. The Yaddle unit into the ground arena does have complete control of the board, but of course Garrett will be looking at deploying Velsartha here in the very near future. Of course, the force generated via the Emergence Temple.
Let's look over Garrett's shoulder here and see if we can get a sense of where his head's at.
He does have a Sentinel option. It looks like Lando is in hand. Or no, that's Han. Maybe that's Han.
He had a Lando. Yeah, he had a Lando, but he's playing a Senta.
Okay. Kaz doesn't currently have Sentinel. So Yaddle going into Data Vault for 2, restoring 1 from Owen's base. More importantly, the other Jedis will get Restore 1 now. So Obi-Wan Kenobi will have Restore 1.
Ooh.
There's a new unit we haven't seen yet today on stream. The Conveyex Security Captain would blank any credits on Owen's side. Two-4 in the ground arena.
So now Velsartha feels really comfortable about just, I'll do whatever I want now.
Yeah. Big play here for Owen, getting his Sentinel down. Lando Calrissian unit coming out. Garrett going to buff up Sentikaz with an experience token. Now has Sentinel. Obi-Wan Kenobi will go into Sentikaz for 3. And Lando Calrissian, the enjoyer of the experience token.
I have a feeling we're going to have a giant couple of rounds here of just beating each other's Sentinels senseless. Because Vel can't get through Lando either, the way Lando's game text works. Even with her experience token, it's not enough. She'll only hit Lando for 5.
We're going to Lando, so I'll take 5 back.
That is going to be the call here.
Here? And you get another credit. Yeah. You'll take 3 on Lando. Because I'm giving an experience.
Yeah, he handed the experience token out to Senta, so Lando only takes 3.
And now it's 4 HP remaining for Sentikaz. And Owen has just claimed. Sentikaz 5 power. So Senta has enough to take down anything other than Obi-Wan Kenobi with 1 swing.
An interesting puzzle here for Owen going into this turn with initiative. We're all tied up on HP remaining, and it is a
Champion of Mortis, the Anakin Skywalker unit comes down -3 to the Velsartha leader unit. Velsartha answered, and we do get the damage fixed. Because Obi-Wan Kenobi did attack into Velsartha last turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they missed. Oh, they've got it now. Okay, never mind. They had missed some damage on Obi-Wan there, I think.
Yeah, I think in the process of getting it resolved as Yaddle comes down for Garrett. Yaddle versus Yaddle. Obi-Wan Kenobi is going to attack, or maybe a little bit of a pump fake, because the important thing is, again, it's 4 HP remaining on Sentikaz, so Obi-Wan Kenobi would be defeated and Sentikaz would not.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he. Well, I guess I'm not surprised that he shrunk Vel. He's trying to find a way to just trade. Yeah, he's going to trade out the Sentinels here.
I think that's a very safe play considering you dealt with Vel. Vel was the big threat. You took care of that with Anakin. So I think opening yourself up with Lando being defeated feels a lot safer. Oh, it's another Sentinel. Would you have guessed it, Wes?
No. There was. I'm shocked that Garrett had one of the 38 Sentinels in his deck in his hand at this exact moment. That's just crazy.
kill a spy, and then I'll pass.
We've gone like 2 or 3 rounds now with base damage, without base damage.
Crazy. All the Sentinels. The Conveyex security captain cleaning up the last spy token. But Owen is able to retain the initiative. And this is really the first game so far, the first match so far we've seen today, Wes, where this is really a battle of the ground arenas, right?
Absolutely.
We are really going back and forth with big threats in the ground arena. It's going to be Anakin attacking and defeating the Captain Typho unit. Garrett, believe, disclosing the blue leader.
Yes, he accidentally discarded it, but he grabbed it. He's like, no, I don't discard that.
Yeah,
no, you do not.
That's what that was.
Yeah,
Blue leader is too good.
He caught himself moments after. I feel like Owen's next play here is probably to attack with his Yaddle as well, maybe? No? Okay, he's got another plan in mind.
Yeah, Garrett putting Owen up to 7 damage on base, attacking with the Yaddle unit, restoring back down to 11 on Data Vault. It's another Shatterpoint, and Shatterpoint is going to take out the Conveyex security captain forces used, but what that does for Owen is I believe he's got 2 credits over there that this turns back on.
He's got 2 credits over there. I'm wondering I feel like that's a deliberate choice. You're making that choice for a reason because you want to use these credits on something. But I am a little surprised, right? Shatterpoint, a very, very, very powerful card that you can literally murder almost anything with other than a leader.
5, let's kill Obi.
Right.
And so I'm definitely a little surprised that that he's burned it on a Conveyex captain.
Now we see the blue leader for Garrett. We saw it disclosed. Now it is played. A total of 5 resources spent. It's a 5-5 with ambush in the ground arena, taking the Obi-Wan leader unit out of play. As Yaddle goes into Data Vault for 2. 13 on Data Vault, 6 on Vergent's Temple. Garrett just claims an Owen. Has 2 credits, 4 ready resources. He could make a big play here. And it's another Sentinel. Lando Calrissian has joined forces yet again.
Theme of the game. It's the battle of who can keep their Sentinels on the board depending on experience tokens and whatever other shenanigans are going on.
Now Garrett with the initiative, and that game text on Lando so important because when you attack into Lando, that unit gets -1 power, so the blue leader by itself right now cannot take out Lando, so Garrett has to put an experience token on first with the Veil Sartha action ability.
He's a 6/6 with 3 health left.
Yep. Lando, you got to have a 6 power unit to knock out Lando in 1 hit. Garrett does now, unless Owen decides he wants to trade into it and clear it.
Blue leader for blue leader. Owen throwing down his own, paying the 5 resources. Both blue leaders defeated in the process. And that Lando Calrissian Sentinel unit for Owen is protected, and that's the important part.
I'll hit Yaddle.
Well, there are some more space units in Garrett's deck. We see the Sabine's Masterpiece as well for Garrett. Now Owen has really fortified a very strong position in the ground arena. Garrett behind in the damage race.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He still has 20 health remaining on his base, so he hasn't.
That's fair.
I mean,
more damage on the base, technically not behind.
Right. Like the game is relatively even. It feels like to me, in the sense of they both have about 20 HP or so left. Especially now that Yaddle heals Owen exactly back to that.
Another shatter point, which is perfect to answer the Sabine's masterpiece. You don't need the force. Takes it out, 3 or less remaining HP. An experience token given to Lando Calrissian, and 5 damage dealt to Data Vault. Now just 13 HP remaining, and I think I can safely say at this point, Owen has pulled just ahead in the damage race.
Yes. Now there's no question.
Now I can say that, right?
Now there's no question. We argued about it a minute ago. No, I'm not going to argue with you now.
All right, well, Garrett, he's got his work cut out for him. The Leppy Lookout can't get through that Sentinel alone. I think Garrett just going to have to try and stem the bleeding with his own Lando Calrissian Sentinel unit.
No joke for Owen to deal with that. I mean, he can deal with it. He's got his Obi-Wan unit. He could buff Anakin and trade into it, which would be enough. And honestly, a pretty good use of Anakin's time, given that he's only got a couple of HP left.
Lando Calrissian.
Galen Urso is the play. First Galen we've seen come out in this match.
Oh, man.
And he named Lando when he played Galen. So Lando is blank. He's a 4/5 blank dude.
Yeah, we'll put 2 in Lando.
Love it. No Sentinel now for Garrett. The Leppy Lookout will crash into Owen's Lando unit.
It's funny, right? It feels like we've gone so long without Lando being really impactful, and now between the leader and the unit in this set, we're going to be calling his name every 5 minutes.
That is extremely valid. And now with Yaddle just continuing to work, continuing to restore Owen's base, Anakin would also be able to restore. So Owen has just really changed the damage race here. Bill Sartha pumping up Garrett's Lando Calrissian, but again, it's blank right now. Doesn't have Sentinel, thanks to Galen Urso. And here comes 5 more damage on Data Vault. It's 27 damage on. Now we're going to see the Itinerant Warrior healing up. 5 more damage with Anakin, 32 on Data Vault. No damage on Vergence Temple. Garrett draws up. GG it is. And Obi-Wan Kenobi, Vergence Temple. Owen takes it in game 3.
Wow, that was a hell of a match, man.
Yeah, it was. The real story there, I think we said it a few times, Sentinel.
Yeah, just how many Sentinels can you see, and how many do you have ways to beat them down and kick them in the teeth and get rid of them eventually?
It's the whole reason I'm on this stupid base, because it's just such a difference.
A lot of Sentinels in that match.
Really?
I swear they were hanging out, bro.
Owen sitting there saying, the whole reason I'm on this stupid base is the consular. I think Owen was like, Garrett, I think was like, I can't believe you saw a consular in every single game. And Owen's like, well, I mean, that's the whole reason to play Vergence Temple, right? So there you go.
I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking. If you can draw Jedi Consular every game, okay, yeah, run Vergence Temple. You're in a pretty good spot.
All right, ooh, let's do this. There we go. All right, guys, round 4 in the books. Good news is, match took long enough. It's going to be a really, really short break.
Good deal.
Yep, so get up, stretch your legs. I'm going to guess maybe 5 to 6 minutes. I'm going to see if I can grab a slice of pizza or something here, and we'll be right back with the next round here very shortly. See you guys in a minute.
Good.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for round 5. Are you ready, Josh?
I'm ready. The
Let's
question
go.
is, are they ready?
I mean, they're pretty close over there. It took me a little bit of extra setup time, so I think we are just about on the ball where we want to be.
Oh no, I meant the viewers.
Oh, I can't help you that. The players look more or less ready, but are the viewers? I mean, I hope so, guys. I hope so. This has been a blast, man. I'm so excited to see all these crazy decks in the field. And have we got a treat for you? Okay. Player 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. This is Henry. Up here from San Antonio. Sorry, this is I've got the names backwards. This is my bad. This is Henry. I'll fix the names in a minute. Henry is from San Antonio.
Okay.
Up here playing Avar Chris Yellow, Josh, on a 4-space, of course. Sitting across from him, this is actually Drew. Forget the name. Drew is a local here from Austin, and wow, I have borked all of that, so we'll fix it in a minute. Okay. So let's just come to here.
I don't think they.
There we go. That part, I think I have Drew's base incorrect, but the color is right. We've at least got all that set, so I will tell them to move on when they're ready.
This is going to be very spicy. Avar Chris.
Yes.
X and 1 right now, looking to remain that way. Could we have an Avar Chris, which may be the first one that would make the top cut so far in this format? Would love to see that happen.
That would
of
be
course,
so
gotta
cool.
love Talzin as well, but that would be cool.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. I can't wait to see this deck. I just have to know what's in it. It's crazy.
Right.
What did you say about Life Puck?
Well, it looks like Henry on Avar will be starting with the initiative.
Yeah, I've got him backwards.
I mean, you can also take notes as well. It's just we do need something for the camera.
Okay.
Puck or those tokens.
Sorry, I forgot your name again. I'm sorry. Drew. I don't.
So Avar, interesting, right? We've got the ability to come out as an absolute monster leader unit. You do have to have 9 resources, or the number of resources you have plus the amount of times you've used the force in a phase has to equal 9. So of course you can bring Avar out a little bit earlier than 9 resources, but when she is out, if you have the force, Avar Chris is an 8-10 with overwhelm. So pretty good.
Now chat, I think, has hit upon what's happening here. What I'm guessing is Henry is likely using Max Rebo and or the band to help speed things along here a little bit to get to Avar's flip turn. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Could be very, very viable strategy. Gunji is the start for Henry to open up the game, the Force Wookiee. And Drew is going to play Karis. So ground for ground here early. Both decks will probably be focused more in the ground arena, if I were to assume.
Okay. Ready? I'm ready.
Henry has the initiative. He's got Gunji ready to go, and it is going to be Gunji attacking first into Karis. Trading some damage.
I had falsely assumed that he was attacking into the base, but he did not.
Yeah, threw a little curveball at you there. Now, if Drew wanted a clean trade, could do so, Karis for Gunji by using the force.
He doesn't have a. Oh no, he gets it on the attack and then
He
can
gets
use
it on
right away.
attack. Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies, you're correct.
So
timing
you're
there
good.
matters.
Yeah, definitely have to time it properly.
No,
but that is the play.
It's this guy again.
Oh, the Jedi Consular with the Force on Henry's side. Shin Hati the play for Drew, but Henry has the initiative. We've got the Force, we've got the Jedi Consular in play, so we could see a unit that cost up to 6 resources right away on this first action, because if you don't use the Consular, that Shin Hati probably not going to let you use that Consular. Here it is. And it's going to be a Jyn Erso, a free Jyn Erso here.
Interesting.
Not having to pay any resources and exhausting Shin Hati. Very interesting line indeed. And now Talzin's Assassin comes out with no force.
With no force token.
So no win plate ability.
Ooh. That's a great way to turn off what is arguably one of the strongest common cards in the game, that Talzin's Assassin. Oh,
Absolutely. Talzin's
now I'm beginning to
Assassin's
understand
so
Henry's
good.
deck because he puts
The
Eve
Koth.
Yes, now I'm beginning.
Now we're going to start ramping.
Yeah.
We've got the Force. Eve Koth is out. That would allow us, when we have the Force, to put Eve Koth into play as a resource. Avar is the one that generated the Force. Last turn, that action ability lets you do that. Now here comes the Stranger for Drew, one of the best cards in a Lawless Time, and that is going to ambush and defeat the Eve Koth because the damage can be dealt to Stranger first, and with Grit, that is 6 power, striking down Eve Koth, Force used, and we've got an extra resource for Henry.
Kind of rough timing, though, for Drew, right? Because with Henry having his Force token available, he's able to resource that Eve Koth.
That's absolutely right.
I think if in Drew's shoes, I might have structured that turn a little differently. I might have intentionally waited to use up, to see if he would use up that Force token and kind of try that in when he couldn't do that.
Force token used. Or excuse me, Force token generated by Avar's action ability. And then Talzin's Assassin quickly neutralizing the threat of the Jedi Consular unit. Jedi going to pop the shield token on the Shin Hati unit. And we will see the first base damage of this game 1. Shin Hati swinging in for 4 to Henry's Force base.
I think Henry just claimed there. Yeah. Wow.
That's rough. That is not what we want. 5 resources left unspent for Henry. 7 damage on Henry's base after Talzin deployed. But more importantly, right now, Drew has a massive ground arena.
I'm wondering if Henry had intended, like he was counting on that consular being available for whatever his intended play was that turn, and then losing it just really disrupted him. But Drew, that Stranger is going to be a massive hit to Henry's base in a minute.
Yeah, that Stranger right now has 6 power, just 2 HP remaining, but Grit is making it an absolute monster. Here comes the Will of the Force, going to be returning that Stranger to Drew's hand. Force used, so Drew will be discarding a random card.
Ooh. I'm not going to lie. If I was going to bounce a card, I'm not sure that one would get me excited because putting in a big old ambush unit back in your opponent's hand. Let's see, what do we get?
Card.
Okay.
Pretty good hit.
You got something pretty good still. I think you did all right.
Yeah. It's a fair trade. Fair trade. But here comes the damage pouring in. Talzin's Assassin bringing Henry's base damage total up to 11. Another bounce play here. Beguile going to look at Drew's hand, and Shin Hati has bounced back as well. So we're really saving some damage. We're trying to get to the point where we can get Avar out and maybe stabilize this ground arena.
I mean, it's going to be tough. He's going to take at least 3 more from Talzin. He can't stop it. That's going to put him halfway to dead. And it's going to be next turn before he can get Avar Chris onto the board.
Force generated with Avar's action ability. And Drew still has 6 resources to play with. Another Karis unit coming down into the ground arena. 4 ready resources remain. We know there's Shin Hati in hand. That was bounced. That will just be replayed. So that is 6 more power presented in the ground arena. 6 plus 7, 13 showing right now in the ground arena for Drew. So not quite lethal just yet.
I can't believe I'm about to say this. Is Talzin too quick for this deck? Like, the words Talzin and fast do not belong together, but
all right, here we go. Henry still has the initiative. No units in play right now, and if we use the Force here on Henry's side, Avar can be deployed on this turn. Liberty is going to be a start. That will exhaust one of Drew's units. Question is, which one will it be? Shin Hati will be exhausted, and that shield token is going to be defeated. It cannot be returned to hand, so it is defeated.
I mean, you're still looking at another 10-9 damage. Oof.
And here's the problem. As good as Liberty is, the Force has not been used, so
Exactly
Avar
right.
can't be deployed.
He still can't deploy Avar because he doesn't have, I'm going to make sure I'm reading this correctly.
Do 5 to base.
Epic action. Da, 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 da. Yeah, exactly. So he still can't put her out.
He needed to be able to use the Force this turn to bring out Avar, and no glory only results, takes control, defeats Liberty, 5 HP remaining on Henry's base. He has the initiative, but Drew in full control here.
Yeah, like you spent your whole turn for the card and got nothing out of it, and Henry's like, well, we're done now.
He's going to just scoop it up. That is tough.
Man.
Game 1 in the books, and Avar Chris never got to come out and play.
Nope. Chat saying I wonder they're kind of they're wondering if that was maybe just sort of a bad sequence of draws. I could see that, right? If that is indeed what occurred there, I could see that.
Especially, I'm just going to blame
just because, a lot of interesting lines for the Avar player to have access to in that deck, but if you don't see them, it don't matter.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point. One thing that will be important, I think, moving forward, and Henry certainly has access to it with Command Heroism, I think Blue Leader could be very, very good in this matchup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 4 power threats that are put down in the ground arena for Drew that you could set up a Blue Leader play to remove it, and it stays in play. But just any kind of ambush in the ground arena, I think, will be very important to just help us stabilize and get to the late game. So that's definitely something I want to keep my eyes on here in this second game, is some ambush options for Henry.
Well, and chat also pointing out that we talked earlier in the day, right, about the ground game that we were seeing out of, who was the early match we kept talking about it in? Yularen, right?
Yes.
Talzin has a very similar kind of component to her. Her ground game is incredibly strong. Any Force deck in general, you would expect their ground game to be strong, but Talzin's is particularly so just because the units that Talzin has access to in that color wheel are arguably among the best in that particular those particular colors of the game.
Right. I definitely agree with that, and I think Talzin is arguably the best deck to answer any ground-based strategies. I think it's very, very tough to fight with Talzin in the ground arena. Yeah. So if you're Henry, it's just about getting there, right? It's just about getting to that late game and hoping that you can get Avar out relatively early and then try to take over the game with Avar, because Avar is certainly a unit that can do that, but we have to get there.
Yeah, you've got the game has to go long enough. You have to live to that point. Now, to his credit, Drew did a great job of putting his foot on the gas and making sure that that wasn't a problem.
Right.
He realized, like, nope, this has to be a thing, and we are going.
Yeah, the last thing you want to be staring down is an 8-10 leader unit with Overwhelm, and that is what Avar can bring when she's out with the Force. Going into game 2, Henry should be starting with the initiative, and see if he can stabilize his way into Avar Chris taking over the game in game 2. Both of these players 3-1. And again, we talked about it a little bit last round, at the beginning of the round. X and 2 here, probably not going to cut it. And so this may be a must-win game for both of these players. So again, it's going to be tough, right? Because you've got to love Talzin. Talzin Force, a great deck. Love to see this particular iteration. We had a Talzin Cunning Force deck win a Planetary Qualifier. I believe it was last weekend. Does have a PQ win already. But Avar is definitely something we are not used to seeing, and I would love to see Avar Chris go all the way into the top 8. So a very important game coming up.
When I saw that, I didn't see it on the leader data we looked at earlier. I was busy. I didn't pay that much attention. And then when I looked at the matchups, they posted the matchups for this round. And on table 3, Josh, I saw Avar Chris. And I did a double take and thought, you have to be kidding me, right?
Right.
And when I was like, no. I looked at it, 3-1. I was like, okay, I got to see this.
I think anytime you have an Avar towards the top tables, you have to feature it.
Yeah,
I think that
like
is probably just the rule. So I
yeah.
think we followed it perfectly.
If it's not, we're going to make it a rule. Just you and I. We're going to decide today that that's the
Right.
rule and that's the way it is, and there we go.
So now, looks like Drew's ready to go. He's made his resource decisions. Henry tanking a little bit here on this second resource. I believe he has the Consular in hand once again, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm ready.
Might be the OP promo
that would
Consular.
be a big
Can't
deal
quite
if
tell.
he could open with that.
Okay, it's just going to be Jin. So maybe it was not the Consular in hand.
Okay.
Might have seen something else. Jin Urso.
Not a great
Love
opener.
the flexibility here. No, at least it's a 3-3.
It does come in with the 3-3. That's a fair point. But not the early force unit that you really want to see.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's the Trailless Acolyte.
Yeah, Trailless Acolyte for Drew. 2-4. So Drew does get his force unit on the opening turn. Henry has the initiative. See how Drew plays this into Jin. Trailless Acolyte plus the Towson action ability could take out the Jin Urso. Just going to trade some damage here. Jin attacking into the Acolyte.
I'll go 2 to base, get the force.
Go to base, so 2 on thanks to the Trailless Acolyte unit. Force generated for Drew, that's important.
You know, it
Generate the
occurs to
force
me
as well with Avar Chris's
yeah,
action ability.
That's something that just Avar. You don't necessarily have to freak out about not drawing an early force unit with Avar because she can always just go. I feel like having the force.
Yep, yeah, that's absolutely right.
I hadn't even occurred to me. Interesting. Now I want to build this, Josh. Now I want to build it.
Towson's action ability, force used. Jin Urso defeated. As we do have the Jedi Consular, so I do think it was in hand. And now we see Karis plus Owen Lars coming down into the ground arena for Drew. So we've got some built-in restore. We have more force units. Henry retains the initiative. He has the force. He has Consular in play. Could we see an explosive opening move out of Henry here on the 4 resource turn?
I'm trying to think what he could drop that would be a 6-up that would be solid. I think he's got a resupply carrier in his hand.
I saw that as well. Well, here we go. Jedi Consular is going to be taken advantage of with the action ability. Force use, resupply carrier coming out, and an extra resource generated here off the top of the deck for Henry. We're going to start chipping away. Acolyte deals another 2 damage to Henry's base. Henry able to generate the force with Avar. And now the Darth Tyrannus. Drew has the force, so Darth Tyrannus gains ambush, is able to ambush and defeat the Jedi Consular unit, and then get the shield token.
Yeah, I started to make a comment about how if I'm Drew, I'm getting rid of this Consular like ASAP, and he had a plan. He didn't need my advice, right? You know, I think that's something else we talked about briefly about, you know, the strength of the Towson decks. They're the 4 drops that deck relies on, right? The Tyrannus and the Assassin, just amazing cards. Like, arguably some of the best 4 drops in the game available to either faction. And the fact that you can have them both not only in villain but in the same deck is just amazing.
It does feel so good, those 2.
Oh, yeah.
We got so many great Force 4-cost units out of Legends of the Force. Talk about Assassin and Tyrannus. We got things like Itinerant Warrior and the Chirrut on the other side of the board, right? A lot of heroism, vigilance, force decks. So just so many good 4-cost units came out. Now here is an ambush. Wow. Depa Balaba is going to come out and ambush right through the shield token on Darth Tyrannus because Depa has Saboteur.
You almost never see her Saboteur become really impactful, but right there, definitely. And I also like that he's kind of set it up. I mean, Karis can still trade into her just as a one-up with the Force token if he wants to. But I still think that's a great play. It's you're taking out his biggest hitting unit and just buying yourself more time.
And at this point, it's what Henry has to do. We have to just buy time here because we have no other plays in the ground arena on this turn, and we know that Towson will be deployed. So that trade you were mentioning is going to be effectively used here. Karis attacking Force generated, taking out the Depa Balaba with that when defeated trigger. The Force used, giving Depa -2/-2. First base damage dealt for Henry into Drew's base with that resupply carrier. It's 8-4. But Owen in play, able to restore 2 of it.
We'll go 3 to base.
The Towson leader unit deployed, 3 more to base. It's 11 on for Henry.
Yep. He's done a really good job of managing the ground arena up to this point, right? He's taken out a few units. He basically forced him. He took out Tyrannus and essentially forced the counterattack with Karis. So, in a sense, that Depa Balaba was a good 2-for-1 trade. He got 2 units off the board for the 1 that he played. He's buying himself the time, and he's ahead of where he was in Game 1. But is it going to be enough? That remains to be seen.
Now, I will point this out. Drew kind of stumbling a little bit on that last turn. He did not use any resources. He did not further develop the board. So that is kind of a miss for Drew, and definitely what Henry wants to see.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I missed that, but I'm busy looking at other stuff, I guess. He's got a Stranger in his hand, but he may have just drawn it.
A5 for the daughter.
Ooh.
Now here comes the daughter with the Force, and this is going to be a very strong way to start healing damage from Henry's base. But now we see the Stranger coming out. It's not enough to take it out, though.
It's not enough to kill her. It's close, but it's not enough to kill her.
Very close. So it's 4 damage onto the Stranger, which will be 5 total damage with the Grit onto the daughter. So 1 HP remaining. That does mean that Towson's on attack ability cleans up the daughter, unfortunately for Henry.
And it also means that she won't get to use the healing ability because she'll be dead by the time that the timing trigger for the daughter would line up.
Just having the resupply carrier ready. Can he find more ways to stabilize? 4 to base with the carrier, 6 on Drew's base.
Correct, yeah. I will do 3 to base and kill the daughter.
It's that on attack, taking out the daughter. 14 damage on Henry's base now. Henry just claims Treyas Acolyte ready. 16 damage on Henry's Force base. Drew using the Owen Lars to restore 2 more, back down to 4 on. And we go into this next turn. Henry is going up to 8 resources. He has the Force. So if Henry can use the Force here, we could see Avar Chris finally come out and try and have a say in this match.
Chat wondering if this is just a really bad matchup for Avar, or if it's just a fact that, Towson is so strong into most ground decks just because her ground game is so intensely crazy good.
I'm ready.
If you are Drew, ground decks, that's exactly what you want to see throughout this tournament. Now we do have a nice play here. Torrenta Tech has ambush here because Drew has a Force unit. So Torrenta Tech able to ambush and trade with the Stranger. That's a big chunk of damage dealt with. But again, the Force has not been used.
Yeah, it feels like Henry might, maybe just wishing for more ways that he had to use that token. Like, Avar has no problem getting a hold of it. She can just exhaust herself and get a hold of it. That's easy. But it seems like he doesn't have a ton of ways to use it here, although he's got one here. What have we got? Okay.
Oh, we do have it. Trust your instincts. So that is going to allow Resupply Carrier to attack with an additional +2 power buff. It had -1, so then +2, hitting for 5. And now Owen is going to restore 2 of that damage. It's 19-7. The damage totals in favor of Drew. Avar will generate the force, but now the force has been used. Avar Chris could be deployed. Atreus Acolyte bringing Henry up to 21.
The question is it too little, too late? Because here she is. Big lady finally on the board. She's an 8-10 overwhelm. She can casually crush anybody sitting across from her. But is that going to be enough? Drew has not spent a single resource, but looks like he's about to.
What is the play for Drew? Looks like he's holding on to the sun in hand. But again, as you mentioned, anything that comes down, any threat can be taken out. Oh, he's going to play Shin Flurry.
Yep.
Shin Flurry allows Drew to play a force unit. The Anakin is going to give Avar Chris -3/-3. So down to a 7. And then Anakin can ambush in and take back 2 less damage.
So she only deals 3 damage back to him.
Wow.
Yeah, and and the -3/-3 sticks for this turn, and she takes 5. There we go. They've got it now.
That means for this turn, she only has 2 HP remaining.
Yeah, for the moment. Now, I'm betting that Drew doesn't have a way to kill her. If I'm Henry, I might actually just consider just claiming right here and being done with it. Ooh, what do we got? Ooh.
We've got the Yoda's lightsaber. Force used, 3 damage healed. But that does mean with no force that Avar has -4 power now. That buff is lost, and no overwhelm either.
Yep.
But does get the +3/+1 from Yoda's lightsaber.
That 3 back kills her though.
And you have 11.
Yeah, because she only has 2 remaining, +1, so 3 remaining.
Yeah.
And that does, it just trades leader for leader. The force is generated, but I can't imagine that Henry is happy with this.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I think I like the lightsaber play, but I still think I might have just considered claiming to keep her up and avoid that -3/-3 that he kind of got stuck with there.
Yeah, I don't like losing Avar there. It feels terrible. I think if you do claim, at least you get to swing with the full benefit, right?
Right.
That 8-10 overwhelm coming in right away. So I definitely understand that thought process. And now Drew has the initiative, and there's just nothing contesting this ground arena.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go 5 to base.
Anakin Skywalker will come in for 5 damage, 23 damage on Henry's base, 5 HP remaining. We are going to see Captain Typho, so a Sentinel in the ground arena will put a little roadblock in the way.
That's actually noteworthy because that Trailless Acolyte doesn't hit that hard. So Typho is going to be a bit of a thing that that Drew's going to have to deal with somehow.
Drew also limited with cards here, 3 cards in hand, still holding on to the Sun, which will buff all of his units while having the Force. Towson, action ability used, -1/-1 for Captain Typho, and here comes the daughter to back up Captain Typho, showing a way to heal damage from Henry's base. So now there's 2 units in the ground arena for Henry that could heal some damage. That's exactly what Henry needs. Needs to try and heal as much as he can. There is the Sun with the Force not currently online for Drew.
All right. I'm swinging for 2 currently, but I'll get the Force swinging in, just 4 damage.
Here we go.
Yeah, so they end up just trading there. I'll say I think Henry claimed.
Okay.
I'm a little surprised he didn't swing with his.
Yeah, he did.
With his
Cards in hand to
with his resupply carrier. Like, why would you not?
I'll restore. Oh, you already claimed it.
It's a good question. Maybe just forgot about that carrier, but the Sun allowing the trade, taking Typho off the board. And Henry also did not disclose to heal a damage
No, he didn't.
when Typho was attacked.
Doesn't the Sun
So Henry
benefit
has-
everybody?
Oh, sorry,
Doesn't
go ahead.
Owen actually hit for 2 there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure every unit that Drew controls would have +2 power while he has the Force.
Don't believe they got that correct either, because he just swung with Owen and restored some damage.
Yoda. Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, it's
this
a
is
good
gonna be
point for
interesting.
sure. Here comes Yoda. Oh, Yoda's going to heal some damage for sure. Force used. 5 damage healed off of Henry's base. And Anakin Skywalker shot down. 6 total damage dealt to the Anakin unit.
Yeah, chat backing us up on that one. It is all units. I thought it was.
Yeah. Yeah, so currently the Sun is an 8 power. Owen should be 2 power.
Yes. Owen would have done 2 damage.
Oh, what did you attack? Because I've restored 2 with Owen.
I think he's going to have 2 more damage on his base.
Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about right now.
I missed
Yep.
it.
It's about the same. Well, I mean, we can't, like, it's not optional. The damage has to be done.
Oh.
Because of
Yeah, judges catching it now. They're taking care of it.
So the easiest way.
Good deal. And I think I caught the judge saying that I don't think it was optional, right? I mean,
No, it's not. That's what he's saying, is that if the
Oh,
attack was
Owen
made,
has that.
Yeah.
Right. The attack was made. He had +2 power, right? There's
yeah, it's
no,
got to go somewhere.
no argument there.
Because of the Sun, Owen, because at the end of the last round, my last action was swinging, but it should have done the 2.
Yeah, we'll let these guys deal with this for a minute.
Then that's game.
Yeah, 'cause
Wow.
then I would just swing with 8, depending on the ruling. But I mean, I'm down to play it out.
Oh, I see. I see. This is the problem here because that's a good point. Yoda healing that 5, it wouldn't matter because Sun is enough to just finish the game.
Oh, he could have just
what
claimed, in
Drew's
other
saying.
words.
We'll find
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
No.
Yeah, so we're going to resolve now. You're going to put 2 damage on your base.
Okay.
Because like that it has to, and then Drew, you are going to get a penalty for it for a missed mandatory.
Okay.
Or not even.
What's the penalty?
So
I guess the way technically it works is because you're supposed to, it's your card that's remembering all this stuff. You're supposed to
Right.
catch all of that. So I guess Drew gets there's like a minor penalty or something like that. It's not that big a deal. We'll let them fix it here for a minute. I think the Sun here alone cleans it up though. Like, doesn't that just end the game right there? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to do it. A little bit of a tough break for sure for Henry. The last couple turns just did not go the way he wanted. And Drew, with Mother Talzin, Cunning Force, improving to 4-1, keeping his hopes alive of the top 8 run here in Austin, Texas.
Turns out Talzin remains pretty good, guys. I mean, I don't think this is a huge shock to anybody. I'm not going to lie. I don't mean this as criticism against Henry. I was hoping that Avar would have kind of stronger legs into that game. I guess maybe I simply hadn't realized how brutal Talzin is just to the ground arena. I guess it just didn't register with me.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, speaking of Talzin in the ground arena, you and I saw Colonel Yularen, that ground-based aggro deck
Oh, man, that
earlier
was
in the day. I
nuts.
think it was round 1, and it was
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
That deck is very strong. It has some real good potential, and it's very good into some of these space strategies. But there's one thing that it was getting obliterated by the last 2 weeks, and that was Talzin.
I
Like,
believe
Talzin
that.
just
Yeah.
eats that deck up because of
Yeah.
how good Talzin is against the all-ground or ground-focused strategies. She's just so good in that arena.
Yeah, it's I built a Talzin, right? I built one after this. I got my Strangers. I got so excited. I was like, I'm ready to play Talzin. One of the few showcases that I have out of Legends of the Force. And, man, like the first 3 or 4 times I put it on the board, I just got curb stomped. And I'm going, is this me? Am I doing this wrong? Have I built a bad version of this deck? Like, because it's possible. There's a lot of really good blue-yellow villain units that you can meld into that deck. And maybe, maybe I didn't have the right mix or something. But, man, Drew seems to have figured it out pretty well. All right, yeah, that looked really good.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like with Talzin, up to, let's say, that 4 resource cost point, what you're going to put in the deck is fairly straightforward, almost self-explanatory, right? You're going to play Karis, you're probably going to put in Owen, you're going to have Shin. The 4 resource, we talked about it earlier, you're going to have the Assassins, you're going to have the Tyrannus. At 5, you're going to have the Stranger, right? Not much else comes to mind at 5 that's really, really strong. You might have some Chariots at 4, or Qui-Gon even. The new Qui-Gon out of set 7. The yellow Qui-Gon is pretty good.
Yep.
But then when you get to 6, you have tough choices to make, in my opinion. Anakin is a really good card, but so is Vader. But Vader is better with Shin Flurry. Do you play Shin Vader? Do you not? Right? We saw Drew. Yeah. Drew packing the Shins was able to flurry in an Anakin. Also an incredibly strong play. He can trade up really well when that happens. He was almost able to kill Avar before she could even swing. It was crazy.
Yeah, it really was. I think having Shin Flurry in the deck, and I don't know, we didn't see Darth Vader, but just that's a play that we've talked about ever since Darth Vader was released, right?
Yep.
The Shin Flurry Darth Vader. We had a lot of other ways to give Vader ambush before. Of course, we saw Energy Conversion Lab, plus the timely intervention being used very consistently to give Vader ambush and be able to just wipe out any unit. But Shin Flurry does that very nicely as well. So I love that particular combination, and that's what I wanted to call out for sure with this particular deck is as good as it is against ground, one of the beautiful things is you could always reach up into space if you needed to with that particular play as long as you had something in the ground to ambush into. Vader plus Shin Flurry, very good. But Vader plus Anakin, almost just as good.
I mean, and Shin Flurry is such a great utility card. Like in Talzin, Shin Flurry, ambush, play a Force unit, it gains ambush. Well, basically, you're playing pretty much all Force units, more or less.
Yeah.
I almost want to look at Drew's deck list and be like, ooh, could I take this and usurp it and do something interesting with myself, right? Because I feel like with the chat pointed out early on, the Max Rebo idea was something that hadn't even occurred to me with Avar Chris, but it makes total sense. If everybody gets there quicker, Avar's not so late to deploy, is it? Right?
Right.
So there's a lot of interesting possibilities. I'm loving the creativity. And I said this earlier, I just love seeing all the crazy deck ideas that people are coming up with, tough stuff that they're trying, and stuff that they're having success with, right? I mean, Henry's 3-1, so it's not like the deck's not working. Talzin's obviously a difficult match. But clearly the deck has some legs and is playing well. So it just makes me excited. I'm so glad. I get excited when the deck building juices get flowing and Pete's like, oh, I can try this, and there's just so many things to try, and I don't have time. I just don't have time to do everything I want to do.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. And you have to think we're still early in this meta, and people are still exploring. Have we found some decks that are clearly stand out so far? Absolutely. But people are still exploring, and I think there's still going to be some combinations and decks that haven't rose up at this point that we're still going to find along the way. We're still very early in this meta, and people are tinkering, and you have to love to see it.
It's going to be really interesting to see next weekend in Atlanta, right? Our first big sector qualifier here of the format. First one in both the U.S. and Europe. I think the European one is London, I want to say, later on. London-ish.
That's
and
right.
then their regional is in Prague, Memorial Day weekend here for us here in the stateside. So the European big competitive events are much later than the American ones. We're starting literally next weekend. And, man, it just feels like you said, there's going to be some stuff you expect to see. But who's cooked up something that they haven't shown everybody yet? Ooh, it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to watch that. Cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that for sure.
Definitely. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? we're probably about 15-ish minutes here. So let's take a break. I actually want to try and get some food in me. I didn't really get a lunch break after the last round. And so let's get up and grab some food. Guys, stretch your legs. Give us a little bit. We'll be back here with round 6. Last round of Swiss is coming up. I think I have the ability, and Josh, I'll talk to you about this offline. I think I have the ability to pull up and look at – we have some tools we can look at who might already be like in a good position to make the cut and that sort of thing. So we might be able to come back a little early and talk about that. I'll ping you in between rounds and we'll have a look, okay?
Sounds good.
Cool. We'll see you guys again in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Josh, are you ready for round 6?
Ready. One last round. Let's see what we're going to get in the top cut.
One last ride of Swiss. So, the way things have worked out up to this point, we went into round 5 with 4 players who were undefeated. They were all 4-0. Every single one of those players drew to end the round 4-0-1. At the end of that round, we had a whole bunch of players below them, 8 players that were 4 wins and 1 losses. So the top 4 players are basically all going to draw again. That's going to leave them with 14 match points. That's going to guarantee them a seat in the top cut. But everybody below them has to play. Every one of those 4 matches is a win and in. So, returning to the stream here on the left-hand side of your screen is Owen Frank. Owen's here on, of course, Obi-Wan Virgint's Temple. We saw him earlier in the day. We're going to be seeing a little more of that here in just a moment. And then sitting across from him is Tim. Tim is on Thrawn Force Yellow base, which is an interesting pairing. I'm really curious to see this deck. But both of these guys are 4-1. This is 100% going to be a win and in match. So we'll have to see how this shakes out.
But it's not like a deal.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. And it's kind of funny that you mentioned this particular matchup being Thrawn Cunning Force, because if I'm not mistaken, someone in chat actually not that long ago said Thrawn Yellow over Talzin Yellow. I can see it right now. Brian mentioned that. So it's funny that now we're actually getting to see it. Okay, so let's see how this particular Vigilance Cunning Force does against Command Vigilance.
Somebody knocked into one of my stands.
Uh-oh.
No, it's no big deal. It's just
all right.
It's
Game one is underway. Tim with the initiative. Karis, the opening play, and you know Owen has been on stream twice now, and he is 4 for 4 in 4 games. Jedi Consular on turn 1.
You're not wrong. Again, I still feel like you hard mulligan for that, and the math on that, if memory serves, if you add the mulligan in, there's 3 in the deck. There's 50. The math is like I've done this math. It's like 65%, something like that.
Yeah.
Somebody smarter than me out there in chat probably knows the actual number. Let's put it that way. But it's something along those lines.
Absolutely. Or one of them will at least figure it out if they don't already.
True.
But nevertheless, Tim going to strike first. 2 damage to Virgint's Temple, getting the Force. That Crystal Caves Force base. Gunji on turn 2. And now the Desperate Commando for Tim. So Gunji was played for free using the Jedi Consular's action ability, using the Force, and now Yaddle comes down as well for Owen. So lots of 2-cost units in play. That's in fact all we see on both sides of the board.
We're all over the place. But Owen using the Consular to kind of flood the board a bit with his 2-drops.
I'll go into Yaddle and I'll double trigger.
Tim with the initiative. Desperate Commando going into the Yaddle. And when defeated, Desperate Commando allows you to give -1/-1 to a unit. And Grand Admiral Thrawn is exhausted to use that when defeated ability again. So a trade there. Desperate Commando for the Yaddle unit. But now the Jedi Consular locked and loaded once again with the Force. And now we are going to see Queen Amidala coming out. We saw this line earlier. We see it again. Owen bringing out the 5/3 powerhouse with 2 spy tokens alongside her on the 4 resource turn. Strong play.
I'll kill one of the spies.
I think Tim has probably seen just about enough of Jedi Consular. Karis is going to trade some damage with it.
No, he attacked one of the spies. He killed one of the spies.
Oh, did he? Okay, my bad. I thought he said Consular.
Nope, he killed one of the spies for free, and then Gunji punched her back.
Okay, so 2 damage on both of those 2 units.
I'll play Tyrannus into the Consular.
Now that helps. That is going to be the answer that Tim was looking for. He did have a way to take Consular off the board. Having the Force, Darth Tyrannus gets ambush. Ambushes the Consular away. and then gets the shield token. Sure enough, West chat has delivered.
Oh, good. I'll look at it in a minute. Sorry, I tabbed over to do something else.
Giving us the math there.
What is the math? I'm curious.
32.43% chance of having Jedi Consort open.
That's with the mulligan? I thought it was higher than that. Okay. There you go.
Or for each 6-card hand. There you go.
Okay, so now it becomes this weird exponential thing. Each hand has a 32%. How do you figure this out?
Right.
Yeah, like, yes, I'm an engineer.
For now,
no,
Queen
I don't
Amidala.
Like yeah, there you go.
5 damage is the first base damage to Tim's base with Queen Amidala. As we see the other spy token being cleared up by Karis. Now Owen, a decision to make here. 5 resources. Gunji is ready. Gunji could be gunned down by Tyrannus, but Tyrannus can also gun down Queen Amidala with the spy tokens off the board, but it's Shatter Point for Owen. Defeating a unit with 3 or less remaining HP, doesn't have to use the Force, and what a beautiful copy of Shatter Point that is.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Now this is my favorite card in these Thrawn Cunning decks, because that when defeated is just ridiculous when it is doubled up.
Absolutely brutal to see a legacy run with Thrawn. You just never want to be looking at that. Of course, if you're
Kenobi leader unit,
if you're
coming
Tim,
out. Sorry, go ahead, Wes.
No, I was gonna say, if you're Tim, you have to be going, okay, like, how do I murder this thing on my own, right? Your opponent may not oblige you by playing a space unit. So how do you come up with a plan to get rid of it just because you can get rid of it?
We see Obi-Wan Kenobi going into Tim's base, an experience token given to Queen Amidala. And now Gunji fighting off Karis. And I believe Tim is contemplating the when defeated trigger here.
Yes, Queen Amidala.
Yeah, I think he's debating whether or not he really wants this, if he needs this Force token right now. Nope, takes initiative.
Okay. Just claiming the initiative. A massive ground arena right now for Owen. Legacy Run would deal 6 damage when defeated, and then Thrawn would allow you to double up. So that would be 12 total damage that Tim could spread out on Owen's board, and that would be enough to clear out all 3 of those units in the ground arena. But does Tim have a way to kill it? Yes, he does. The Governor's Shuttle. Both players have to choose a unit, and you will defeat those units. Gunji and Legacy Run defeated. Thrawn says, let's double up on the when defeated trigger. 12 total damage, wiping Owen's ground arena. What a turn for Tim.
That is a great combo that I had missed. That Governor's Shuttle, a new card out of Lawless Time that you kind of look at and think, oh, it sort of replaces, you know, some unit removal. But wow, what a great use of it here in Thrawn.
Great use for sure. But Owen does have a strong follow-up, reloading the ground arena with another copy of Queen Amidala. Tim just going to claim the initiative. See if he has another good response for the Naboo official.
Oh, yes.
And once again, chat has delivered, Wes.
54.3%. Yeah, so I knew it was going to be. For some reason, my brain said 65. I was a little off. But I knew it was a little over 50. Ooh.
Okay, Condemn coming down onto the Queen as a spy token cracks into the Crystal Caves for 2. 10 damage on Tim's base, and Condemn, as long as Tim has the villainy and vigilance aspect to disclose, I should say, will be cutting off Queen Amidala from really doing anything as that Chirrut Imwe comes down. Oh, and it's a haymaker. The Condemn doesn't stop the Queen. And the use with haymaker, the Queen gets an experience token, 6 total damage to Chirrut Imwe. Chirrut is defeated. Two more damage into Crystal Caves with the spy token. Now Tim deploys Grand Admiral Thrawn. And it's Sabine's masterpiece for space unit for Owen here in game 1. 12-4 the damage totals.
We saw him get tremendous value out of this Sabine in an earlier game today. I'm curious. Right now he's only got the one green unit in the ground. He doesn't have a blue unit, so he wouldn't be getting the heal trigger, but even just the experience token trigger can become annoying if allowed to sit around long enough.
I think Tim agrees with that sentiment. Tim just quickly claiming the initiative, not attacking with Grand Admiral Thrawn. Very likely has a quick plan of action for that Sabine's masterpiece. What is the play? It's Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, -3. No, sir, says Tim. That is that Sabine's masterpiece.
Good response.
But Yoda right back at you. Yoda coming out. Force used. 5 damage will bring, or 5 damage healed will bring Owen down to 0 damage on base. And a total of 8 damage to Thrawn. Thrawn didn't even get to attack.
Nope.
As the no glory only results being shown there. Off of Condemn. Has still left Tim in a tricky situation here.
Yeah.
Just 12 HP remaining on Tim's base. That spy
Yoda
token's just slowly chipping in there.
Has been just an absolute monster card in Owen's deck. Like, just every time he hits it, it's just like bam, just windmill slam, just whoosh.
Such a good threat. No glory only results was shown by Tim last turn on the disclose, and it is going to be used to defeat the Yoda unit. And now it's Captain Typho being played in the ground arena. Anakin Skywalker unit quickly attacking and clearing it up. Owen going to use the Force to buff up one of these spy tokens with the Obi-Wan Kenobi action ability.
Right now it feels like Tim's just sticking his fingers in the dike. Like he's just not making any forward headway right now. Now, some of that is because Owen is making plays like that. He's continuing to trade into units that Tim plays to make sure that he can't build a presence on the board.
Yeah, I think that is a very acceptable trade. Spy token for Anakin. As once again, Tim does have the aspects in hand to disclose. The spy gets in for 2. Blue leader just going to be played as a 5/5 unit in the ground arena. The extra resources paid. 10 HP remaining on Tim's base, and still looking at, if you subtract the queen, at least 7 damage showing in the ground arena.
Yeah, at this point, Owen feels like all he has to do is maybe, keep 1 or 2 units around in the ground arena. He can, we watched, if you remember, work in Lubbock with me back in February, Josh, we watched Winston out there playing a Yoda blue, right? And he kept playing into these matchups where he was doing a very good job of just not over deploying, not over committing to the board where he could get blown out or something like this. Is that a creditor's claim? Yes.
That is absolutely right. The Governor's Shuttle gets +2/+2.
And it feels a little bit like we're seeing Owen kind of make that sort of decision-making in his head now. Like, I'm going to keep units on the board to keep pressure on you because I'm way ahead, but I don't have to go crazy.
Spy token crashes in again. 20 damage on Tim's base. Here comes Chimera to use a when defeated ability on another unit here, so that when defeated off of the creditor's claim used to take out the spy.
That is a cool combo.
Very cool combo for sure. The problem is Wing Leader gets in for 5, and it's just 3 HP remaining on Tim's base, and now Senta Kaz comes out. Force is used. Senta will be a 4-power unit, another 4-power unit as well. We are able to disclose off of the Condemn, but Tim must wipe every one of these units or have some kind of response with the first action next turn, or it's game
Yeah,
one in the
nah.
books, and he scoops it up.
Yeah. He disclosed an annihilator there, so clearly he's got a late game, in a plan, but he didn't make it to late game. So
Yeah, not quite getting there. Yeah, it was tough. I think the big thing for me was the immediate follow-up to the board wipe with another Queen Amidala.
yes.
Whenever you are facing a control deck, when you can follow up their board wipe with a play that puts multiple units on the board in one action, that's exactly what you want to do.
Right. And it's something that, again, you and I talked about at a previous event, right, covering that PQ back in Lubbock. How many times did we see one of these Yoda decks, the board would get wiped or they would get knocked off the board, just however it happened, and they would quickly be like, it would be a home one into something else, or a Keller and Beck into something else, or hell, I think even once we watched home one into Amidala, which made 2 more spots. One action, you put like 4 or 5 units on the board. It was crazy.
Yeah. Really is. There was some real madness with all of that for sure. Now, without home one, you still have the Keller and Beck, so you could certainly still, if you had the resources, Kellerin into the Queen Amidala, right, and still end up with a ton of power on the board in one play.
Both gentlemen sideboarding. Looks like that process is completed, so it's time to shuffle up and head to game 2.
Lot to play for here. A win and in match is what we are looking at. Now Owen just 1 game away from finding a spot in the top cut with Obi-Wan Virgins Temple. Start with the initiative here in game 2. We'll see if he can stabilize just a bit better. We did see the explosive removal of Legacy Run, followed by the Governor Shuttle taking it out, wiping the opponent's board. But again, that Queen Amidala, that's the perfect response. Owen had it. One thing for sure, we've talked about it a little bit already. We've seen Owen twice on stream already. Owen just seems to always have the cards he needs in hand. This guy draws like a pro.
You know what? As I'm looking at Owen's hand right now, you know what I don't see? I don't think I see a Jedi Consular.
Could it
in
be?
there. Actually, wait. Maybe that's
it
one
is.
from the
No,
left.
it's the
yeah,
OP.
it is. It's the OP
I think it's
version.
the OP promo.
Goodness gracious!
He doesn't miss.
Yeah,
he just doesn't miss.
Speaking of,
Karis for Tim, Jedi Consular for Owen, Force generated with Virgins Temple, and now the question immediately will become, what is the play off of Jedi Consular if it survives?
I mean, you would love to kill it, but I'm not even sure how you would do it this early. I don't think there's an ambush unit that would allow you to.
Garrus put some damage in, but not enough to take the Consular out. Force used. What do we get? It's the Itinerant Warrior. We saw this line earlier in the day for Owen. Facing off against Velsartha, getting that 4/4 shielded unit on turn 2. And a Director Krennic for Tim, so Tim puts his own shielded unit in play. Owen Lars for Owen, and now Tim with Director Krennic in play. Oh, look at this, going to play another Karis, because Karis only costs 1 thanks to the reduction from Krennic, and that when defeated trigger on the first Karis, giving -2/-2 to the Consular. So Owen gets the initiative, but will not be able to take advantage of a second activated ability on the Consular.
I like it. That's kind of a skanky little combo. I think a lot of folks don't always think about that, but you can quote unquote overwrite one of your units. Like if you have a unique unit on the board, you can play a second copy of it, and one of them will be defeated, and then as we just saw, one of them, that will trigger the when defeated ability.
Certainly a start for Tim. The Consular surviving does not lend to long-term success if you're on the other side of the table.
No, I think if you're Tim, you feel good about being able to get rid of that thing quite so quickly because he wasn't able to do that in game 1.
Yeah.
And probably not the line he wanted to take to get rid of it, but I think feeling strongly enough that it needed to happen that he does.
Garrus taken off the board on Tim's side. Itinerant Warrior crashing in. Immediately followed by a Chirrut Imwe at 4-3-5 Sentinel unit. Just Owen ready.
Ooh.
And just claiming no resources spent here for Owen on this turn. If I'm Tim, I love to see something like this.
Well, I was thinking about that. I was sitting here watching this going, okay, Chirrut is an irritant once he has a force token. But until he has a force token, he's not so hard to kill. And if, was it Owen? No, it was the Avar Chris deck we saw that was playing the Tyranitar, wasn't it? I believe that's
so.
right. Yeah, I believe that's
right.
I don't believe we saw it. So I don't think Owen's got those in his deck. But clearly I was thinking to myself, if I'm Tim, I'm like, okay, well, if he attacks with Owen to restore or he plays a card, then I might consider just claiming there to make sure that I can get that force token. But that's not how it happens.
Oh, he's going to blue leader before Tim has the force to keep Chirrut in play. Great heads-up line for Owen. There's a reason why he's in this spot right now, and Chirrut Imwe taken off the board. Strong play, and it opens things up for the Itinerant Warrior. Another Chirrut, though. Tim says, okay, you've got the blue leader, no problem. I've got another Chirrut. The only issue is we don't have a ready force unit, so we can't generate the force as of now for Tim.
I kind of mentioned this earlier in the day when we were watching Owen play this deck, right? It feels like, yes, it's a blue-green deck, but it almost feels like he's the aggressor, despite, you wouldn't normally expect a blue-green deck to function kind of such a high tempo. But I think the ability to play these big units earlier than expected and buff them with Obi's ability really does put him in a position that he pressures you like an aggro deck. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think the experience tokens being dished out, that real threat of the early concert play, just exploding into a big unit early, I think it does feel very aggressive, but it can also play that more grindy game if it needs to, being in this aspect combination. So blue leader dealt with just 2 HP remaining. The Krennic with a shield token lines up very well to take it out. And now with the experience token on the Itinerant Warrior, crashing into Chirrut. No force on Tim's side, so Chirrut is defeated. Obi-Wan Kenobi is deployed, taking out Krennic. Tim left with no units in play and staring down both Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit and the Itinerant Warrior with 5 power in Owen's Ground Arena.
I think Tim made great use of the shield there, making sure to clear that blue leader, but it does leave Krennic open. Owen takes advantage to make sure that we're going into Thrawn's flip turn with no friends around. And he's looking pretty lonely.
Grand Admiral Thrawn will be deployed with Tim's first action of this new round. Let's see what Owen has in mind. Thrawn can defeat either one of these ground units with 1 attack. So the Itinerant Warrior will go 5 to base before it's too late. Grand Admiral Thrawn will take out Owen's leader unit. Does Owen have another blue leader? He absolutely does. He's always got the cards he needs. Ambushing and defeating Tim's leader unit. Both leaders dealt with. And we're back to a big, threatening 10 power ground arena. There's the legacy run, though, and that threatens that ground arena if Tim can defeat it. We saw in game 1 the Governor shuttle, the route that Tim took to defeat his own legacy run. to wipe Owen's ground arena. Let's see what it is this time. Owen will have the initiative, so at the very minimum, will likely get 5 damage into base with one of these 2 units.
Gonna hit your base for 5.
It's 10 damage on Tim's base as blue leader unit crashes in. No glory only results the play now for Tim, taking control and defeating the itinerant warrior unit. Trying to stop this relentless pressure, slow it down.
I think it's about to get worse. Yep.
Oh, Keller and Beck, that's so good. Because this is a way to put multiple units in play. Now, he did have to use up all his resources here, so you are looking for a unit that costs 3 or less if you want to play it right now.
It's got to be cheap.
And Yaddle is just that, cheap 2/4 unit in the ground arena. Karis, the follow-up for Tim.
I'll do 3 to base. I'll pass.
Owen's able to claim 3 damage to Owen's base with the legacy run, but with the initiative for Owen, at the very minimum, that Keller and Beck could get in for 7 in the first action, but blue leader is being threatened by Karis, so there could be other plans for Owen.
I feel like if Tim doesn't draw into a Chimera or a Governor's Shuttle here, he's in real trouble.
It is going to be the maximum amount of damage with the first action for Owen. Keller and Beck putting Tim up to 17 damage on his base.
He can't 2-for-1 anything with the Karis. He can take out the blue leader, which I think he pretty much has to do. And when Karis dies, he'll have a force token. He could make Yaddle smaller, which won't kill Yaddle, but at least saves you some damage.
Saves damage, and every bit of damage being saved is crucial. Blue leader defeated with the attack. Karis unit defeated as well. Are we using the force? We are going to use the force that was just generated. That line that you mentioned, Yaddle now 0 power, just 2 HP.
Or it's -2/-2.
Yeah, so Yaddle can still attack for 0 and get the restore. So it's still not a bad play for Owen.
3 to base.
Legacy run, chipping away again. 17-5 the damage totals in favor of Owen. Owen has a handful of cards. I believe he's holding on to Yoda.
Yeah, he pulled that Yoda earlier, I think, when Owen, did he have an Owen Lars? I'm thinking the last game, maybe. I think it was the last game. At one point, he had an Owen Lars on the board, and it died, and he pulled a Yoda, but I forget which game it was now.
That's absolutely right. I think you're actually spot on. I think it was this game. So there it is. Yoda coming out. Owen says, no, thank you. Tim says, you want to go ahead and deal damage to this legacy run?
I don't understand why you don't want to blow up my ship that's going to just wipe your board, man. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, dealing 3 damage a turn. It's a real threat over here. So back down to 0 damage on base is Owen. And now that ground arena just continues to replenish.
But I know.
Oh,
Flip it over. There you go. All right.
okay.
But now Tim, he's got the next action to take. Saw Anakin in hand. It's not quite enough to answer these big threats.
Now, what he can do with Anakin, though,
Anakin Skywalker.
This works.
Oh, he's going to hit his own unit.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Okay. That's big. So this is 12 damage because the legacy run is defeated. The when defeated trigger doubled.
The trick is he can't kill. He desperately needs to clear everything, and he can't. He can only deal 12 total. He needs to deal 15 to clear the 2 big units.
As much as you want to take Yoda here, do you just have to take Kelleran plus Yaddle? Right? I think that's probably the most efficient play here. Take the most possible damage off the board.
He's getting rid of the Yoda.
Just takes Yoda. Okay.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, the math there feels like he only dealt 11. No, Yoda's 5'9". I'm correct. I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have 9. So Owen has the initiative. Keller and Beck still in play with the initiative. 7 more damage would leave Tim with just 4 HP remaining if that is the play. If Kelleran does attack. It's a great line. So Tim has multiple ways of taking out his own legacy run in this deck. That's 3 now that we've seen as Kelleran Beck attacks into the Crystal Caves. Tim just 4 HP remaining.
He can clear Yaddle. He's got an assassin. No, he can't. He doesn't have a force token. He's gonna have to just attack Yaddle. I think you've got to. Don't do it.
It's so tough, right? Because you want to take out Kelleran, but you don't have the force. But can you?
Yeah.
Can you take another 2 damage here? That's the question, right? Because if you don't take out Yaddle this next action, it's another 2 to base.
Ooh.
It's going to trade with Kelleran.
Okay.
Force generated. Now the question that Owen is poised with: do you attack right away with Yaddle? If not, the Talzin's assassin just lurking.
Mm-hmm.
Game 2. Tim desperately trying to stabilize. It's an itinerant warrior.
Is he going to use the force?
Do 4 for Talzin Assassin to kill you.
Okay. He's not going to, and he's not going to get the. Oh, he can't. His base is cleared. I forgot this. My bad. Because Yoda.
But here's the thing. Itinerant warrior is 4 power.
Yeah.
He's got to have a response. Tim doesn't. Owen claims, and Owen takes it 2-0. X and 1 with Obi-Wan Virgins Temple is going to find a spot in the top cut. What a match for Owen. Owen has done some real work with this deck on stream today.
He has indeed. And again, he's 5 for 5 with Jedi Consular. So you have to keep wondering, like, statistically, that's crazy unlikely. So at some point, either during the day, I gotta talk to him between rounds and be like, okay, what about the games that you don't find the consular?
Right.
We haven't seen one of those yet. We literally
we are not privy to that information.
We are not privy to that. We don't know what that looks like. Wow, that match went a lot faster than I thought it was going to, Josh.
Yeah. Well, I think a big part of that, Owen was just so effectively able to replenish the board every time that Tim was able to answer those threats. The blue-green heroism decks do that, right?
Yeah.
Kelleran Beck, Queen Amidala, those are 2 fantastic units against any type of control deck because you get multiple units in one action, and you can't ask for much more because there's so much 1-for-1 removal, and when you get multiple units in play, that's exactly what you're looking to do.
Exactly. You know, if you've got your opponent, like that Thrawn deck clearly built to wipe multiple things off the board at once, and we saw Tim do it on a couple of occasions. So, you know, those green hero mechanics that we've been seeing all the way since set 1, because Home 1 kind of introduced this concept way back in Spark of Rebellion. They carried that through, and when you've got cards like Kelleran, it lets you fish something out. Queen Amidala brings friends with her. I mean, it's hard to stay ahead of it when you can't stick your own units to the board. So, yeah, what a challenge.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right.
Definitely a cool deck, though. That Thrawn was really
Yeah.
cool. There's no doubt about it. That was neat, and we saw, at least 3 ways to take out your own legacy run. So
cool.
Plenty of options to wipe out your opponent's board with 12 damage.
I hadn't even thought of, like, being able to piggyback the Chimera off of, like, the Governor's Shuttle. No, not Governor's Shuttle. There was something I thought about it. Anyway, you're right, though. Like, I want to look at that list and really take it apart because I think, Tim may not make the top cut here today, but that's a really, really interesting deck. Thrawn Yellow is one of those combos. I love Thrawn as a character, and I've always been looking for ways to make that leader work. And I feel like I just watched what I want to try, and put my own spin on it. And maybe it doesn't work, maybe it doesn't. I don't know, but I want to try it because, man, I've seen so many cool things today here, Josh. I can't wait to get back home and start building decks again.
Hey, absolutely. It's so much fun to try out all these new decks. But you were talking about Chimera, and I just want to say one more thing before we move on. But we saw Governor Shuttle take out Legacy Run. We saw Anakin Skywalker take out Legacy Run. The Chimera is probably the cream of the crop, right? Because if you use the when defeated, you could double up on it still with Thrawn, and Legacy Run stays on the board.
It stays on the board.
You're not actually killing it.
You don't actually have
so
to
you
kill
could then use it again on the next turn.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of the ultimate scenario is Chimera, use the when defeated, Thrawn doubles it, Legacy Run's still in play, next turn do it again. That seems pretty ridiculous.
I'm sure it is. And I suspect there are absolutely matchups and lines that you'll play with that deck that'll just fire off, and your opponent's like, well, sucks to be me. You know, like we've all been there. We've all sat across from somebody who's done something like that to you. You're like, well, my life sucks, you know?
Good stuff.
Awesome. Okay, guys. Let's see. Let's look at the timer. What do we got here on time? The timer says we probably got about 15-ish minutes till the round. Then we'll have a short break for pairings, and they'll probably do some deck checks for the top 8. My guess is we have about a 20 to 30 minute break here before we get to the top cut. I'm going to do some looking in and start to get a sense of how the bracket's going to shape up, and probably start pulling down some deck lists and get everything prepped for the top cut streaming. In the meantime, guys, get up, stretch your legs. We'll be back here with the playoffs here in, I guess, probably about 20 to 30 minutes is my guess.
Can't wait.
All right, we'll see you guys then. And let me find the right button. There we go. See you guys in a minute. What's up, everybody? Raptor here. Thanks for joining us today in Austin, and hope you're enjoying our coverage of the event. I wanted to hit you up with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 2 weeks from today, Saturday, April 25th, we're going to be much closer to home, up in Conroe, Texas, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier held at Cards and Comics Connection. The store is shooting for, I think, an 11:30 a.m., 16:30 UTC start time. The QR code on your screen right now is going to help you set a reminder for the stream, so click that, have a look, and be back then. We're going to get a short break before hitting the gas pedal in the back half of May. We're going to be at Board Game Peddler in Biloxi, Mississippi on Saturday, 16 May for their premier Planetary Qualifier. A week later, on Saturday, 23 May, I'll be just a few minutes from the house here in Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier held here at Dragon's Lair. And we're going to cap out the month, as well as the entire Set 7 PQ season, by road tripping one last time up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier that's being held at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ, new venue for me. I'm excited to go scope those guys out, and I hope you'll tune in for all of that. So only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Lactate Championships in July. Thanks for being here today. I hope you'll join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the good stuff. The top 8 is here. Our top cut is settled. I was talking with some players in between rounds 5 and 6, Josh, and one of the things we were pointing out was that the players who had gone 4-0 up to that point were all going to ID, but when they did that, they were going to be the bottom half of the bracket. They were going to be the 5, 6, 7, and 8 seed, and that's exactly what happened. The players who were forced to continue to play out all finished at 5-1. So our top 4 were 5-1 for the day, and our bottom 4 were all 4-0 and 2. And that's how things sliced out as we go. I'll show you the bracket real quick. This is where we landed. So we are going to be bringing you guys the 2 versus 7 seed in just a little bit. That's going to be Luna and Kale, Pilot Vader versus Darth Maul. But you can see the other matchups. Pilot Vader, the only repeat leader in this top 8, Josh.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, Boba Fett was the most represented leader in the field today, followed by Lando. We only had one Boba Fett in the top cut here, and no Lando making it into the top cut. So I found that a little bit surprising and very interesting to see some other leaders here, like Aura Singh making it in, Darth Maul. Really excited to see Darth Maul. So yeah, this is a very interesting top 8.
You were right and I was wrong. You called Fett, and I was like, oh, Lando. And it turns out you were right and I was wrong. So well done. You called it.
Yeah, we only have one, but Boba Fett is there. And I believe that Boba Fett facing off against Vader. So that should be quite an interesting matchup. Very heavy in the space arena. But like you mentioned, we are going to be taking a look at Vader and Maul. That's going to be a very interesting matchup where Darth Maul is going to have a great way to pick off some of these TIE Fighter tokens. But looking down at the bottom of the bracket, a couple heroism decks, the Obi-Wan that we've seen a couple times, the Obi-Wan Virgins Temple deck piloted by Owen and Jack, who we also saw on stream today, Chewbacca Cunning, and both of those decks looked very well. Those players were absolutely piloting them masterfully. It's going to be interesting to see who gets through there on that bottom side.
Yeah, that Aura Singh Talzin match at the top of the bracket is going to be another brutal one. We saw how well Drew was piloting that Talzin deck earlier, and I was talking to Liam before the top 8, and he was kind of razzing me a little bit. He goes, I know how much you love streaming control decks. And I was like, yeah. I said, but I got to say this. I said, Aura's unique and interesting. I kind of want to put you on camera. And that was kind of our other contender here for this setup. Let's meet our players real quick. We'll have a look at their deck list in between rounds. This is Kale. Kale's going to be your Darth Maul player today. He is a local here from Austin. Sitting across from him, Luna has been on stream before back in Lubbock on a different deck today. Luna was playing Kylo Data Vault back when Josh worked with me in February. But today on Pilot Vader.
Very interesting. Pilot Vader has been putting up some solid results over these last couple weeks. But as I mentioned, this is interesting because as the Pilot Vader deck, you want to put out a bunch of these TIE Fighter tokens, right? You want to kind of swarm the space arena with the TIE Fighter tokens if you can. And if Owen and Darth Maul has the force to work with, we can just start picking off those TIE Fighters with that action ability, and then we can do the same thing when Maul is deployed. So it will be very interesting to see how Luna tries to work around the action ability on Maul to see if she can kind of defend against it. And the first thing that comes to mind is we need to try to get maybe the Victor leader out as soon as we can and get that to survive.
There we go. Had to get the names updated. I missed that step. Yeah, no, I agree.
Sorry, I called Kel Owen, didn't I?
No, that's my apologies. Again, that's operator error, not you. I'm irritated. I'm not hearing the table. I had that one thing where I muted them earlier, and I should have fixed that between rounds. Well, we're well into this now.
Well, here we go. 2 1-cost space units for Luna to start things out. The Secretive Sage in the ground arena for Kel, getting the Shielded Force unit in play, and it was the A-Wing and Republic Y-Wing for Luna. Now, Kel will start with the initiative here on this second turn of the game. First action for Kel, constructed lightsaber, going to really buff up the secretive sage, but Luna playing the death space skirmisher has another space unit, so that wind plate ability exhausting the secretive sage. Kel just claiming, and that is a total of 3 damage coming through to Kel's base, and the first TIE Fighter token created off of Vader's action ability.
Everything coming up exactly where you want it to be early for Luna here. That Death Space Skirmisher, a card that you typically haven't seen in some of these Vader decks, but it definitely is an impactful one.
This time, Kel with the initiative, able to swing with that secretive sage. 4 damage into Luna's base. Force token generated for Kel. Luna knowing that that action ability for Maul potentially online, the TIE Fighter attacking first. TIE Fighter is the only one being threatened to be defeated by that Maul action ability. Everything else has 2 or more HP currently on Luna's side.
There's that.
And there is the Victor leader. Yep. That's big because now every one of these units for Luna, other than Victor Leader, getting +1/+1, but Kel says, I cannot let that stick on the board. Shatterpoint Force is used. Victor Leader unit defeated.
No, that's exactly the kind of high impact play you want your Shatterpoint to have, as far as I'm concerned.
Definitely. Now Luna is open, though, to get in for a total of 6 damage to base, bringing Kel up to 10 damage on that 28 HP force base. The first order TIE Fighter coming out for Luna as well, and a second TIE Fighter token created. This Space Arena getting a little out of hand early here, Wes.
Yeah, it is, and Kel in the unfortunate position of needing at least 1 action to get his Force token back online. Had to use it a moment ago to blow that Victor Leader out of the sky, and again, I agree with it. It's the right play, in my opinion, but without that Force token, he's not able to pick off some of these little weenie starships. Now he's going to be able to start that here in just a moment.
Secretive Sage connecting to base once again. 8 damage on Luna's base, and another Victor Leader going to stop Kel's plans to potentially wipe out the TIE Fighter tokens, but it's a no glory only result. So Kel having the response to Victor Leader back-to-back turns, and Luna swinging with the first order TIE Fighter to start, has raid 1 with a token in play. So that is a total of 3 damage to base. Maul's action ability cleaning up the TIE Fighter tokens, and here comes 3 more damage with that Death Space Skirmisher, and then another 3. Wow, big damage.
Yeah, it's going to get piled on here in a real hurry. Yeah, only 9 HP remaining here for Kel. It's the flip turn for both leaders as we head into the 6 resource round, but Kel way behind, only able to get 1 force unit on the board. And just that 1 turn that he wasn't able to attack with it. What was it, the second round of the game, right? Getting exhausted, not able to get his Force token, not able to start getting Maul shenanigans to work, and here we are.
Kel with the initiative, but staring down a massive Space Arena. Doesn't currently have the Force, so needs to generate it before he could potentially use that Maul action ability again. You do have 2 units in Luna's Space Arena with 1 HP. So Secretive Sage will swing first. 12 damage on Luna's base. Force generated.
Yeah, that early shielded ground sentinel not really getting any value for Kel here. Lou's going to flip out Vader probably onto the first order TIE. Although possibly, yeah, I could see an argument for that or the Y-Wing. Opting to go for the heavy hit here because now, can he end the game by himself? No, but it's close.
It's +5/+5 on the first order TIE Fighter, and Luna is going to be plotting as well. Chancellor Palpatine and Garandan going to be plotted out here. Palpatine bringing along some spy tokens. They have Sentinel for the phase, and Garandan is played. We'll see what Luna names. She can name a card, and then take a look at Kale's hand and discard a card with that name from it.
Secrets of Power, I think, gave Pilot Vader some really unexpected tools, and there are about 3 or 4 of them, but these are 2 of the big ones, right? The Palpatine and the Garindan, right? The Garindan being the additional ability to certainly just the hand information is useful, but also the ability to possibly just gut their hand, right? Take something out of it is also incredibly strong.
I don't believe Luna hits here on the card she named. We did see
Doesn't
a
look
couple
like it.
emergency powers in hand for Kale. But I don't think Kale can stop the onslaught here, scooping it up.
Literally
and
that
that
fast.
is a quick game 1. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Vader will do that to you sometimes. That's just the way it is. And I really think it was just as simple as that Death Space Skirmisher on turn 2. If you slow Maul down, these Maul blue decks, it's really kind of similar-ish to the old Vader blue. If you remember all the way back to set 1, right? Think back to some of those big Orlando tournaments way back 2 years ago. You had people playing Vader 1 blue, and they were playing it as almost like a control deck, right? You're using the ping damage and the removal cards and the damage cards. All of it combines together to function sort of as a control shell. And Maul is kind of similar-ish, right? He's got some damage built into him. He's got access to cards like Drain Essence and other tools like Shatterpoint. All of that combines together to be able to try and control your opponent's board, take out the big things or the key things, or clean up the damage things. And Maul's really good at that. But when you lose a whole turn of your Force token that early, good luck.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, that Force is critical here, being able to pick off the 1 HP units that we know there are several of, not only the TIE Fighter tokens, but the First Order TIE Fighter, a very big threat that needs to be dealt with that Maul action ability. So definitely needs to get the Force online as quickly as possible. He'll keep the initiative. We'll see if he potentially swings right away going first on turn 2, having the initiative. That might be the line of play here, just because we know that Luna has ways to exhaust, might have ways to bounce as well. But going into this game now, the question becomes, okay, what does Kale have sideboard-wise to potentially shore up this space matchup? And now that we can see the deck list, we do see Hyperspace Disaster, of course, the card that immediately stands out as that way to, once we get to 7 resources, we can completely wipe Vader's Space Arena.
Yeah, if I'm Kale, I'm absolutely bringing in the Hyperspace Disasters have got to come in now. I mean, 7 resources. Whew, are you going to make it that far? I don't know. You better cross your fingers.
Right.
I like the kill switches in the main deck. If I'm Kale, I'm strongly considering taking the some or all of the constructed sabers out. Just because, I mean, I don't know. There's an argument both ways. The ability to put it on something early and pressure your opponent is nice. The problem is Vader tends to have, chat was mentioning this, ways to disrupt what you're doing, whether it's an exhaust or a bounce card, something like Beguile, or we saw some of the exhaust abilities. You're going to lose access to it. So you've spent resources on a card that you don't ever get to get any value out of.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Now,
can you get to 7 resources? That's going to be the question.
Is that, hang on a minute, I'm trying to, it's small on my screen. I got to look at something. Is that what I think it is? And it is. He has 2 Eye of Aldanis in his sideboard. Now, that is a really interesting card in this matchup, Josh.
It is.
I'm betting those go in.
Put some big, yeah, I think so. I think you absolutely bring those in, as well as the Hyperspace Disaster. The Eye of Aldani just gives you that ability to say, okay, well, if you want to keep all of those units ready, you're going to have to pay for it. And we know that Luna generally has a lot of units in play if things go her way. As we get started in game 2, it is going to be a force unit for Kale once again. This time the Night Sister Warrior, and Luna does find 2 1-cost space units in A-Wing and Forged Starfighter. We do see the force generated right away. Kale not wasting any time swinging with the Night Sister Warrior. Now Victor Leader comes out.
Wow.
And the force used here, 1 to the Victor Leader and 1 to Forged Starfighter. So as of now, that Forged Starfighter getting +1/+1, not defeated by that damage. And the Forged Starfighter has raid 1, cracks in for 3. And here comes another 3 with the A-Wing. So 6 quick I can't talk here. 6 quick damage. Tongue twister there. 6 quick damage on the Night Sister Lair. And we see another 2-cost force unit coming out for Kale. As we see the Vader action ability bringing out the first TIE Fighter token. So now can Kale answer that Victor Leader to take away the buff? He was able to effectively do that in game 1 and rather quickly.
Yeah. It took him a shatter point to do it. Here he could do it with a mix of other things in the deck. I didn't look to see if he had the Drain Essences, but we are going to go ahead and, shatter point it right out.
Okay, so Shatterpoint lines up very well because there was already 1 damage on the Victor Leader, so it only had 3 HP remaining. So the Force doesn't have to be used to defeat it. That takes out the Forged Starfighter in the process. As now we just trade some damage back and forth. 7 damage on Kale's base and the Sith Assassin getting into Luna's base for 3. Importantly, the Force generated again for Kale.
That Assassin is a really good pickup here. See, if I'm Kale, I might wait for Luna to make the token and wipe them both out, but not what he chose there. He wants to be efficient and make sure that he's going to use the Force and then regenerate it here.
Now Luna playing her big space threat, the Clone Combat Squadron. After that TIE Fighter was defeated, 1 damage to the A-Wing. The A-Wing was able to put some extra damage on Kale's base, though. 9 damage on, and it's 7 on Luna's base. But as of now, that Clone Combat Squadron, not as threatening as Luna would like. Gets +1/+1 for each other space unit that Luna has.
So Luna deciding whether or not you want initiative or you want tokens there, opting for the Vader.
Now with Kel having the initiative, already has the Force. So Kel could just first action clean up the A-Wing in that TIE Fighter.
Yep.
And the Clone's Combat Squadron at that point is just a 3/3.
Yeah. I think that'd be a really good way to start this turn. He's just going to, okay. He's going to know glory instead.
Kel doesn't want any possible shenanigans on Luna's side, taking out the unit that can be the big threat.
Yep.
Combat Squadron defeated. Let's see what Luna has for us in response.
Oh, wait a minute. I see. It's the 6 resource round, isn't it? Or is it we on 5?
Should be on 5.
We're only on 5. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I was thinking to myself, wait a minute. You want to make sure and kill that thing before Vader deploys onto it. It's Boba Fett pilot.
That's right.
Luna was talking to me earlier today, basically saying that's my secret spice tech, and everybody seems to have to read it when I play it. So I'm sorry, I'm chuckling to see exactly that play out here on camera.
That is really funny. Now with the action spent there, the additional buff from Boba saves the A-Wing from that action ability that Darth Maul uses. The TIE Fighter taken out, but now the A-Wing with +2 power swings for a total of 4. So 13 damage on Kale's base. Assassin brings Luna's up to 10. Here comes that Black Sun Patroller. Good shielded unit now to help protect a little bit against these Maul pings.
So many good, cheap, or at least, let's say, well-costed space units for these Vader decks to take advantage of in the modern game. You know, post-rotation, they didn't lose access to a lot of the cards they were already playing. And then Lawless Time gave them access to things like this Black Sun Patroller, which is just such a fabulous card.
Really is. That shielded play, even on turn 1, very strong. Going to bring out the Screeching TIE Fighter as well for Luna. Another TIE Fighter token. As Kel able to hold on to the initiative. 13-10, the damage totals in favor of Luna. See what Kel does here. Does he first action that Maul ability, or do we have other plans?
The Maul ability would let him clear 2 of those ships. Vader's almost for sure going to deploy onto the shielded 2-2 to turn it into a shielded 7-7, which is no joke, to put it lightly.
Oh, here comes Towson's Assassin. Force is used. And that is going to be -3 to the piloted A-Wing. So a solid threat dealt with. As we go back over to Luna. Kale will have to spend an action to get the Force back to potentially do the ping-ping play off of Maul's action ability.
Maul's going to have the interesting ability this turn, depending on how Kale sequences this, pardon me, now I can't talk, to be able to wipe out 4 1-health units in this round alone. Because it's Vader's deploy, it's Maul's deploy turn. Okay, well, yep, Luna messed that math up.
Luna has some other plans. Vader piloting the Screeching TIE Fighter. That is now a 7-6 TIE Fighter. 2 more 1-1 TIE Fighter tokens created. And here comes Plot. Double Garandan appears to be what Luna is doing here. So we are guaranteed to at least hit 1.
Yep, I'm realizing now that's the first time I've seen anybody do it this way, but it absolutely works that way in terms of Garandan timing it, right? You play 1, you name a card, you see their hand. They don't have it. Great, wonderful, nothing happens. You replay the second one, it overwrites the first. The first one's defeated. Now you know what to name, and you're off to the races.
So let's see what Luna names first. Would be really crazy if she hits on this first one and then takes out exactly what she wants on the second one. It looks like we do not hit on this first one. Kill switch, Eye of Aldani, and Maul's lightsaber in hand, and it's going to be the Eye of Aldani that you talked about, Wes.
Yeah.
Will be stripped with that second Garandan, the information broker coming through, gaining information and stripping assets. And kill switch coming out, exhausting the Screeching TIE Fighter piloted by Vader and giving -1/-1 in the process. Black Sun getting in for 2. Now the Sith Assassin gets in for 3. Force generated. Force generated action ability on Maul used, cleaning up those ties.
Yep, going to go ahead and clean up some of them before he can swing in and then do it again in a moment, basically for free.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We didn't even get to see Darth Maul deploy in the first game.
No.
Luna just ran amok in that first game, and Maul has that same ability on attack. Deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to a different unit.
It's a very different game, not nearly as big a steamroll. Kale's still on the back foot here, but fighting effectively, staying in the game.
He certainly is. 16-13, the damage totals in favor of Luna. As we get closer and closer. 15 damage on Luna's base. Darth Maul has been deployed after Luna claims the initiative. Now where does Darth Maul go? It is going to be 5 damage to base. Just 10 HP remaining for Luna now, and this on-attack trigger going to clean up the shield token on that Black Sun Patroller, defeat the TIE Fighter token.
I think draw is a big deal here, right? It's a question of Vader can't finish this game in one swing. He's going to need help. He hits like a train, but it's not going to be enough to end the game. He's only going to hit for 6 here.
And hitting for 6 still doesn't present lethal on board for Luna following that action. And Kale does have lethal in that ground arena.
Kale does.
What is the first action? Can Luna change the math? Okay. Death Space Skirmisher is a start. Luna has another space unit in play. Darth Maul exhausted. Sith Assassin for 3. 23 damage on Luna's base. Here comes what looks to be like the big swing from the Screeching TIE Fighter. That is going to be 6 damage. 22 damage on Kale's base.
Now, the trouble with Kale is right now, all Luna has to do is claim.
That's right. Just one more swing.
Kale is 1 damage shy on board to pull this off. If Luna just claims here.
So 4 damage to Luna's base, 27 on. But yeah, the Night Sister Warrior is 1 short. Luna has lethal in 1 action with the Screeching TIE Fighter.
Hang on, they've messed up the tokens. One of those damage, the single point of damage belongs to the Sith Assassin. There should be 27 points of damage on Luna's base. Okay, they're getting it fixed. There we go. But that 3 is a singleton on the. Okay, they've got it fixed. There we go. Okay, perfect. I was getting worried for a minute.
All is well.
I was getting concerned.
Yeah, chat was about to go crazy.
Yes. I'm glad they took the time to fix that.
All right. What a game. What a tight one here in game 2. Luna steamrolled her way to victory in game 1.
Man.
But now
you gotta be thinking about claiming here. Oh, he's got the
Darth Maul's lightsaber. That's enough. Luna doesn't have a way to exhaust it or stop it. And Kale takes it in game 2. Wow, nice. This is exactly what we wanted. What a game 2 that was. It came down to 1 action really for both players.
Really did. And you know what's sad? It shouldn't have surprised us, Josh. We saw the Darth Maul's saber earlier when Luna hit him with Gurinden. We knew he had it in his hand. Now, he could have resourced it, but we certainly knew the threat of it existed.
It definitely did. And
what a great match.
It's one thing for me if I'm not actively looking at their hand.
Yes.
I get so tunnel visioned and focused on the board. I forget what was in hand. So I totally forgot about that saber.
I'll be honest, I did too until he played it. And then I thought, hey, dummy, you just saw that card. You knew he had it.
Yep, that's right. Well, great job for Kale. Kale was one of those players that started the day 4-0, double draw into the top cut. Luna had to get in the more difficult path, right? Had to play out those last couple rounds and was able to take 2 victories to get here.
We took a look at Kale's deck earlier. Why don't we take a look at Luna's version of Vader here?
Absolutely. First thing I want to look at, is there anything in the sideboard that changes things here? You see a lot of vehicle hate, right? You've got the Commandeer, the electromagnetic pulse, but this Maul deck, we're not running the vehicles, so that's not really relevant here. I don't know if you're really bringing anything. I mean, maybe the arrest in certain situations, but
I like arrest, but I don't think it's a really relevant card in this matchup. Personal opinion.
Yeah. I think the only argument is we did see Kale do something like Secretive Sage into the Constructed Saber on turn 2.
Yep.
So you could arrest one of these buffed up or upgraded ground units
to
take the threat out temporarily and at least essentially answer the upgrade. So there's some argument there, but I think you're right. It may just not be worth it. I think if you're Luna, we need to just focus on winning this game, keeping our foot on the gas, probably not diluting our deck with that, but we'll see what she decides to go with here. in this deciding game 3. The exhaust effect's very important. We've seen that already. Death Space Skirmisher, one of those key tempo cards for Luna in this matchup.
Big deal.
And I believe she's also running the bog down in procedure. We haven't seen it played yet. But that's also massive because you could exhaust 2 units in one action.
Yep.
Those exhaust effects can be huge.
I was having that conversation with her earlier this week at our locals. Luna's a regular player at my local shop, so like I see her almost every Tuesday night. And she was up there this week, trying to get in games and prep for this weekend. A lot of folks were. And was asking about the Vader. I knew she'd been working on this deck, and she was like, yeah, I need to – the Bogged is the card that she mentioned. You mentioning it brought it back to my memory because she was like, yeah, I don't have those in there right now. I've been testing them online. I need to put them in because they're going to be in the physical version I'm going to be playing on Saturday.
Yeah. I think it's absolutely a card that warrants the spaces in the deck.
Haven't seen one come up, but, I mean, you just never know.
No, that's true. I think especially when you're in this position and that game went into the ground versus space, came down to one action, the bog down in procedure can absolutely be the card that just swings it in your favor. So I think that that's a card that could impact the race in this deciding game 3.
Absolutely.
Luna starts with the initiative.
It's like so many things, right? It's a card that can be impactful. You still got to draw it, but if you don't have it in the deck, if you don't put it in the deck, you've got to give yourself the tools, that you need to be able to do that. So, no double 1-drops.
Yeah, different approach for Luna here in this deciding game. The Black Sun Patroller's the opening play, getting that shielded unit in the space arena, and Atreus Acolyte for Kale. Kale not missing on those turn 1 force plays, which is very important. Being able to start getting the Maul action ability online.
Oh.
Death Space Skirmisher going first with the initiative. Luna exhausting the Acolyte, and that's big because that means that Luna looks as though she will be able to keep Kale off of that force token on this turn.
Gonna start slower in damage. Ooh. Okay.
Very interesting, that Eye of Aldani coming out. So now Luna will have to pay 2 resources to ready up those 2 units, essentially. Or they are going to remain exhausted. So very interesting.
Well, it
really
possibly gets even weirder than that, right? Because Kale just played the card. Luna has yet to use Vader's ability. Yeah, see? She's going to pass. You have to consider the idea of maybe, do I go ahead and make the token and just not pay for it? Or do I make it, and if I make the token, I end up spending all my resources to ready everything? Like, it becomes very challenging.
So Luna will pay the 2 resources to have Black Sun Patroller and Death Space Skirmisher at the ready. And Luna does have the initiative. 3 damage to base. It's 5 on Kale's base early. Now Kale able to swing with the Atreus Acolyte. Getting the force. 7 damage now on Kale's base. The Patroller swings in. Kale running the full blinged out hyperspace foil Atreus Acolytes. Now we see that constructed lightsaber. Massive unit in the ground arena now as the Emissary Sheathipede comes out for Luna. Atreus Acolytes +2/+3, but will also have Raid 2.
Yeah, that Acolyte is going to hit for 6 when it swings in, and this is kind of going to the point we were making earlier, right? You're kind of forcing Luna to have an answer for it, whatever that might look like.
It's a big swing. 6 damage puts Luna at 8 on. 8 to 7 the damage totals in favor of Kale. Luna is able to retain the initiative, but 8 damage per turn right now in the ground arena. For Kale, we're looking at just a total of 7 damage for Luna in the space arena. But here comes the lurking snub. That is exactly what Luna wanted, exhausting the buffed up Treyas Acolyte.
Yep, this is the danger of playing these upgrades, right? Is that when Vader draws into these little shenanigan cards that can mess with you, you lose the ability to get access to that awesomeness for the turn.
And looks as though Kale wants to go ahead and use this action ability.
Yep.
For Maul using the Force. We'll see where that damage goes. Can't actually take anything out right now. It does leave the Patroller with just 1 HP remaining. The Skirmisher will bring Kale up to double digits, 10 damage on base. Let's tie things up with the Acolyte.
I feel like Kale's got an extra damage he shouldn't have on his base right now.
Sure,
I feel like they're talking about it to try to figure it out.
Maybe I missed something. I'm not sure. Yeah,
I think
talks about that right now.
Yeah, no, I think you were right. He should only have 10 on, I think, and I think there's an extra one somewhere. But for right now, I'm just gonna line things up. Maybe I miscounted.
Yeah, maybe we did. Thought there was 7, but we could have been wrong. We're showing 11 to 10 right now from the player's side. Black Sun Patroller bringing Kale up to 13. We've got a judge there. We got the players there. We will trust that they are absolutely right. Oh, and look at this, Wes. Shadow Cloaking. That is going to ready the Treyas Acolyte and give a shield token. Wow.
Oh, that's not the right card. Still, I love the spice. I love seeing Shadow Cloaking. This is a card that I have been dying to play in Maul and just haven't gotten around to it yet.
We are 100% straight up racing right now. 16 to 15 in favor of Kale currently. The damage totals are, what a tight one here.
Yeah, this is
Luna can
foot on the gas. Let's go. No, I was going to say, this is foot on the gas. Go fast, Ricky Bobby. Somebody's going to get there. Let's see who it is.
It definitely feels it is more important to claim the initiative instead of creating just the 1/1 tie token.
Yep.
That could just easily be wiped out by Maul's ability.
Let's do a little math here.
If you look.
4,
let's see, was that
7,
2, 4, 6, 9?
9,
Luna's
and then
side.
Vader only gives 14. I think Luna's going to need another round to finish this game out. I don't think Kale is. I think Kale can possibly generate. He's got 6. Maul would be 11. Kale can, if Maul survives to flip and swing, Kale can present lethal this turn. I don't believe Luna can unless there's something else in that hand that I don't know about.
9. Okay, yeah, we said 9 right now for Luna in the space arena. Vader plus 5, 14. 14 plus 15, 29. That would be enough, right? 28 HP.
Oh, I'm off. Thank you. You're
base.
right. I'm off. Yeah.
You're
right.
good. You were just thinking the 30 HP base, right?
Yes. Well, and
which
I
I've
was
done
not,
plenty of time.
I also had not updated the overlay correctly. I was thinking Kale has 15 damage left.
Okay.
But he doesn't. He has 13.
There
so yes, both players will be able to present lethal this round at some point. So wow, this is going to be fascinating to see who's got the cards to prevent it.
Does the game end on this turn? Do one of these two players find a spot in the semifinals here at Game Kastle in Austin, Texas, or do we see removal from the vigilant side of things with Kale? Do we see exhaust effects on Luna's side with Cunning to end up pushing us to another turn? Vader is deployed right away onto the Black Sun Patroller, which was the one, was the most vulnerable to that ping damage by Maul. It's now a 7-power Patroller, 2 TIE Fighter tokens created.
Considering doing plot things.
What does Luna have?
A couple of plot Palpatines,
this is big. That is huge.
Yeah, that's a massive
You're
problem.
going to get 4 spy tokens with Sentinel.
Oh, yeah, because you can afford to play them both.
You want to talk about changing the math, changing a race.
There it is.
You just put 4 Sentinel units into play.
Yeah, that's crazy. I love it. This is insane.
Luna. Absolutely insanity. Luna has plotted out, I believe, 2 cards every single time in this match.
Yep.
We saw Palpatine plus Garandan in the first game, double Garandan in the second game. Now it looks like double Palpatine, but she's actually thinking this one through.
Yes.
She could opt not to play it.
And you've got to be a little cautious here because Maul can possibly clean these guys up real easy.
It is a good point.
I think the idea, this is the play. I think you put all 4 out. I don't think you take any chances here. If you only put 2 out, you run the possibility of Maul finding a way to clean him off the board before and then still push his damage through. Kale really would love a kill switch right here.
Oh my goodness, he needs something.
Oh, he's
what
got
does he
it.
have? Here is the kill switch. Oh, exhausting the patroller that just had Vader put on. Skirmisher gets in for 3. It's 18 damage on Kale's base. Back and forth we go. Wow. What does Kale have now in response? Still has 4 ready resources.
Man. Maul can start to make a dent in this Sentinel wall, but and all Luna's really doing is buying time, right? Going to the next round, if Kale can engineer a board where it's going to take Luna, what do we got? Two more actions to finish getting in damage here. If Kale can engineer a board position where he can put in a little bit of damage and go into the next round, being able to swing big on the first action, then that starts to feel pretty good. But he's got to be careful. He's not okay. So he's going to continue to attack this space arena.
So now the Sheathapede, just 1 HP remaining, will get in for 2. It's 20 damage on Kale's base. One of the TIE Fighter tokens removed by that Maul action ability. Here comes Darth Maul. Another 2 damage to Kale's base. So 22 on means that if Luna has an action next turn, that patroller, piloted by Vader, would win the game in 1 action.
Yeah.
But does it get there?
Such a close
game.
Again,
Kale. Oh, it has been 4 ready resources. If Kale takes out the Sheathapede, which he could potentially do with the on-attack ability.
He can get a 5th
one Maul,
back.
that would allow him to get a 5th. Yep, so it would be 5 ready resources. What does he have in hand? Oh, he put it down. Got to show us
just
Kale.
fixing to move the camera. Oh, wait, now he picks it back up as it's turning off. Did he claim?
Oh, that's it? Yeah, I think so. Or did she just claim? What happened there?
I'm not.
I got to looking at the hand and
somebody claimed.
Where's the initiative token? There's so many units. The initiative token is hidden somewhere.
See it. It's literally not on camera. I think Kale claimed. Let's go with that assumption.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because Maul was deployed, then you had the attack going up to 22. So he claims, and the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser will exhaust the Black Sun Patroller. And keep in mind, there's no more Sentinel in the ground arena for Luna.
Yeah.
The Sentinel on the spy tokens was just for that last turn.
But again, a couple of these weenies in space, and you still get there. Like, there's so much potential damage. Yeah, like, oh.
Another Death Space Skirmisher exhausting the buffed up Treyas Acolyte. Here comes Darth Maul. 5 damage to base. The TIE Fighter and the Sheathapede wiped. That will allow Kale to ready 1 resource, but with just 1 ready resource, I'm not sure he'll have much he can do with it. He's got the Force back. 6 HP remaining. And Luna definitely has lethal on board.
Oh, absolutely. But I don't think that Kale does. I think exhausting the Sabered unit pretty much ruins things.
3 to base and 2 more attacks from the ground arena. Luna has done it in game 3. What a game that was.
Wow.
Wow, game 1 was no contest whatsoever, but games 2 and 3, that was absolutely brilliant from both players. Love to see it. Huge congrats to Luna.
Absolutely. A well-deserved win here. Using all of the various cunning, I used the word shenanigans earlier. I'm going to use it again, right? The little cunning shenanigans you can do, the exhaust, how, we talked about the impact of the Saber upgrades, but we also, there's that little warning of, hey, this deck is going to try to mess with you and waste your time with these big sabered units, these big chonked up units, and man, did it work.
Wow, what a game. That was great. Definitely on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
Luna able to take it. What a run for Kale, though. I was personally very excited to see a Maul at the top table.
So am I.
I thought that was really, really cool.
Yeah.
And, great run for Kale. Hate to see Maul leaving, but very happy for Luna nonetheless. And I tell you, that Vader deck, got to watch out for it.
Yeah, definitely. I like you. I love seeing Maul. I'm a Maul fan. I have one built at home. Like, I particularly enjoy that deck. So yeah, let's update the bracket now. I've got some other results for you. So let me see. We need to come to this one. That should work. Yep. So Luna is moving on into our quarterfinal round. Let's have a look at the other matches. One of these matches is still going on, but I can tell you that Phoenix Parks won the match there. Vader beating out Boba Pilot in the
really?
Yeah. Vader comes away with that one. So the 4 seed winning that match. And then at the bottom of the bracket, Owen and Jack. Jack has successfully put an end to Owen's day. Chewbacca is moving on into the top 4.
Wow. This is going to be interesting. Boba out. No more Boba Fett in the tournament now. The most represented leader. Of course, Boba, the talk of the town coming into this weekend, having won multiple PQs last weekend. And now we see that Boba sees an exit.
So at the moment, we could still be looking at a Vader on Vader final. That is still a possibility with the way this bracket has lined up. But Chewie into Vader next round for Luna, the way Jack's been playing today, Luna's going to have her hands full. That's going to be a great match.
Yeah, I think that will be a great one indeed. We saw Jack dismantle another pilot deck earlier, the Boba Fett Lake Country with Justin, and that was quite the match. So yeah, and again, that deck, as you mentioned, there's a lot of space presence in that deck, right? You're really trying to push a lot into the space arena, which can be great because if you can get a hold of Vader's space arena early and try and choke down that TIE Fighter generation, I mean, things can start looking real tough. So Chewbacca has got a real shot here because Jack has a space plan.
Well, and it's also a real interesting matchup for Chewbacca because he plays a lot of space units, but Chewie himself deploys into the other arena. So while he's busy fighting you over the space arena with the cards out of his hand, his leader on the board is busy kicking you in the teeth. So yikes, like that can be that might be difficult to manage. Now, I know that Luna has prepped for that matchup. Again, talking earlier this week. So I'll be curious to see how it shakes out. But that's going to be the Houston player in me is very sad, Josh, because only one of those players can go to the finals, and I really wish they both could. Curses. But I'm glad we've got.
It's one of those situations.
Yeah. But we've got 2 people in the top 4.
Definitely one of those situations.
I'll take it.
Okay, but another thing too, talking about Chewbacca. So while he's down in the ground arena, just kicking your teeth in, he's also can deal that damage, right? And we know that there's a lot of units that going to have a very small amount of HP on Vader's side, so that could be 5 damage to base. Take out your space threat. So definitely going to be interesting to see. Like you said, Luna's got a plan, though, and I am thrilled to see how that one turns out. 2 great players, and like you said, a couple players from the local scene, and you always love to see them have a great run.
Absolutely. All right, guys, so here's the trick. Our remaining – we've got a half hour left on the timer. Our remaining match is, unshockingly, the Talzin versus Control match.
Because Towson's kind of controlled a little bit, so.
Right. Towson's control is more that when I play my stuff, I shrink your stuff and make it dead. Right?
Yeah.
Auras, I'm curious to see how Liam's Aura deck functions. Part of me, this is not a knock against Drew, part of me hopes Liam wins that match because I'd love to watch that Aura deck in action. I'm really curious.
Right.
So, yeah, wait, hold on. Head judge is sticking his head in. Oh, okay. I thought that last match wasn't done yet. Sweet. We have excellent timing, Josh. Let's go. So let's find out who our last I know, look at that. Look at that. All right, so let's see what our pairings are. Who won that match? Liam did win that match. All right.
Oh, so we've got Aura
and Pilot Vader.
The semis, okay.
Yeah. I think I kind of want to see that, don't you?
I'm totally fine with that. I know you really want to see the Aura, so let's do it. We're gonna get Vader one way or the other. We haven't seen Aura. We've seen the other two, right?
Exactly right. We've seen the other two players. Let's go look at this Aura. Yeah. Give us the table one. Give us table one. Sweet. So we may not have a break at all. We'll just go straight into it here. That'll save us a little bit of time, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, just running right through it here.
I tell you what, let's at least take a 2 or 3 minute break for you and I to get up and move around, grab some water, stretch our legs, whatever. I will be right back here getting everything set up, prepped, and ready once they sit down at the table. So this will be a very, very short break, guys. Ignore the timer on the screen. Don't go anywhere, or at least leave the audio turned up or something. We're going to be back in just a moment, okay? This will be a short one, I promise. We'll be right back. All right, I told you it'd be a short one, and it was. Let's get on to it. The judge staff is not waiting around, Josh. They all want to go home.
Fair, totally fair.
Totally fair. So our top four
Well,
now.
we're just excited to see some more action, though.
Bring it on, right? Our top four now. We saw Luna just win her top 8 match, right? So obviously moved on. Our other Vader pilot won there. So we got 2 Vaders in the top 4, rounded out by Aura Singh. And then, of course, Jack's Chewbacca. And we saw Jack early in the day, I think back in like round 2 or round 3, something like that, much earlier in the day. We're going to be bringing you guys the top half of this bracket. So let's briefly meet everybody here on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Phoenix. Phoenix, our local, both these guys local players here. Our 2 semifinal tables, we have a table of Austin players and a table of Houston players. So the finals is guaranteed to be Houston versus Austin, which I am excited about. I'm not going to lie, kids.
That's very cool.
Sitting across from him is Liam. Liam is going to be our Aura Singh player on the day. I'm really interested to see this deck. So yeah, we'll show you the matchup here, and then we'll let these guys get on with it.
Well, one thing that immediately stands out before we even look at deck list or think about sideboards, etc., Aura Singh has a built-in way to pick off a TIE Fighter token every single turn.
Yes, indeed.
So
indubitably,
that is going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, she can just be like, I feel like murdering one of your weenie space units. I find that really interesting, and I remember when I first read Aura Singh when they spoiled this leader, I thought, oh man, I don't know about this. And I went to my very first pre-release, and I ended up opening my packs, and I ended up building a Hera Blue because somehow I had drawn into, I think, 3 of those little Leppy Lookouts, which is a pretty good little card, right? 3/1 shielded, overwhelming. It's not a bad unit. And I sit down, and my first opponent is playing Aura Singh. And immediately I know, like, half of the 2-drops, half of the turn 1 plays in my deck are dead cards already.
It's tough. That is a very tough spot to be in, for sure. And speaking of the turn 1 plays, in this particular matchup, that turn 1 Screeching TIE Fighter or the First Order TIE Fighter, probably not going to be the plays you're looking for here.
No, I think you're going to have to, do we have a moment? They look like they're still shuffling. I'm debating this. Let's briefly take a glimpse at Phoenix's deck. Okay. I'm curious what he's got in here that's not a 1-drop. So the A-Wing is safe. The Y-Wing is safe. That's it for turn 1 plays.
The Canyon Runner, which actually goes on the ground.
So the Canyon Runner is a ground unit, but it is safe, but it's a ground unit. Right? Yeah. Right. So not what Vader wants necessarily. Oh no, Vader's trigger just triggers off a vehicle, doesn't it?
Yeah, any vehicle.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. All right, ignore me.
You're good. So yeah, we've got some options.
There are options.
Did we see one thing I didn't see,
pull it up again.
and I should have looked more closely. Did we have the Black Sun Patroller as well?
No Black Sun Patrol in this version.
It's here. Yeah.
Nope. Don't see it here.
All right. Oh no, it's in the sideboard. It's over in the sideboard.
I see it now. Yes, there it is. It is in the sideboard.
So that could be something that comes in place of maybe one of these 1 HP turn 1 plays.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly a possibility moving into the second game of the match. But it looks like Liam will be starting with the initiative to open things up.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm Phoenix, I'm a little nervous about this matchup, just because you probably don't really have a good feel for what your opponent is really trying to do. I mean, in my head, and this is maybe wishful thinking, but in my head, the blue-green villain shell that we kind of got so familiar with the first 2 years of the game, the Kira Data Vault decks, just to pick an easy example. Those decks kind of died with rotation. Not because the leaders are bad, right? I would argue that Plot Palpatine out of set 6 with a Data Vault would be just as good as Kira in a lot of instances, but more that the cards that support that build kind of didn't survive, right? Like things like Overwhelming Barrage. And now here we are at the top 8 of yet another Austin PQ, and I'm looking at yet another blue-green villain shell. And I'm like, how did I get here? How did this happen? Make it make sense, Josh.
Yeah, no, it's a very valid question. I think Aura is probably the more go-to control leader right now. We've seen Aura paired with aggression. Did have at least one top cut appearance last week at the largest PQ of the weekend in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. So I think Aura, very viable control leader right now. And interesting to see what this Data Vault version has. Again, the blue-green villainy shell you talked about. It's been so good for such a long time. And very curious to see how Liam has this all pieced together. And one thing I will say, just looking at the deck just briefly, is there's a lot of units in this deck, because one thing that you just mentioned, a lot of the control tools as far as events were stripped away right in the rotation. So
yeah,
it's definitely going to be interesting to see more unit-based control, if you will.
Liam mentioned that to me, right? He was the player I was telling you about, was teasing me about, oh, I know how much you like casting control decks, right? And he said, there's only 11 events in my deck. He said the majority of it is units. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's reasonable, though. Like, I would much rather have the control game, I don't want to say devolve, but let's say get to where it is more of an interactive thing.
Well, here we go. Semifinals underway here at Game Kastle in Austin, Texas. It is 2 1-cost units for Phoenix, and he has found 2 units that dodge Aura's action ability. 2 1/4s, double Canyon Runner, as we see the Director Krennic coming out for Liam. Krennic going to put some damage on one of the Skyhopper Canyon Runners. And now Latsrazi will be played, an experience token given, and 3 damage to the other runner. And that's going to leave that runner with just 1 HP remaining and set up the Aura Sing action ability to defeat it. As Phoenix creates the first TIE Fighter token of game number 1, and the Victor Leader is going to help keep these 1 HP units out of Aura Sing range.
Wow, already tons of board traffic, units coming and going, just wild to me.
For sure. Director Krennic cleaning up the ground arena. The second Skyhopper Canyon Runner is defeated. Victor Leader going to base for 2. And now it is Borkost Bosk, the Command Vigilance Villainy Bosk. And another 2 damage to base. That Victor Leader giving the TIE Fighter token +1/+1. Latsrazi getting in as well.
Ooh. I'm not sure, like, do you really beguile something here? Like, putting Lots back in his hand isn't a good idea. Okay, he put Bosk back.
Totals right now on each base. That's in favor of Phoenix. Liam with the initiative. Still having Director Krennic in play, so if he has any good win defeated units in hand, they are reduced by 1. That first one played, reduced by 1 resource, as Aura Sing is going to pick off that first order TIE Fighter. Just 1 HP remaining. Darth Vader just being deployed to the ground arena here. And we are going to see a heavy plot from Phoenix.
Look at this.
Wow. Well, we've got options.
Oh, you've got options, all right.
4 total plot cards in the resources, 2 Lurking Snubs, 2 Chancellor Palpatine. We can play 2 of them. So here comes Palpatine, 2 spy tokens that will have Sentinel for the phase, and it looks like we're just going to do both Palpatine for a total of 4 spy tokens in Phoenix's ground arena.
we've seen this play before. The
Kill
double
switch.
Palpatine. Yep.
Yeah, we absolutely have. Double Palpatine. Vader, exhausted by the kill switch, gets -1/-1. As these low-power space units continue to chip in at Data Vault. Sky Upper Canyon Runner attacking and defeating the Director Krennet unit. Latsrazi took out one of the spy tokens. And now the tree remembers, and it defeats the contracted Jumpmaster. One thing for sure, Phoenix has done very well in this game. He is going super wide, and super wide in the ground arena, funny enough.
Well, not only is he going super wide, he's I mean, I won't say that's kind of Aura's Achilles heel. I don't feel like that's accurate necessarily, but yeah, doing it in the ground arena means, Liam probably comes into this matchup thinking, oh, I'm really going to need my hyperspace disaster. But right now he's wishing he had a single reactor ignition, I suspect.
That's Razi taking out another spy token. Vader gets in for a total of 4 with a -1/-1 tag there. Aura Singh taking out a TIE Fighter token. And Phoenix is just slowly chipping away at this 33 HP Data Vault, 13 HP remaining for Liam. And now we're going to see the new Pirate Snub Fighter ambushing the other TIE Fighter.
Ooh.
And now Aura Singh is deployed, wiping one of these ground threats, that when deployed ability. Able to defeat a non-leader unit with 5 or less remaining HP, and it's another Chancellor Palpatine. There's still a leader unit in place, so 2 more spy tokens created. They'll have Sentinel, and no glory only results just taking a spy, and the Death Space Skirmisher is going to come out and exhaust Aura Singh.
Just back-breaking plays and counter plays here. Watching Liam throw away a no glory on a spy token, like, that's just physically painful.
That may be the saddest no glory I've ever seen. Maybe.
I need a sad trombone. I need a sad trombone sound I can play on stream when that happens. Man.
Vader in for 4. 25 damage on Data Vault, but here comes the Lawbringer. That is going to give -2/-2 to whichever aspect Liam chooses there. I'm assuming he chose... What got defeated there?
I believe he chose Cunning, which mean that the 2 damage that was on the little Skyhopper was enough to kill it.
There you go. Okay. Yep.
Because then he swung with the Skirmisher and only got 1 damage out of it. So he chose Cunning for that.
There we go.
For that right there.
Very good. So it's 26 now on Data Vault. Just 8 damage on Phoenix's base. Phoenix has done such a good job at going wide, really presenting Liam with tons of questions that he has to answer. That Lawbringer, very effective now, though.
Yeah. Questions that need answering indeed. Now, the Lawbringer has the potential for this to play a lot of catch-up in this game. Apologies. Josh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it looks like we were having a little discussion with the judge there, but all is well. Aura Singh cleaning up the other space, or excuse me, the other ground threat. The spies have now been dealt with. Chancellor Palpatine taken out as well.
Vader now stands alone in the ground arena, Josh. Look at this.
Stands alone, and importantly, that -1/-1 from kill switch is what is keeping this from not just being one action lethal, because Liam has 5 HP remaining. He has stabilized the board, but Phoenix has the initiative. Here comes 4 damage. 32 on. Liam has 1 HP remaining.
That's all he needs is 1, right? Just 1.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He's still alive. That's Razi. 3 damage to Vader. Vader being set up to be defeated here on this turn. Republic Y-Wing coming down for Phoenix. At this point, Phoenix just needs to again, try to go as wide as he can on the board to just get in with one unit.
Well, and the trick is he's got to try and spread around the aspects on those units. Otherwise, Lawbringer runs the risk of potentially murdering them all. He's got to be very cautious.
2 damage up to 10 on Phoenix's base. Phoenix presenting another 1-cost cunning unit in the space arena. The Gonk Power Droid in the ground arena for Liam. And it's another 1-cost space unit, the Screeching TIE Fighter. But like you mentioned, that Lawbringer pretty good against all one aspect. Lando Calrissian will allow that TIE Fighter to capture the other ground unit for Liam. And that is going to heal 6 damage from Liam's base. Massive play here.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And now, and he can murder. I mean, it's just a Gonk droid. I mean, it's not like you're excited about getting it back in a massive rush here. But he can attack into the Y-Wing, name yellow, and clear everything.
It's all gone. The Gonk Power Droid back on Liam's side. We did have Galen Erso being put on Liam's side, but now Aura Singh taking out the Vader leader unit, and there's no units in play. Liam has appeared to stabilize here in game 1.
That is the loneliest Galen I've ever seen. He has no friends. They all died, Josh.
They
Poor
have
Lawbringer.
all gone away.
Poor Lawbringer murdered them all.
Wow.
Oh,
and now
my
the
God,
Purgle,
it's a Purgle
King for Liam. Let's draw multiple cards.
Oh my God.
What a play.
What am I looking at?
What
This
is going on?
amazing.
This is wild.
This is amazing.
You draw 1 card for each friendly unit with 7 or more remaining HP. He had 3 of them.
Oh, my
3
God.
cards drawn.
This is insane. How is he ready? There we go. He shouldn't be ready. There we go. Okay.
Lawbringer.
How did we
Still
heal
ready.
again?
Lots of power. Double TIE Fighter. Lawbringer going in for 7 can just wipe the TIE Fighters again.
Goodness.
Phoenix with a Victor leader. But at this point, you've got 11 HP remaining on Liam's base. And that is going to be the game. Craving power down on Galen Erso.
Wow.
Liam says, just to add a little insult to injury, I'll finish the game with your own unit, Galen Erso.
Wow. What did I just watch?
That was crazy. I mean, Phoenix was so close. He did such a good job at going super wide early in the game. Plotted out 2 Chancellor Palpatines with Vader going to the ground arena. And then Liam was able to stabilize with 1 HP remaining and pulls it back in game 1 of the semifinals.
Wow. And Lawbringer just backbreaking in this matchup, right? Like, you know, we talk about that card being, you know, the new Snoke. And in a way it kind of is. It functions in a very similar manner. But you're playing now in the arena where you know, he's trying to play all these little smallish units, and then you're able to attack into one and then shrink the rest of them. One Lawbringer attack wiped his entire space arena. You know, that's just crazy.
Really is. That was quite the card because you saw so many ways for Phoenix to put out those units with less HP, and Lawbringer, I mean, that is just the perfect answer. You were mentioning, what does the new blue-green villainy look like? And Lawbringer may be a very big part of that.
I'll be honest, if this is what control looks like now, I'm okay with it because it's interesting, right? It's not, you played a unit, I played a card to murder your unit, we went to the next turn, right? Well, that was what control looked like for so long. This is much more interesting.
I can agree with that 100%. I think this particular Aura Singh deck, very interesting. There's lots of units, lots of unit-based control here, which definitely makes for a more interactive gameplay experience. I'm on board for it. I think this is very unique, and I mean, Liam in a good spot to go very deep with this Aura Singh.
All right, so let's talk sideboards for a minute. What here interests you? I mean, I think if I'm Phoenix, I'm grabbing those Black Sun Patrollers. I think, maybe, I don't know.
I think the Black Sun Patroller probably comes in place of one of the 1-cost units that has just 1 HP. I think that's a totally valid swap. And the other thing, really the only other thing that stands out to me in a big way is that corporate warmongering, because we saw how effective Phoenix was able to go wide. So if you can give one unit +3/+3 and everything else +1/+1, like that could be the damage difference that actually gets him across the finish line.
There, I agree with you. So I like that. I think you bring in the warmongerings, and I think you bring in the Black Sun. You swap the Black Sun Patrollers in for, I don't know, pick something. And go from there. I like that idea a lot. I don't think the Boshek or the arrests get you a whole lot. Or is it a bog down? Is that his one of there? A bog down in procedure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Bog down in procedure.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like he's got a total of 3. He has two in the main deck and one on the side.
One on the board. All right. So let's ask the same question from Leon's side of the table. What interests us here? We saw enough ground presence. Are you grabbing another hyperspace disaster?
That's a good question. I think if I'm Liam, I'm bringing those hyperspace disasters in, because if the game plan doesn't go Liam's way, you need something to fall back on, and there's a very real opportunity or possibility that Phoenix does end up with mostly space units. I think the double Chancellor Palpatine on the flip, that's not going to happen every single game. No. You're not going to have 5+ units in the ground arena most games. So I think we need to have that disaster.
Yeah, I agree. I think you bring in at least one of those. Part of me thinks you could consider shuffling the Annihilators out of the deck. I feel like maybe that's a little too reachy for the matchup you're in. The Krennic, I could see it one way or another. Maybe you could sell me on that argument in either direction, I think. But I think the Annihilators is too big. The game's not going to go that long, I don't feel like.
Just initially looking at it, I would be totally fine with bringing out the 2 Annihilator and the 2 Krennic, and bring in the 2 Hyperspace Disaster and the 2 First Light, because the First Light I think is going to be more viable than the Director Krennic, and I think that the Hyperspace Disaster is going to be more viable than the Annihilator. That would be my immediate call.
I like that. I like that idea. He's also got one more. Is that another Tree Remembers, the first card on the board?
Yep, another Tree Remembers.
You could sell me on that too, now that I think about it. Maybe dump the Retaliation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good response to... Possibly, yeah. It's a good, you got to think about it too, that Tree Remembers, if the Vader pilot goes on to something that costs 3 or less,
yeah, exactly.
You got to really watch out for the Tree Remembers.
Yeah, that's one of the big cards that Vader has to be cognizant and careful of in these matchups against blue decks, right? Is that you might run into, if you flip him out into something too small, he might not ever survive to swing. So that's really interesting.
Yeah. Very cool deck, nevertheless. Really like to see this variant of Aura Singh in game 2. Early Pirate Snub Fighter could also be pretty good if you see Phoenix go into space early. We saw him go ground early with the Skyhopper Canyon Runners, but if he goes to space, the Pirate Snub is an option for Liam. Plenty of ambush. Space units pretty early. Had the 2 Pirate Snub Fighters, 3 Eager Escort Fighter in the list as well for Liam. So really good answers for the Victor leader there with the Eager Escort Fighter. Can immediately take that out.
Yeah, the Eager E is such a great card for people who it's like, I acknowledge that space is a threat to me, and I have to have an answer for it, but I don't want to spend a lot of time and energy on it. Here, I'll just put this in to murder your stuff. That's kind of like where we're at, you know?
Now, at this point, we've only had 2 weekends of Planetary Qualifiers in the post-rotation Premier format, but neither one of these 2 leaders have won a Planetary Qualifier. So, we have 2 Vaders left in the top 4. You have 1 Aura Singh. So there's a good chance that we have a new leader victorious at the end of all of this. I was kind of I was trying to look. Has Chewbacca claimed one? Yes, Chewbacca has one.
I think Chewie has at least one under his belt. Yes, that sounds correct.
That's right. Yeah, it was another Chewbacca cunning.
You telling me Vader Yellow hasn't won a PQ this season yet?
Not yet. There's been top cuts, and in fact, made the finals at the Cherry Hill PQ last weekend that was streamed by, I believe, RT Chomp.
Okay.
And that had some great players, was over 100 players, and did make the finals, but fell to Boba in the finals.
Okay. I mean, because I say that starts to make a little more sense. I was like, the deck is solid enough; it should be making cuts. It just nobody's been able to get quite over the hump with it yet. So, well, we've got 2 shots at it today. So we'll see. The other match has not reported in yet, so that where they are still playing as well over in the Luna versus Jack match.
Well, Phoenix finding early plays that have more than 1 HP. And it looks like Liam, no early play here. Just claiming.
That's rough. He just claimed there. Oof.
What did we have there?
I think that was a Tree Remembers.
He paid 3. I can't quite see what the card is.
I can't either. It was just quick. I'd have to look at the list to figure out what it is.
Knowledge and defense. Knowledge and defense. -2, -2. That was just enough to take out the A-Wing and draw a card. Okay. Yeah, he just played it so quickly there. It went right to the discard pile. I could see the 3 cost, but I couldn't quite make out what it said. But it nevertheless, Canyon Runner striking first. 1 damage on Data Vault, and the Contracted Jump Master coming out for Phoenix as we go into another turn. Liam, no units in play.
He was bragging to me, oh, this deck has got all these units in it. And here I am in game 2. We're a few rounds in. I'm like, really? Where are your units? I'm not seeing it right now. Oh, there we go. All right.
All right, the perimeter ATRT going to gum up the ground arena for Liam, as it was 2 damage to base with that Contracted Jump Master 3 on Data Vault, the Clone Combat Squadron joining Phoenix's forces in the skies. That's a 4/4 currently, but we know that Clone Combat Squadron can quickly grow as Phoenix expands the space arena.
One of the interesting things about this matchup, Phoenix is basically just, if you noticed, he's just not making ties right now. He's just like, forget it.
Oh, yes, craving power. Liam, +2/+2 on perimeter ATRT, and that wipes clean the Clone Combat Squadron before, as you call it, the shenanigans begin. And the runner taken out as well.
I see what they're doing. Phoenix is like, I make a tie. Liam's like, I murder it. Literally, they're just both rotating their leads like, I use my leader. I cancel what you did.
But here we go.
He's got
interesting development for Phoenix. Another squadron with the Republic Y-Wing. So now this squadron a little bit more threatening. This is a 5/5. Let's see what Liam has for us. Plenty of cards in hand. Holding on to 6. 5 to base. Action number 1. First 5 damage on Phoenix's base. It's 5 on each. There's the corporate warmongering. It did come out of the sideboard.
Yeah. I'm not surprised to see this either.
Was that? What was that? Was that Lost and Forgotten?
Yes.
It was Lost and Forgotten, so it just defeats the Clone Combat Squadron and heals 3 from Liam's base. And that was the unit that got +3/+3.
Yeah.
Massive play for Liam.
Yeah. Yeah, and Liam is sitting on the hyperspace disaster in his hand either. Or I should say as well. He's drawn into 1. So I expected the other one to come out of the board, and it seems like it has.
Hyperspace disaster is there. This truly spells disaster right now for Phoenix. The Vader leader is deployed onto the Republic Y-Wing, getting +5/+5, so swinging for 7 total. Up to 12 damage is Liam on base, 12-5 the advantage, but that hyperspace disaster could instantly just stop everything for Phoenix.
This is about to get real ugly for Liam. Yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
Explosion in the space arena. A disaster for Phoenix. And Liam in control yet again.
Fine. I don't get units, neither do you.
There we go. It's a fair trade, not really.
No.
But nevertheless,
it's
perimeter
not a-
ATRT back to hand.
It's not a fair trade at all.
Phoenix able to look at Liam's hand, but Liam still has the deploy of RF Singh defeating the Victor leader right after it was played. 3 to base, 12-8 now. The damage totals in favor of Phoenix, but Phoenix has no units in play, and Liam has, well, I think he's just demoralized Phoenix at this point.
I mean, if I'm Phoenix in Phoenix's shoes, I mean, I'll be honest, game 1 was great. At this game, I think I'm just scooping and being like, we're done now. Like, I'm whatever. I mean, this is just everything that Phoenix has tried. Liam has been like, no, I got the answer. I got the answer right here in my hand. Let's go.
The hyperspace disaster. We know there was at least one in the main deck. Could have brought in more, and it was crushing to say the least. But Phoenix, being a good sport here, smiles. He knows, hey, at the end of the day, sometimes my opponent's just going to draw what they need, and Liam has done just that in this game 2. Now here in the top 4, all of these players have secured 25 points on the leaderboard in the quest for 100 points to secure a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship. And looks like we are seeing that this is Phoenix's first top 4 appearance, but the Anakin comes down and wipes out that patroller instantly.
I shouldn't laugh.
Wes, I think, yeah, I was fixing to say, Wes, this is not right. You just keep laughing.
I don't know what else to do, man. It's to me, this is almost devolved into silliness. It's like, I played a unit. Oh, I'd murder it. Oh, I played a unit. I murdered. But it's a different, right? Because what I like about this style of control versus what we had for the first couple years of the game is, yeah, I'm killing your stuff, but I'm developing my board while I do it. I'm advancing my side of the board towards a win condition whereby I will eventually be able to, deal enough damage to your base to end this charade. So many of the control decks we saw for so long, it felt like as a player they were just stall decks, right? It was just
right.
No, nobody can do anything. You can't play. I'm just going to play cards that stop you from playing. And that was just frustrating. This is at least, yeah, sure, you're killing my stuff, but your board is continuing to advance.
Lawbringer doing work. 7 HP remaining on Phoenix's base. Anakin going in. We do have Plot Patine, but there's no leader in play, and that is going to wrap it up. Liam in 2 games with Aura Singh, Data Vault, just crushing Vader's hopes here in the semifinals.
Yeah. Game 1, really good, really back and forth. But that was just brutal. That was brutal to watch.
That was. Yeah, game 1 was super tight, right? I mean, Phoenix had Liam on the ropes, 1 HP remaining. Just couldn't quite get there. But in game 2, Liam just had everything he needed, that craving power into the Lost and Forgotten, into hyperspace disaster, maybe the best 5, 6, 7 he could have asked for.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Okay, then. Well, that, and here's the other thing about this. I'm used to control matches being so grindy and slow and, oh my goodness, we're here and it's 12 o'clock in the morning and we're still playing Sue and, but that's not what that was at all, right? That game, and again, I come back to, I like it because, yes, your stuff is dying, but the board is continuing to move. We are moving towards an in condition, right? I like that much better. That's nice. All right, let's get these bracket results in here. So, Liam.
And interestingly enough,
going to the finals.
I think the other match is still going. And I think if you asked us that before this started, we would have said that this match probably would have taken long.
Right. I would have called you a liar if you had told me that was the thing. I'd be like, nah, it's not happening. No way. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Liam's going to his first finals. He's our Austin player in the finals. Let's go. We'll have to go take a peek at the other match. That's the Houston on Houston matchup. And we're going to have a Houston v. Austin finals one way or another. That's absolutely going to happen. So that's gonna be interesting to see how that all shakes out. Oh,
Exciting.
Josh,
it's exciting because, like you said, these players first time getting there, getting this far, somebody is going to lock up a spot in the main event at the Galactic Championship. So that's super exciting.
Which is getting close, right? We're about a little more than 3 months away, right? So time's running out. PQ season, the points season, basically ends at the end of May. There are no events in June at all. So if you want to have points enough to earn your way in the GC, you got this month and you got next month, and then you're done.
Yeah.
So we are on the downhill slope of the roller coaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those that want to try and compete in the main event at the Galactic Championship, they will have the last chance qualifier before the main event. So there's still hope.
Oh, yeah.
So definitely still want to make it to the Galactic Championship, even if you don't get the points. But nevertheless, yeah, the clock is ticking.
Yes, exactly. So don't dawdle, guys. If you're still trying to earn points, put in the effort. Go get them now. Go get them now. All right, let's step away for a few minutes. Again, get up, stretch your legs. I'll go check on the other match and come back with an update in chat. I won't sit back down at the desk, but I'll type an update in chat as to where the other match is, what it's looking like over there. My guess is we'll be at least 10 minutes. So keep guess, but I'll let you guys know in chat. And Josh, if I need you back any sooner than that, I'll ping you or whatever. We'll figure it out.
Sounds good.
Cool. We'll see you guys again in just a moment. Let me get the right buttons pushed. Here we go. been a busy day, Josh, but it's time. You ready for the finals?
I am more than ready.
Let's go.
What a day. It's all led up to this. 64 players down to the final 2, looking for that 100 points. It's been so much fun to watch up to this point. We've got Aura and Chewy in the finals. Come on.
Oh,
That's
right?
gonna be great.
And both Vaders are out, and we have an all Lawless Time leader final here in Austin. I don't think I would have predicted that when the day started.
No, that would I don't think that was on a lot of players' bingo cards.
No.
We got Boba out in the top 8. We had one Boba in the top 8. It was out in the quarterfinals. Lando was the second most represented leader. No Landos in the top cut. So yeah, it all comes down to Liam versus Jack, Aura Singh versus Chewbacca. It's Aura Singh, Data Vault, Chewbacca Cunning. Set for a good one, Wes.
All of the aspects represented in one match, Josh. We have every single one of them all at the table.
That's great.
This is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. All right.
This is definitely going to be interesting.
All right. Now, right now, they're looking over each other's deck lists. Now, we'll do the same. We haven't seen Jack's deck list. We have seen Jack on stream. So let's go pop over and have a look at what Jack's Chewbacca. Oh, why didn't this update? That bugs me. I must have updated the wrong thing. That's an easy fix. Hold on. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Let's have a look at Jack's deck, and we can talk about what he's got going on over here.
All right, so we do know that there are some Sentinels for Liam. We did see some Sentinels in that last match, so things like BD1 could be very good. The Ascension Cable also, so some good ways to give Saboteur and get around the Sentinel.
Commence
also
the festivities.
Commence the festivities.
Yeah.
So lots of good ways for Jack to get around the Sentinels. And of course, Jack going to be pushing heavy into the space arena. What else is standing out to you right now outside of the Saboteur, Wes?
In this particular matchup, let's see. The Lieutenant Gorn's not going to be terribly impactful, but obviously a really good meta call in a world where you expect to sit across from Lando on occasion. So I like to seeing that in here. I feel like, yeah, I mean, the heavy space is going to be interesting. The They Hate That ship into one of these good mid-range space units early in the game could be a really strong opening. Because you know, most of the cards that Liam seems to have that are, you know, good unit removal focus either on cheap units or you know, making units smaller so that Aura can sweep in and do her shenanigans. But if I'm taking my turn 1 to put a 4/4 or a 4/5 on the table, I mean, that's more than a little challenging, to put it lightly.
It would be pretty good for sure. Karis Nemec really stands out.
Oh.
Another more control-oriented matchup. So we saw how good Karis was earlier. When you have your opponent defeat it, you can just present that ready spy token right away. So I think that's going to be an important unit for Jack as well. And going into games 2 and 3, you see more Saboteur options in space with that blockade runner, and then also Commandeer. So if the game goes late, we saw some of these big capital ships. For instance, Lawbringer made a huge impact for Liam in that game. So Commandeer could potentially take one of those big ships, ready it, and maybe be the closing amount of damage for Jack.
Yeah, I think the Commandeer is going to be a big one after board's going, because, you know, we saw Liam come in with those perimeter ATRTs in both games and against Phoenix, and they were useful cards. So even something like that, you know, especially God forbid if it's got an upgrade on it, turning one of those around on the table, smashing your opponent with it, and then putting it back in his hand when it's done, that could be a big tempo play at the right time.
Definitely. Aggressive Negotiations, 3 copies of Aggressive Negotiations. We saw Jack play this card very effectively earlier in the day, and this is something that as long as you can get a unit to stick, that could be that extra push, that extra bit of damage. You can take some turns where you're able to build up that hand, and as long as you get one unit to stick on the board, that Aggressive Negotiations could be that little bit of a final push as well.
Yep. I like it. A lot of good options in here, a lot of good tools. Quick look, real briefly, refresher on Liam's deck as we head into the finals here. This is what he's stocked up with. So yeah, I think very much like we saw with the Vader matchup, when sideboarding time comes, we're going to see a lot of the top end cards come out. I see those as really, really, really good cards into things like Lando right now, those kinds of things in the environment, but probably not very effective in a deck that's going to play as low to the ground as Chewbacca is.
Definitely. And great call out from chat. That's on me. Yep, Commandeer cannot hit Lawbringer. It's only 6
true.
or less, so great call. That is on me. And so looking at the deck now, Commandeer probably not going to be doing a whole lot here. There's no real serious threats that I think we would want to take with Commandeer, so that's probably not something that Jack leans into. But I think the big question just becomes controlling the space arena yet again. Of course, Jack isn't going to be able to put as many space units in play, but Liam is still going to have to find those answers, those ways to interact with space arena rather frequently.
Yep. All right, well, we've met one of these players. Well, actually, we met them both on the stream at various points of the day. Of course, we have seen Jack before. There he is again. And let's fix this up real briefly. There we go. And then sitting across from him, that, of course, is Liam. We saw him last round. Houston versus Austin here in our finals.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I want to watch that game because I was surprised.
All right, let's get back to this. And here we go. I'm going to turn him loose. There we go.
So Liam, the hometown hero here at Game Kastle in Austin. Jack coming in trying to take the crown.
I revealed another hyperspace disaster.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting match. What's happened? There, I'll fix that up.
I'm not
there we go.
Into this game.
You know, you've got Chewie wanting to go just super duper duper fast, and Aura's like, no, my job is to slow you down and make the game run long until I get the tools online that I want to have. So this is going to be fascinating.
So Jack will start with the initiative and something that I believe we touched on briefly. Liam has yet to drop a match. He was one of the 4-0 players that double drew into the top 8, so Liam yet to drop a match all day. Trying to remain undefeated. First final appearance for Liam. Jack has made it to the finals once before in a PQ, but both of these players looking to win their first. Lock up 100 points. A big difference between first and second. 35 points for the runner-up. 100 points for the winner. Of course, great prizing on the line as well.
And I'm trying to remember what is the winner, Matt, for the PQs right now? I can't remember off the top of my head. Do you remember, Josh?
The really cool Lawless Time art as the champion Matt. The great colors from a Lawless Time. Love the color scheme.
Oh, right. It's the set art. It's the key art for the set. It always is, isn't it? Right.
Nope.
Yes. Yeah, I love that art. It's bright, the oranges and everything is really pretty.
Yeah,
I'd forgotten they
one of the better looking ones. Here we go. Game 1 of the finals underway in one. Starfighter for Jack. Skunk Power Droid for Liam. See if the Skunk Power Droid plays a role here.
Ooh, that's got to be a little scary
Liam
for Jack.
potentially throwing down some big units, yeah.
Nobody wants to see that thing early.
3-1 now the damage totals as Gonk swings in. The question is, what does Liam have to take advantage?
My apologies. Chat is saying that Jack actually won the PQ in Houston. He didn't tell me that. He just said he had made the finals.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, thank you for the heads up. So Jack trying to become a 2-time PQ champion. Liam looking for his first.
Yeah,
Falcon get out and push the play for Jack.
I'm realizing I should have phrased my question differently when I talked to Jack. I said, have you made it to the finals before? Yes, I have. Okay.
You see Liam getting some good value there out of the Gonk Power Droid, playing the Imperial Dark Trooper for 1 resource. Grinnet coming out for 2. And now we'll see more cost reductions. You've got the Gonk still in play, and of course, Krennic reducing the first unit with when defeated ability each round for Liam. So lots of cost reduction here. The N1 Starfighter putting Data Vault up to 6 damage on as the Gonk Power Droid swings in for 1. 2 damage on Jack Space. Just sets of 3 damage coming in for Jack.
Ooh.
9 on Data Vault.
An interesting ground arena for Jack here too, right? You don't necessarily want to just fly Chewie out there. Of course, Krennic swinging in maybe a little less scary now, but a minute before, Liam had the ability to put 5 damage onto your leader, right? Just for flipping him onto the board. Ooh.
All right, so Chewbacca leader is deployed, and Liam has the perimeter ATRT. We saw him throw that down in game 2 versus Vader. Now putting it in the way of Chewbacca, and if Chewbacca swings in, that's 3 damage on Chewbacca, so Liam would be set up to potentially just defeat that leader unit right away with the Dark Trooper if he chooses to do so.
Yep. Chewie just gets taken right out by the Dark Trooper. Yeah, I think Jack claims there, and then has to hope he draws one of his Saboteur cards or something like a Commence the Festivities would be really strong right here to be able to just sneak in some damage around this ATRT.
Definitely has the Saboteur plays in this deck. Jack has the initiative.
Oh,
What
yeah.
the play is. It is Ascension Cable onto Chewbacca leader unit. +1/+3. So Chewbacca back to 6 HP remaining and has Saboteur. Latarazi coming out, getting an experience token. 3 damage dealt to Chewbacca, but still remains in play with 3 HP remaining.
Yeah.
And now a big swing coming through.
Yep. I think you got to go ahead and get that in.
6
before
damage
you
to
lose
base. Absolutely. 15 damage on Data Vault. And we do see the on attack trigger being used. A resource defeated. 2 damage dealt to Latarazi. That 3-cost unit defeated.
I think he's going to throw
another 2 damage.
I think he's going to throw the Gonk droid into Chewie to kill him.
I think so too. Lining it up very nicely. Han Solo has his moments on Millennium Falcon. Get out and push exactly where you want Han Solo. That is going to be a 6 damage swing. 21 damage on Data Vault as that power droid taking out Jack's leader unit. The next unit that Liam plays would cost 1 less, but now it's 24 damage on Data Vault. Liam just claiming the initiative because we need an answer for that Millennium Falcon pretty quickly.
Liam's got lots of good possibilities in that deck. We know he's running No Glory. The Tree Remembers would be a good one to come up, and I think he's even going to be able to afford something like Lost and Forgotten as he heads into the next turn because it's the 5 resource round. Yeah, so he could do that.
Yeah, I'm not killing it. Okay.
They hate that ship with the AT hauler coming out. We do have Liam creating a couple ready TIE Fighter tokens, but this space arena for Jack expands. He has lethal in the skies. Can Liam respond? He has the initiative.
Ready? Yep. Kill, heal 3.
Yep, there's the loss.
There it is. You called it. Lost and Forgotten. Exactly what we need for Millennium Falcon. The major threat dealt with. 3 damage healed from Data Vault, but 4 will go right back on with the AT hauler. 1 damage on the Starfighter with one of the TIE Fighters.
Yeah, Jack's going to lose this thing. He needs to swing in with it now. There it is.
28 damage on Data Vault. 5 HP remaining.
So much
Oh, and
pressure
Liam
out of
just
this deck.
claims.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised at that myself. Let's see what Jack decides to play here to kind of spend. He's got a credit token and some resources.
Credit, resource, and
Can deal some damage. Chewbacca's action ability. Getting a second credit token, defeating a resource.
defeat for 5 or less. And I assume it's not leader. Non-leader, yeah. Obviously that doesn't affect.
Yeah, and Aura's going to hit the board next turn. That might be Liam's saving grace here. Probably anything Jack was about to play is going to be has the possibility that Aura can just murder it. So You know, because she comes out and anything with 5 HP or less that's a non-leader can just die.
So the TIE Fighter token shot down with the Chewbacca action ability. Cleaning up the space side for Liam. And here is Sabine being played into the ground arena. The credits will be spent as well. Another N1 Starfighter. Now Liam has a Sentinel in the ground arena.
Yeah.
So currently, Sabine not able to get through. Doesn't have Saboteur right now.
Is he holding the hyperspace? He is.
He's got hyperspace disaster. That is huge for Liam. I believe there's only one in the main deck, right? And he's found it.
Only one in the main here for Liam, but he came up with it in time here.
Liam was 1 HP remaining, or had 1 HP remaining in game 1 against Vader. He's got just 5 here, and he has completely neutralized Jack's Space Arena. The perimeter AT-RT standing in Sabine's way.
And Sabine's likely to die as soon as Aura flips onto the board, which is probably Liam's next action.
What Jack needs right now is to commence the festivities, but clearly does not have it in hand. See Anakin there, another event. And now Aura Singh is deployed. When deployed, ability taking out the Sabine unit. And Chewbacca will gun down the Director Krennic with that action ability. 7 damage on Jack's base after Aura Singh swings.
As we get late in this game, it's going to be interesting to see where, if any, Jack decides he actually is going to resource, right? I watched, we saw him play earlier in the day, and there are times that I think, you know, you think you can get by on a couple of resources or whatnot. Did Liam pass as his first action? Yeah, I think he did.
So now Chewbacca action ability used, starting the work of dealing some damage to Aura Singh. 2 damage on perimeter AT. RT back out. Now Jack goes to the skies with red 5. Liam claims Warrior of Clan Ordo comes out. So there's 2 threats in play now that would represent lethal with a commence the festivities. What do we have? Lost and Forgotten, healing 3. Big play for Liam. Red 5 defeated.
You have 1 in hand right now? Yeah. 3. You want to show me what it is?
It's 3 damage on that perimeter AT-RT. Disclosing to prevent the damage to base on that on attack ability from the Warrior.
Actually, sorry. 3 with this one. Kill him.
Chewbacca action ability gunning down the perimeter AT-RT, but Liam continues to remain in control. The B-Wing Skirmisher comes out, and it's an immediate condemn onto the Skirmisher. Liam once again appears to have completely stabilized.
That 6 HP that the 2 Lost and Forgottens have able to help Liam, you know, kind of heal up has been a bigger deal than I think I realized at first. You know, I've seen he finished his game out in Game 3 against Luna in his semifinal match. Jack did by using Chewbacca to murder his own Karis Nemec to create a ready spy to swing in the last 2 damage. So he's got
knowledge and defense.
Mm-hmm.
Giving the skirmisher -2/-2 and drawing. We see another red 5 coming out, and Anakin, champion of Mortis, will take out the B-Wing skirmisher. Another 3 to base. And now we're back where we were, Wes. One threat in play for Jack.
I mean, Liam's deck has got all of the tools at this point. Now that he's kind of reined in the width of the board, he's going to be able to control how much sticks. Jack being back on the button is a big deal. There's one of those commence the festivities that Jack's been looking for a while.
Puts 5 damage on, 3 HP remaining on Liam's base. As Aura Singh just continues to chip away. Aura's got a lot of damage on Jack's Mos Eisley. 19 damage on now, 11 HP remaining.
There he is.
There's Karis. We talked about how good Karis is against these more control-oriented builds.
But I think Jack's hand is empty, maybe? I don't see if he's got, let's see. Does he have any cards? I'm not sure he has any cards. So Karis may not be able to disclose for his spy token at the moment.
The good news for Jack, even if he can't disclose, the Karis Nimic does have hidden, so it can't be attacked, which is important. Liam would have to clear it out
some other way.
One of those cards in hand.
Yeah, he's got to be real. Yeah, he's got to have an answer for it here, or Jack can just claim and potentially win.
Another Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, takes out Karis. Jack claims we've got the red 5, and Liam is going to play Kill Switch, giving it -1/-1. So now it would only swing for 2.
Oh.
Anakin gets in for 5, and Liam can win this game in 2 actions next turn if Jack can't do it in 1.
Feels like it feels like Liam was like, I'm dragging the bottom of the barrel here to make sure you don't have the ability to deal 3 damage, playing a kill switch on an exhausted unit. But I think Jack drew an Ascension cable, and if they hate that ship, I don't think that's going to get him there. Yep.
Absolutely right. So close for Jack.
He's quite literally going to have 1 HP on Liam's base, I think, when it's all over.
And again, that's what happened in game 1 of the semifinals. Liam had 1 HP remaining. That's it. Red 5 goes in for 2. Aura Singh is defeated with the on attack trigger. Leppy Lookout gets in for 3. And if Jack doesn't have a response to the Anakin Skywalker unit, we go to game 2. And that is going to be the case. Anakin closes it out. And Liam, with Aura Singh Data Vault, 1 win away from becoming a PQ champion.
When Jack raced out to that big lead, I thought, man, maybe he's got this. But he couldn't quite get over the hump. You know, and it's an irritating feeling, right? It's one that I am annoyingly familiar with. As much aggro as I've played in this game, I used to love the old Kylo 2 Tarkin Town deck, and there were plenty of times that you got right up against it and just couldn't get over the line. And man, Jack not quite able to get there in game 1, but it's sideboard time, so let's see what they cook up.
That is the question. Now, for the sideboard on Jack's side, is there anything that jumps out to you, Wes, that you want to see come in here?
Man, I wish I had more ground saboteurs. I say that. I think the Rebel Blockade runners are a reasonable choice. The trick is I'm not sure what you start taking out for them, right?
Right.
I think the real difficult question is what. Now, I will say this. The Commandeers look attractive because what really hosed you.
I don't really have much that's standing out. I guess you could, in theory, look at R2-D2. It's
It's cheap.
It's an extra point of damage possibly.
Yeah.
And also, not only that, but it could be just if there's a situation where you need to get multiple units in play. If Liam has a spot where he's able to wipe your board, you need to play multiple units to try and say set up for the aggressive negotiations or set up for the commence the festivities. You could potentially go wide. It's an extra one cost unit, worst case scenario in the ground arena. So, I mean, obviously that's not going to be the common use case of that card, but nevertheless, it is something that could be relevant. But if Millennium Falcon can get that attached right away, we could potentially swing for more with Falcon. It's tough, right? Because I think Liam has the Tree Remembers. So even if we do start pumping up these units, the Tree Remember is just going to take them out right away anyways. So I don't know if you even go that route, honestly. I think the Commandeer option, like you said, maybe the Blockade Runner could be interesting, but I don't think there's actually any Sentinel units in the space arena for Liam. So I don't
think so.
Yeah, I don't think there was any Sentinel in the space arena. Just the ground arena.
Yeah. And literally
so I don't think Blockade Runner does a ton.
Isn't it just the RT? It's just the ATRTs. Like that's it. The rest of this stuff isn't Sentinel. He's just fighting you with it.
Right.
So seeing 2 of those was a huge tempo swing in the early going there.
Yeah, the perimeter ATRT, I think, was really the MVP because there was multiple times where that Sentinel was exactly what was needed to stop that incoming damage. There was positions where Jack had the damage showing in the ground arena, but he didn't have the Saboteur to get around the perimeter ATRT. So, yeah, the perimeter ATRT really clutch.
He lost
Liam.
He lost a notable amount of damage because he couldn't get through those ATRTs quickly, right? Or I won't say quickly, but yeah, cleanly, let's say. So yeah, that was definitely a struggle.
Well, I mentioned it in the recent video that I did with the Colorado Cantina crew, and sometimes when your opponent's playing Data Vault, you just kind of hope they get Data Vaulted, and you hope that they don't find that exact card that they need. You hope the 10 extra cards and the reduced chance of them drawing it. So maybe we'll see if Jack can luck into it, if you will, and Jack missed that Sentinel unit that played a big role. But another thing is going into Game 2, Liam has a lot of really good sideboard plays into the space stuff. We saw the extra Tree Remembers. That's very good in this matchup. You have the extra Lost and Forgotten, as well as the extra Hyperspace Disaster. So there's plenty of good interaction that can come out of the sideboard into the space game plan that Jack has. So I'm not sure that this matchup gets any easier going into Game 2.
I'm not convinced it does either. I'm looking at Jack now. He's pulled aside the, you called the R2s, and it looks like he's pulled out the Blockade Runners, and he's trying to work out what cards he's taking out in exchange for putting those in right now. I didn't see what sideboard decisions Liam made. We were busy chatting, and I didn't go look.
Yeah, I think the
to kill it with the ping, and they missed the ping. I'm like, oh.
Jack's doing things. What I call Frank Myers style, right, where he puts up his little wall and shows the camera what he's doing with his sideboard, but his opponent can't see it.
Yeah, so very interesting. The Blockade Runner and the R2 appear to be the 2 cards he wants in. Curious which cards came out.
I think they run 5 misses pretty much, like 3 Fetch Fire Sprays, 2 Diet Bombers.
Yeah, I just don't think this gets any better for Jack going into Game 2 because Liam is able to bring more space interaction in for Game 2.
No, it's 100% not going to get better. It's going to be just as challenging, right? I mean, it wasn't like, obviously Game 1 wasn't a cakewalk. Jack didn't get there, but, Liam's got so many great tools. It's going to be a challenge one way or another.
That was Eric, my good friend. Yes, I actually played against him. The PQI.
Liam again, looking for that first PQ win here in Austin, Texas. 1 win away. Jack looking for a second PQ win, and quite frankly, I'd love to see a Game 3. So we'll see if Jack can push it the distance.
That was probably Twilight.
bring us a deciding game 3 here in the finals.
I would very much like to see a game 3. These two guys, this matchup, I would love to see more of this. So
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm rooting for Jack a little on the inside, just so we can have a third game.
Wow, it's just Austin playing Kira.
The only way Austin can win a PQ is
That's exactly what I think most of us want to see, a game 3 and then an all-out brawl in game 3. But Liam and this Aura Data Vault deck, clearly something that a lot of these players not expecting. Again, he's not dropped a match today. And we had some chatter earlier in the chat that Liam's been doing a lot of work on this deck and has not lost many games. So maybe maybe Liam's really onto something here.
no, just the fact that to only mulligan once the entire day is insane. That's
I like my 2-drops.
Yeah, well, I hope you have to. I hope you wish you mulligan.
I probably should have said that. I probably just screwed myself. That's why I'm right here.
Do you hear them chatting about? Apparently, Jack has not really had to mulligan much because his deck plays so low to the ground. He's like, no, I've got plenty of 2-drops in my opening hand. I'm good. I don't need a mulligan. And apparently he is this time. So that's interesting.
And it appears as though Liam's good with his hand. Jack will start with the initiative. See if he's found a good turn 1 option. See the hauler in hand. Looks like that might be a resource.
I think the other one was an Outer Rim Constable.
Okay. All right, here we go. Warrior of Clan Ordo, the start for Jack. Director Krennic for Liam.
And just to check, you get to create.
Jack just retains the initiative.
Regardless of if you actually dealt damage.
I have to deal damage to a unit. And credit.
Get the damage regardless of if you get the credit regardless of if the damage goes through. So like
yes,
you could
but
tap
I
yourself.
must deal the damage if I have to.
Right.
Yes.
Like you would have to deal it. But like if you, I just want to make sure that.
Yeah.
Liam, I think, checking on how Chewy's front side game text works just to make sure if Krennic's shield eats the damage, does Jack still get the credit? He should, just because of the way Chewy's worded, I'm pretty sure, is you deal the damage, and if you do, you get a credit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he absolutely gets a credit.
Yeah.
It says deal 2 damage and create a credit token, so I don't think the credit is conditional on that damage.
Yeah, I don't think the credit is conditional on the damage landing.
2 to your dude.
So Warrior of Clan Ordo getting in for 3. It was Karis Nimic disclosed to prevent the damage to Jack's base. Krennic popping the shield, 2 damage on the Warrior of Clan Ordo, and here comes the Millennium Falcon on turn 2 for Jack. And he does have the R2-D2 right away. And it's Eager Escort Fighter, and that R2-D2 saves it.
Yep.
For now.
For now.
He claims the initiative, but just 1 HP remaining. So Aura is a juicy target for Aura.
Aura ate good that turn. She cleaned up the Warrior of Clan Ordo, and she's now. I think can her ability work? Does her ability work on space units too?
6 space.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
non-leader
defeat a
unit.
non-leader.
Okay,
as long as it's non-leader,
right.
That's the catch.
Just in case.
Yep. No, it makes sense. And I was trying to remember because it's the rifle, the goofy rifle upgrade. That rifle must target a ground unit. The rare in this set that's kind of like that kind of pairs with her.
Yeah, absolutely. Ground units only on the I think it's the Adventurer sniper rifle.
Yes.
But nevertheless, Millennium Falcon did have +2 power. Gets into Data Vault for 5 there.
5 to base, I will not deal damage.
Now Chewbacca comes out. Krennic puts 2 damage on Chewbacca. And Chewbacca goes 5 into Data Vault, 14 damage on Liam playing Bosk. Didn't have the roadblock this time with Perimeter ATRT. But what Bosk does do for Liam is it sets up the potential to trade.
Yep.
Or actually, yes, it would be a trade.
It'll be a trade.
Because of that on attack ability.
Yeah. Actually, wait a minute. No, because he can shrink Chewie down and only take 4 back, now that I think about it.
Yeah, can pump anything, shrink anything.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it gives
So-
-1/-1 to something, +1/+1 to something else.
Yes. So Jack's going to get one action to do something here with Chewy, and he's going for it.
Okay, we're going to play aggressive negotiations. How many cards in hand? We do see the on-attack ability.
Sure, he has
defeating
3,
a resource, 2 damage to Bosk.
He called 8 damage to base. That seems to jive with what Liam has put down as well.
And Liam has craving power. He doesn't even have to attack into Chewy. Dealing 5 damage, taking out the Chewbacca leader unit. Red 5 into the space arena. And Liam just claiming. Not attacking with Bosk here. Must have an answer for that red 5.
You had 6. Yeah, I'm thinking if I want to.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you were.
Yeah.
I was like,
I realized I should
chill
let
out, chill out. Okay, you ready?
Liam has the initiative. It is going to be Anakin shrinking down the red 5. -3, -3. And with Bosk on attack, could take it out, but Han Solo has his moments. Will change the math here. Giving +2, +3 to red 5, swinging in for 2. And another 2 damage to Bosk with the on attack ability.
What's Jack sitting on over there? I see a Karis. I think commence the festivities. 2 Karis and a commence the festivities.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Credit. You claimed already? Yep. And I'll pay 1 in credit.
The Chewbacca use here. Defeating a resource, getting the credit token, another 2 damage to Bosk. So Bosk with 6 damage on now, just 2 HP remaining as Karis Nemec hits the ground arena for Jack. Nine HP remaining for Liam.
Jack
Red
still
5 losing the -3, -3. So back up to full health, full power.
Jack still doesn't quite have lethal. It's close. He's showing 8 right now. Although we do know he is also sitting on that commence the festivities.
Something to keep in mind and watch for Liam. Up to 7 resources, so Arsene can deploy and take out a non-leader unit with 5 or less remaining HP. So at the moment,
that's only Karis.
Red 5 is safe. Yeah. And we know that Jack has the remaining as Bosk will attack for the first time. A total of 6 damage to Mos Eisley as Bosk gets buffed. +1, +1, and -1, -1 to Nemec. Been a long road, long journey for Jack to take care of that buffed up Bosk, but
indeed,
Chewbacca action ability, finishing off the Underworld Bounty Hunter unit.
Liam's going to go ahead and murder Karis here. Jack's got the disclose, which is another Karis.
Ready, spy token, here we go. But now Jack down to just 2 resources and 1 credit token, so.
Well, and he can go straight to base.
He's starving himself here, yeah.
Which he does. I think he's trying to engineer a similar sort of end game play as what he had, as I was mentioning earlier, I watched him do against Luna in the semifinals, where he was able to do this. Does he have the disclose? He does.
He's got disclose. He's going to bring it out, and he has commenced the festivities with 1 credit. He can swing for 4, right?
It's possible. Aura's going to get to attack, right? Aura flips out. He's going to disclose. But did Liam claim? He must have.
So,
no,
Liam
it's literally the next
Aura,
play.
And it's, right, that was Liam's play. So now Jack discloses, gets the ready spy, and now it's his action.
That's what it is.
And then he amidst the festivities.
On a spy.
And what we wanted, the festivities we asked for, we got. Game 3. Let's do it.
There it was. Let's go. He had exactly the line. Yep, you're right. My apologies, Chad. I'm thinking. I was like, Liam. I was like, Aura flips out, and then he's. Wait a minute. Oh, the timing wasn't working in my brain. My apologies. It's been a long day.
It has. I've made plenty of little errors like that today as well. It happens. It's been a long day, but it's been fun. That is for sure.
Yeah, but I have the.
Well, Josh, we got our wish. We're going to get Game 3. Let's go.
That's absolutely what we wanted. Game 3 of the finals here at Game Kastle in Austin, Texas. The hometown hero, Liam, faced by the visitor from Houston in Jack. Jack, a former PQ winner. Liam looking for his first PQ win and looking for those points, looking to lock a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship. A lot on the line for these players.
I had other ways to go through that. I definitely could have at least seen what happened. Gotten to later rounds and seen if we got there.
And now the question becomes, will Jack bring Chewbacca his second Planetary Qualifier victory through the first few weeks of this PQ season in a Lawless Time? Or will Liam bring Aura Singh her first PQ victory in this season?
While we debate that, guys, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you, what do you think here? I mean, obviously we got our Game 3. Who's your money on?
Man, you know what? I know who I'm gonna. I mean, like, internally, I have to root for Jack just because I have to root for. I have to be the homer pick, right? Like, yeah, Jack's a winner. Jack's won a PQ, and we always like to root for people who haven't, share the love, right? But man, I'm a Houston guy. I got to root for my Houston people. But I got to say, watching Liam play this deck is a lot of fun. It's given me a lot of interesting ideas. It's a really interesting take on kind of what new blue-green villain control looks like. And, man, it has been a privilege to be a part of being able to share it. Some of the guys in chat were basically pointing out that, Liam's apparently been working on this deck for a very long time, put in a ton of effort and work to get here with it, and it shows. You don't get to this point of an event like this without having invested the time in understanding the matchups and figuring out what cards you need and so on. And I think that's the other thing. I'll bring this up real quick, real briefly. You go back and you look at Liam's list as he takes the mulligan here. We've got a moment. There's a lot of 2-ofs and 1-ofs in this deck, right? Things that he's all along the way has clearly decided, I want access to this, but I don't always need it. Or, no, I want this card every game. And you don't get to that kind of place with a deck without having invested a lot of time in it, in my opinion.
He has definitely put in the reps, and it shows. This deck seems very fine-tuned. Again, we saw someone in chat talking earlier about how he's put a ton of games into this deck, so has really put in the work, believes in what he has here. Now this is where it's interesting, Wes, because he had to mulligan. And this is always that scary moment where Data Vault can just bite you, right?
That's true. That's true. When you mulligan with Data Vault, that is a scary feeling, right?
Here we go. Liam has the initiative. He's got a turn one play. Director Krennic, pretty good one. Jack plays the Red Squadron Y-Wing. Pretty sure that's the first time we've seen that Y-Wing in this match. Liam holds on to the initiative. Let's see what we follow up with. Of course, that Director Krennic could be reducing the cost of our first win defeated unit we play. Liam just setting up that Y-Wing, the knowledge and defense, giving it -2/-2. On attack, 3 indirect damage dealt. 1 to Krennic, 2 to Data Vault, but Aura Singh takes out The Y-Wing with just 1 HP remaining.
K&D, such a great card for Aura, too. You took the time to murder it. I'll just play his twin.
Let's do it again, says Jack. Director Krennic evens up the damage totals. But now Jack has the initiative. And this time around, we can't just freely put that indirect damage onto Krennic. Krennic just 1 HP remaining.
Ready? Yep. 1 to base, 3 to base.
So we're at the flip turn for Chewbacca. And now it's all 4 damage. The 1 power, 3 indirect. Putting Liam up to 6 damage on base. Krennic returns the favor. It's 4 damage on Mos Eisley. We are going to deploy. Chewbacca, do we have the perimeter ATRT? No, we've got Condemn.
We've got something way worse.
Oh, man, this is not what Jack wanted to see. The question is, do you see if he has it? Surely he has a vigilance and villainy aspect in hand with 4 cards in hand. So do you just claim here to make sure you swing with that Y-Wing?
So that's what Jack does. I was going to say, it's a question of, which camp you're in. Are you in the camp of force them to have it? I generally am. However, I think in this instance, I think Jack claiming there is the right play. We know he's got Outer Rim Constables in the deck. He's got ways to remove this thing. And, maybe if he doesn't have one in hand, maybe you just claim and hope you can draw into it here. Just pull it off the top and keep moving.
2 Outer Rim Constable in total. And that is an interesting question because I could be wrong, Wes, but I almost thought that I saw Jack resourcing an Outer Rim Constable on this turn. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think
but
he
that
resourced
would
it
be,
this
he had
turn.
another way. He had Sabine.
Oh,
he had Sabine.
better.
So Sabine takes it out.
Yes.
Because Sabine is able to take out a non-unique upgrade. So he had another piece of upgrade removal. Big play here. And now Chewbacca is open. The Leppy Lookout comes out, but Jack is ready to go with Chewbacca. 5 damage into Data Vault, 17 on. The on attack defeats Director Krennic. Chewbacca deals the 2 damage, a credit token created for Jack. Now we see Knowledge in Defense, and that will be paired with the Aurasing action ability to take out Sabine Wren. But nevertheless, that Sabine played a big role, didn't it, Wes?
Big time. Did exactly what you wanted to do. I had honestly completely forgotten about that card in his list. It's one of the best removal cards that Hero has access to right now. Kind of locked into, red, yellow, but still, I mean, that's if you're playing it, that's what you want. And, of course, Condemn is one of the worst things you can see on your leader. You've got to have those kinds of tools. Jack's got them.
And now Jack has the initiative yet again. 17 damage on so far in the same position with that Y-Wing. This indirect damage is playing a huge role. Liam cannot throw it onto any units or that Leppy Lookout would be taken out. So it's 6 more damage to Liam's base. Leppy puts 3 on Chewbacca, but Chewbacca is in play with still 1 HP remaining, and it's Jack's action here.
Yeah. I don't think you can afford to risk. I mean, if you had to commence the festivities, you might consider doing it here just for the to push the extra damage. It's not even the 7 resource round, so you can't even count on Aura coming out. She would be a great place to dump some of this indirect damage that this Y-Wing is dropping on Liam's head, but we're not there yet. Liam desperately needs to go into the next turn with initiative. However he arranges it, I think he's going to survive this turn, but he can't afford to go into next turn off the button.
7 base.
Well, you called it, Wes. Commence the festivities. Chewbacca attacking for 2. The on attack will take out Leppy. Look out. Now we do see Lost and Forgotten taken out. The Red Squadron. And it's 3 damage healed from Liam's base. Millennium Falcon the play now for Jack. As Liam has just 6 HP remaining. And with the credit tokens playing Karis Nemec, that is massive.
Yeah.
3 units in play.
The amount of pressure that Jack has been able to put on Liam here in Game 3 has just been a little crazy. And here's the thing, right? When Liam flips out Aura, however he sequences this turn, he's going to be able to kill either Karis or the Falcon, probably killing the Falcon. Because Karis just leaves behind a spy, and I was like, well, that's not a great idea either. But in doing so, unless he's got something right now that can handle Chewie, Chewie's still going to get to swing.
Another Chewie swing would be so good. In fact, a pump on Chewie closes out the game.
He's got to commence the festivities in his hand. Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy. What does Liam do? Liam has the first action. But commence the festivities on the Chewbacca is game over.
Yep. Liam doesn't know it, but unless he has an answer for Chewie this moment, Jack's got it the next time. Oh, going to sequence. Oh, no, okay, he's going to kill the Falcon. And then Jack should have it here with this commence.
Aura Singh takes out the Falcon. Okay, commence the festivities is in hand. That would be +2 for Chewbacca. Chewbacca can swing for 7.
Cut, but none of them make the final table. Chewie's going home with a win.
Yeah, Chewbacca has done it again. Jack has done it again. Great run from all of these other players that made the top 8 as well. And Liam, the spice, Aura Singh Data Vault, love to see it. Was undefeated coming into the finals and was actually just 1 win away, took game 1. But Jack, do we call him the comeback kid, able to win games 2 and 3 and win another championship. What a run here in Austin, coming from Houston and taking it home.
Congrats to Jack. Congrats to Liam, right? Like, neither one of those guys played badly at all. I mean, clearly not. They were sitting in the finals. No. What a great day of Star Wars Unlimited, Josh. I really appreciate you joining me for this. I always love casting events with you. Thanks for agreeing to be here today. We had a little, some occasional tech problems working off the hotspot, but that's to be expected. So thanks, guys, for sticking with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. It's been great working with you, Wes. Appreciate you inviting me once again, and look forward to some more Star Wars action in the very near future. You've got some sector qualifiers coming up starting next weekend in Atlanta. So that's another big premiere, the first major event of a Lawless Time. Just exciting times all around in Star Wars Unlimited right now. I am thrilled about it. I mean, we've talked about the pilots. You mentioned it. And a lot of people are very concerned about the pilots, but here in the finals and this top cut, I mean, I think this looked pretty darn good. We saw some great games, a lot of interaction, and I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Me neither. Do you have any other PQs that you're going to be providing a commentary and cover, or any events of any kind that you can share with the audience yet, so we can find you again?
As far as PQs, not that I'm aware of at the moment, but
okay.
Looks as though I should be able to cast alongside Tower number 9 for the sector qualifier next weekend in Atlanta. That's going to be fantastic, and hopefully he and I can run it back again for Palm Springs, and then I think we'll bring on at least 1 or 2 other casters for the McClunky Gaming coverage there of the sectors.
Outstanding. Yeah, guys, if you haven't heard, McClunky is now going to be the official partner for covering sector qualifiers here in the U.S. Definitely go check them out on YouTube. Do a search, find them, throw them a follow. They're going to be covering the big events in Atlanta and Palm Springs over the next few weeks. I've got a bunch of PQs on my schedule. As we head out here in a minute, I will play a little video for you guys that shares that info with you. But basically, between now and the end of May, today's 1, I have 4 more PQs on my calendar. most of them in Texas, but I've got one. We're going to Biloxi, Mississippi in mid-May. That's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to that. Awesome. All right, Josh, I think we should call it a day. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I think it's time to relax now. It's been a busy day for you and I, a lot of casting, but it's been so much fun to witness all of these great matches, and been a real pleasure to be here.
It has indeed. Josh, it's been a pleasure working with you. Thanks for agreeing to be here again. Guys, I'm going to hit the outro button. You're going to get a real brief look at my logo screen. Then I'm going to play the quick ad that's going to prep you on all the stuff we've got going later in the month and in April. And you can follow all that stuff. And then the stream will be over. Okay? So thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all take care. Get out and play some more games. Go to your local events. Play games.
Absolutely.
Build decks. And we'll see you guys. I'll be back here in 2 weeks covering a PQ closer to home on the north side of Houston. I'll tell you about that in just a minute. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. What's up, everybody? Raptor here. Thanks for joining us today in Austin, and hope you're enjoying our coverage of the event. I wanted to hit you up with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 2 weeks from today, Saturday, April 25th, we're going to be much closer to home up in Conroe, Texas, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier held at Cards and Comics Connection. The store is shooting for, I think, an 11:30 a.m., 16:30 UTC start time. The QR code on your screen right now is going to help you set a reminder for the stream, so click that, have a look, and be back then. We're going to get a short break before hitting the gas pedal in the back half of May. We're going to be at Board Game Peddler in Biloxi, Mississippi on Saturday, 16 May for their premier Planetary Qualifier. A week later, on Saturday, 23 May, I'll be just a few minutes from the house here in Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier held here at Dragon's Lair. And we're going to cap out the month, as well as the entire Set 7 PQ season, by road tripping one last time up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier that's being held at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ, new venue for me. I'm excited to go scope those guys out, and I hope you'll tune in for all of that. So only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Lactate Championships in July. Thanks for being here today. I hope you'll join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.